This book is dedicated to my father. Father and his comrades, in arms, are of a generation closely linked to the destiny of the whole century. They have written and created history and devoted their whole lives to the motherland and the people. This book is also written for our children. As the younger generation, you love your grandfather's generation. I hope you will know and understand your grandfather's generation through this book. I hope that you, like them, can make brilliant achievements for the Chinese nation. Foreword by David M. Lampton. Preface. Author's note. Maps. The day of retirement are an Ophidion for Sihuan Sang, a trip to my hometown. This is our old home. Wu Train family roots. The tricky history of a delineating nation. The people's heroic revolt. Dr. Sun Yat Sen's endeavor. My grandfather Yiling father's childhood. The movement to study in free neon work study programs. A long journey is started by taking the first step is making a long and difficult journey from Sihu to Vatari despite hardships to pursue studies for survival and study in the Hutihinsen rubber plant establishing communist organizations in Europe. The starting point of the revolutionary course tempering in the party 2002. Freni in the hometown of the October Revolution vicissitudes of the First Revolutionary Civil War written from the perspective of a daughter about a father she obviously loves, but, more important, admires and respects. This volume presents information that will be mined and evaluated by historians and biographers for years to come. It tells an important part of the story of modern China and one of its most dynamic figures, chronicling the first 45 years in the life of Deng Xiaoping, now 90. The anticipated second volume will cover Deng's second 45 years, encompassing events that are more familiar to Westerners, the disasters of the Great Leap Forward and the Cultural Revolution, the launching of economic reform and the opening policy in the late 1970s, June 4, 1989, and China's rapid emergence as a rising world power. Deng is the contemporary world's last major leader to have lived through both world wars, played a major leadership role in a protracted national revolution, come near the summit of power throughout much of the Cold War, and survived to guide his nation into the post-Cold War era. This generation in general, and Deng Xiaoping in particular, had a capacity to see broad vistas while overseeing the 1001 small things that lead to the transformation of national societies and the world system. In telling the story of her father, Mao provides additional perspective on the development of modern China itself, its revolution, the forces tearing at its fabric and impelling its people forward in the 20th century, and the terrible price that has been paid by both individuals and society for the change that has occurred. Through the lens of this volume we see how China's Long March generation, and to some extent that generation's successors, view the external world. This book speaks to the author's countrymen, particularly her generation that has known China only under communism. She is asking them not to forget what her father and his generation have contributed to China. In the process of pointing to that generation's struggle, Mao seems implicitly to argue that today's youth in China ought not surrender to materialism, to a life devoid of the aspiration to serve the nation. Of no small interest is the fact that Mao provides glimpses of life in the family of China's supreme leader, revealing emotions of love, sorrow, resentment, and uncertainty that one rarely finds in contemporary historical accounts of PRC leaders. discussions of the day of Deng's 1989 retirement, his first and second wives, and the background of his current spouse, Zhou Lin, are particularly revealing. In addition to being able to relate vignettes from daily life in the Deng household, Mao has had extensive access to archives and interview sources in the People's Republic and has traveled within and outside the country to acquire additional documentary and anecdotal information. This volume provides a wealth of new information that will help successive generations of historians and biographers address some of the key questions about one of the giant figures of the 20th century. What are the chief goals and aspirations that Deng Xiaoping brought to his exercise of power, and how did he acquire these commitments? How did Deng rise to power, and what were the tactics he so deftly employed? How much of his rise is attributable to skill, and where did luck intercede? And how has that rise to power shaped his political style and the way in which he subsequently exercised power? Almost every chapter in this book suggests that Deng Xiaoping has had a simple agenda for China since at least his work, study days in France during the early 1920s, to contribute to making it a strong, wealthy, and unified country. My reading of this volume suggests that Deng was less committed to communism as a sacred ideology than to the idea of an organized political party that held out the prospect of achieving wealth, power, and the capacity for self-determination for the Chinese nation. Deng was more a practical Leninist and national patriot than an ideologically committed utopian Marxist. His experiences with warlords in his native province of Sichuan and his struggles with colonial and semi-colonial occupiers were the anvil on which his character and goals were forged in the first half of this century. In this book, the force of Chinese nationalism is evident in its full power and depth. In terms of Deng Xiaoping's developing leadership style, this volume describes the role Zhou Enlai played from their earliest days together. From his first organizing among fellow study students in France, Deng worked with Zhou and manifested a style of listening and delegating, a practical approach to addressing specific problems, a capacity to identify methodically the steps necessary for the completion of a large task, the ability to give simple, clear orders, and the willingness to follow orders when required. Deng learned the skills of administration and management from Zhou Enlai, whom he characterized as something akin to an elder brother. From Mao Zedong in the 1930s and 1940s, Deng acquired and honed his ability to think strategically. Deng Xiaoping's leadership style, therefore, represents a combination of Zhou's administrative sense and knowledge of the West, Mao Zedong's strategic breadth, and an instinct for survival and swiftly administered discipline that his mentors displayed in great abundance. His volume also points to perhaps the key lesson that Deng learned before 1949, and which was reinforced by his experiences after 1949. That lesson was that leftist, ideologically driven attempts to achieve rapid progress lead to disaster. Almost every debacle in which the rising young Deng Xiaoping was involved, from ill-advised uprisings in the late 1920s and 1930s to the Great Leap Forward, had its origin in the excessive zeal of the political left, often in league with misguided foreign military and political advisors. Indeed, Deng is clear that he was mistaken when he acquiesced or played a leadership role in forward 13 such endeavors. By the time Deng Xiaoping had assumed supreme power in the late 1970s, he was a leader who had had his fill of leftist dogmatism and foreign advice devoid of grounding in China's reality. He was interested in positive, tangible results. He had all along wanted China to become strong and rich, and when he assumed power in the late 1970s, he found himself at the helm of a nation that was still poor, weak, and isolated to a considerable extent. Beyond what this book reveals about Deng's early experiences and how they shaped his subsequent policy and leadership behavior, considerable new detail is provided about his professional associations and activities, family life, specific activities and battles in the war against Japan and in the Civil War periods of the late 1920s, 1930s, and late 1940s. And material that enriches our understanding of Communist Party history. Of particular interest is the account of the murky events relating to the military setbacks of the CTH Corps in 1931 and Deng's consigned to limbo by what he considered to be the Soviet-influenced Central Committee of the Chinese Communist Party in Shanghai. For instance, one finds accounts of Deng Xiaoping's early childhood that portray a basically stable, supportive family and a father who encouraged his son's aspirations. This situation contrasts with the explosive tensions that existed between Mao Zedong and his father. One cannot help but wonder whether their later divergent styles and behavior in part, be accounted for by these contrasting childhood experiences. Whereas Mao emphasized struggle and contradiction, Deng played greater emphasis on consensus and organizational solidarity. Mao seemed to dwell on past injustices and problems, while Deng seems to look to the future and not linger on past missteps and difficulties. Finally, by sheer weight of detail, this volume reveals why Deng has proved so durable in, and central to, Chinese politics. The tentacles of his influence and connections extend into each of the three indispensable, traditional bases of political power in the PRC, the party apparatus, the military, and the geographic regions of China's vast hinterland. Biography is often also autobiography. In the prose of providing a wealth of new material about her father, Mao simultaneously provides insight into herself and the small group of children and their senior, cadre parents with whom she grew up in the high-walled surroundings of the leadership compound of Zhongnanhai in Beijing. She is therefore able to present a perspective on the leaders and personalities of this small community that few others could provide. At the same time, she has spent time in America and has traveled extensively. She knows many of the concerns and questions of interest abroad. Here, then, is the first half of the story of an exceedingly intelligent, pragmatic, and tough individual who has sought to make China strong and unified, who by the late 1970s had gained the power to move China in that direction, and who by the early 1990s had presided over profound change in his nation. This volume recounts how he developed from a young adolescent in Sichuan to 14 forward a politically mature revolutionary leader by 1949. It is fitting to close this forward with the words of Deng Xiaoping himself, in 1981. I am a son of the Chinese people. I deeply love my motherland and her people. We Chinese have created a glorious and ancient civilization. But we have also undergone manifold sufferings and hardships and waged unremitting struggles, paying dearly for them. David M. Lampton, President, National Committee on United States-China Relations. New York City, September 1994. Late at night on January 25, 1950, I was born in the city of Chongqing, Sichuan Province, in southwestern China. My first response to the world was a soft cry, followed by a sound sleep. little did I know who I was or that my country had just undergone an earth-shakingly historic revolution. After losing 8 million troops, the Kuomintang had been overthrown, and the new People's Republic of China had been established on the vast Chinese land. The Chinese Revolution was a proud, soul-stirring movement for the Chinese people. By contrast, my birth was fairly insignificant. My mother's first glance at this little newborn with thin, brownish black hair inspired her to nickname me Mao Mao, literally, hairy, a loving reference to my fuzziness. I was the fourth child born to the family. I have 2 elder sisters and 1 elder brother. 1.5 years after my birth, my younger brother was born. Our big family then consisted of my parents, their 5 children, and my grandmother, who is my father's stepmother and comes from his hometown of Quan'an in the countryside of Sichuan province. The spring had not yet come. There was a damp chill in the night air. As a newborn baby, I knew nothing about the extraordinary life journey on which I had embarked. It would turn out to be filled with great extremes of happiness and frustration. I was born and grew up in a special environment. I had first-hand experience of history in the making. Many historical persons surrounded my life, and many historic events unfolded around my family and me. My relatively short life has borne a rich abundance of stories and experiences. The more I have come to know, the more deeply I have felt driven to record these events and experiences and my environment. What I know may be limited and shallow, but what I have to share should not be lost or forgotten. Most especially I mean what I know of my father. He was originally called Deng Xixian or Deng Bing. Later he changed his name to Deng XIAOPING. At the age of 16, he left China and crossed the wide oceans to travel to the West in search of a way to realize his ideals. By 18, he was an ardent communist devoted to saving his country and his people. In his 60-year revolutionary career, he did underground work and served as a military commander, an important government official, and a key leader of the Communist Party of China. One section of the lengthy annals of Chinese history will be engraved with his name. He has said that he cannot write an autobiography, nor does he want a biography written about him. As his daughter, however, I would be ashamed to face history if I did not recount what I know. If I achieve nothing else in my lifetime but this long, cherished aspiration, ye will have a very special sense of satisfaction. In this book, I have written about the first half of the life of a man who represents a generation of heroic, larger than life leaders. What I can preface recount covers only a short period of time in history, but that period is an important link in the magnificent chain of Chinese history, which has lasted for thousands of years. Although what I have recorded concerns only the past, I believe that we can learn lessons by reflecting on the past and by confidently approaching the future as our forefathers did. If my book leaves some impression on future generations, I will be satisfied. To my English-speaking readers, China is an ancient civilization with a culture stretching back over 5,000 years. Our most recent 150-year history has been fraught with hardships. Amid this torrent of history, a number of names are familiar to you: Mao Zedong, Zhou Enlai, and Chiang Kai-shek. Today, many more people also think of Deng Xiaoping. I am the daughter of Deng Xiaoping. In writing about my father, I do not intend to give a complete appraisal. Rather, I want to tell you the story of Deng Xiaoping and the period of Chinese history that coincides with his life. Deng Xiaoping has traveled a 90-year course. His life has been both difficult and extraordinary. I hope my book will enable you to better understand this man and this faraway Oriental land. And perhaps it will no longer seem as strange to you. I give you my best wishes and hope you will enjoy this book of mine. The day of retirement. It was November 9, 1989. Early in the morning it was still dark. Drizzle dampened the late autumn land of Beijing. Father rose and had breakfast at his usual hour. Then, as was his custom, he sat down to read newspapers, books, and documents. His youngest grandson had stayed home from kindergarten with a cold. I took him to see Grandpa. Is it still raining? Father asked me. It is turning to snow, I replied. Father stood up abruptly, opened the window, and walked outdoors. The air was cold and damp. As a light north wind blew, wet snowflakes, mingled with icy raindrops, drifted down. Watching the sleet fall, Father said with feeling, Beijing needs the snow badly. This wet weather is good news. Perhaps it was because of the greenhouse effect that both fall and winter came so late that year. Although it was already November in Beijing, the weather was mild. The snow that day was not very heavy, but it was the first snow of the year. At around 9 o'clock, the director of Father's office, Wang Rulin, came in and gave him an update on the Central Committee plenary session that was being held. One of the issues addressed by the session was the issue of Father's retirement. Mr. Wang told Father that after the participants read some relevant documents and held discussions, they had come to know his determination to retire and the significance of his retirement. There had been emotional speeches and a considerable amount of debate. A vote was scheduled for that afternoon, with the news to be announced that evening. Father was very pleased with Wang Rulin's briefing, saying, "We are finally close to home." It was time for lunch. The whole family sat together around the two round dining tables. Discussions were focused on Father's retirement. One of my elder sisters proposed a family celebration. My elder brother offered a bottle of wine of a famous brand. Mother said that if she felt up to it, she'd like to go and watch the participants take a picture with Father that afternoon. Father expressed his desire to lead the simple life of a common man after retirement, to walk freely in the street and pay visits here and there. The eldest granddaughter, Mian, said with a smile, "Grandpa is really an idealist." At about 3 o'clock that afternoon, the fifth plenary session of the 13th Central Committee of the CPC voted to accept Father's resignation from the post of chairman of the Military Commission of the Central Committee. At about 4 o'clock, Father drove to the Great Hall of the People to have a photo taken with the participants in the plenary session just concluded. As Father entered the reception area, senior comrades of the Central Committee went out of the meeting hall. One comrade after another approached him to shake hands. Jiang Zemin, the newly elected chairman of the Military Commission, stepped forward and grasped Father's hand. Jiang proposed taking a group photo of party leaders with Father. As Father posed with Jiang Zemin, Yang Shanken, Li Peng, Yao Yulin, Qiao Shi, Song Ping, Li Ruwen, Wang Zhen, Bo Yubo, Wang Li, Song Rensheng, and Hu Qiaomu, journalists rushed forward with cameras flashing to record the historic moment. The group comprised China's party and state leaders. Some were aging, with white hair. Others were younger, with hair still black. Together they stood, side by side. When father and the group entered the banquet hall of the Great Hall of the People, there was a roar of applause. Father walked past the members of the Central Commission for Discipline Inspection, the Central Advisory Commission, and finally, the Central Committee. Standing at the microphone, Father said with a broad smile, "I wish to express my thanks for your understanding and support. The plenary session has accepted my request to retire. My sincere thanks to the plenary session and to all comrades." Then a photo was taken of Father together with all participants and observers of the plenary session. As Father was about to leave the Great Hall of the People, Jiang Zemin went with him to the door. With a fervent handshake, Jiang pledged to dedicate his life to the cause. Although night had fallen, our house was brightly lit. The whole family had been busy that afternoon preparing for the celebration of Father's retirement. When it was time for dinner, 4 grandchildren ran to invite Grandpa to the table. They gave him a congratulatory card they had made for him. On the card were 4 beautiful butterflies, representing the 4 grandchildren. The card's message was, "Wish Grandpa to be as young as we are, forever and ever." One by one they gave Grandpa a big kiss. The youngest, 3-year-old Xiaodi, planted a very wet kiss on Grandpa's cheek, leaving quite a trail of saliva. All family members laughed heartily. In the dining room, our family's cook, Yang, who had worked in our house for 30 years, prepared a sumptuous feast. On the sky blue wall was hung a bright red poster, 1922, 1989, Eternity. Looking at the poster, Father smiled. As the dozen family members happily gathered around Father and raised their glasses of red wine in a joyful toast, my heart was filled with deep feelings. A lifetime of over 80 years and a revolutionary career of more than 60 years would certainly be full of hardships for anyone. It is time to rest and relax. Father had been ready to retire for many years. When he was reinstated in his position and took charge of the work of the party and the state, he began to look for successors. In the early 1980s, overriding different views, he took the lead in resigning from some of his posts. We supported his retirement because we wanted him to be in good health and enjoy a long life. He insisted on his retirement, taking into consideration the future of the state and the interests of the party. At last, his wish had come true. This brought him great peace of mind and made his family happy. On the following day, November 10, 1989, the People's Daily published Father's letter requesting that his retirement be approved, as well as the resolution adopted at the 5th plenary session of the 13th Central Committee of the CPC. In his letter to the Central Committee, Father wrote, "As early as 1980, I proposed reforming the leadership system of the party and the state and abolishing the lifelong tenure of key leadership positions. In recent years, many veteran comrades have quit their leadership positions in the Central Committee. In 1987, prior to the 13th National Congress, I expressed my desire to retire so as to sincerely demonstrate my resolve to abolish the lifelong tenure of leading posts. At that time, after repeated deliberations regarding my opinion as well as those from within the party, the Central Committee agreed to my resignation from the membership of the Political Bureau and its Standing Committee. From the Central Committee, and from the chairmanship and membership of the Central Advisory Commission. The Central Committee decided that I would continue to serve as chairman of both the party and state military commissions. Since then, when consulted on major issues by the collective leadership of the Central Committee, I have respected and supported the views of the majority within that body. I have, however, insisted on assuming no responsibility for day-to-day matters, and I have been looking forward to replacing the older generation with the younger generation as soon as possible so that I can realize my wish to resign completely from leadership positions. The fourth plenary session of the 13th Central Committee elected a leading nucleus headed by Comrade Jiang Zemin, which is now working effectively. After careful consideration, I wish to resign from my current post while I am still in good health so as to realize my long-held aspiration. This will be conducive to the interests of the party, the state, and the armed forces. I sincerely hope the Central Committee will approve my request. As a veteran party member and a senior citizen who has fought for decades for the cause of communism, national independence, unity, construction, and reform, my life belongs to the party and the state. After I retire, I shall continue to be loyal to the cause of the party and the state. The achievements our party, state, and armed forces have made are the result of the efforts made by several generations. Our cause of reform and opening to the outside world has begun quite recently. The tasks before us are arduous, and the road ahead will be tortuous. But I am convinced that we will be able to overcome difficulties and carry forward from generation to generation the cause our predecessors pioneered. Since the Chinese people have the ability to stand up, they will surely have the ability to stand more proudly among the nations of the world. The resolution of the fifth plenary session read as follows. Comrade Deng Xiaoping is an acknowledged leader of the people of all nationalities in China who enjoys high prestige, and he has made tremendous contributions during all the historical periods of the Chinese Revolution and national construction under the leadership of the party. 4. CLI plenary session highly evaluates Comrade Deng Xiaoping's outstanding contributions to our party and the country. Revolutionary practice during several decades shows that Comrade Deng Xiaoping is an outstanding Marxist, a staunch communist, a brilliant proletarian revolutionary, a statesman and military strategist, and a long-tested leader of our party and the country. The series of viewpoints and theories he put forth according to the principle of combining Marxism, Leninism with China's practice constitute an important component of Mao Zedong thought. They have inherited and developed Mao Zedong thought under new historical conditions and represent valuable ideological wealth for the Chinese Communist Party and the Chinese people. The party and the Chinese people highly evaluated Father's contributions because he dedicated his life to and worked tirelessly for his motherland, the party, and the people. From then on, Father was indeed retired, and he was able to rest and relax. He said his retirement should be a genuine one. We sincerely hope that he lives happily and peacefully in his later years and enjoys a healthy and long life. Father has another aspiration, which has yet to be fulfilled. He wishes to set foot on Hong Kong after China resumes sovereignty over it in 1997. He said that even if he has to visit Hong Kong in a wheelchair, he will. Even if he stands on Hong Kong soil for only 1 minute, he will be satisfied. By then he will be 93 years old. Our family believes that he will be able to visit Hong Kong, and we will do all we can to help him fulfill this wish. Although father is retired, people still care for him a great deal. Both Chinese people and foreigners are very concerned about his health. People are interested in the merits and demerits in his long career. Many commentaries and research papers have been written, both at home and abroad, about his political achievements and thought. His rich and complex experiences fascinate people. Biographies have been written and are being written by the authors in Germany, Hungary, and Hong Kong, and by some Chinese writers. Arthur is an introvert and a man of few words. Ili is unpretentious and prefers to keep his experiences to himself. Van Wee his family know little of his past. As a result, many people know his present but not his past, the outer DENG XIAOPING but not the inner man. Herk man's misconceptions about his life. Arthur's life has been an extraordinary and remarkable one. I am not qualified to write his biography. However, I want to record what I know about him to set the record straight and to add something more real and valuable to the already rich literature on him. 11 things on earth have their origins, and every stir has its beginning. To write about Deng Xiaoping, I must begin with his hometown Quan'an in Sichuan province. Known as the Land of Abundance, Sichuan belonged to the states of Ba and Shu in ancient times. Sichuan has a very long history of civilization. 2 million years ago, the ancestors of mankind lived and multiplied there. Later, the two small states of Ba and Shu were established in the eastern and central, western parts of present-day Sichuan. In the late spring and autumn period, the emperor of the Qin dynasty marched his army south to attack the state of Ba first and conquer the state of Shu subsequently. Both states were annexed by the Qin dynasty in 316 BC. Not long after that, the Qin dynasty established the two prefectures of Ba and Shu in the area near present-day Chongqing and in the Chengdu area, respectively. Since then, the states of Ba and Shu have belonged to a unified China. The name of Sichuan was given in the Song dynasty. It was officially named Sichuan Province in the Qing dynasty. There are plentiful resources in Sichuan. Because the weather is mild and humid and the four seasons are distinctive, the region is well suited to agriculture. The Sichuan Basin has been known as a granary since ancient times. Many military strategists had their garrison troops claim wasteland and produce grains there. The land of Ba and Shu abounded in rice, silk and linen, fruits, tea, and well salt. Spinning and weaving, the production of well salt and chinaware, and metallurgy had been fairly well developed industries since the Song dynasty. Many prominent figures have brought glory to Sichuan. More than 2000 years ago, in the Han dynasty, there emerged the highly gifted master of poetry and prose Sima Zhongru. Numerous men of letters and other celebrities played an important role in the historical arena of Ba and Shu. Among them were Li Bai and Du Fu, leading poets of the Tang dynasty, Liu Bei and Zhuge Kongming, key figures of the period of the Three Kingdoms, and Li Ping and his son, great masters of water conservancy of the period of the Warring States. The inhabitants of the states of Ba and Shu were good at farming, silkworm breeding, mineral smelting, and fine silk weaving. They were known for their ability to endure hardships and hard work and for their diligence and honesty. As a native of Sichuan, how could you not love this land and be proud of it? All Chinese know Sichuan, and the name of Sichuan is known even to some foreigners. However, our hometown, Guang'an County, is a part of Sichuan that is rarely known to people outside the well-known province. All members of our family have called themselves Sichuans. We are natives of Guang'an only to other Sichuans. Guang'an is over 200 kilometers to the east of Chengdu, the capital of Sichuan province, and 100 kilometers to the north of Chongqing, a city of strategic importance along the Yangtze River. Guang'an falls under the jurisdiction of the Nankong Prefecture. It has no railway line, so communications rely mainly on overland vehicles and boats. Guang'an, a hilly land, is located at the edge of the Chengdu Plains. Its soil is not impoverished, but neither is it a prosperous land. Fortunately, the mighty Qijiang River flows down across the whole county. Guang'an was part of Liangzhou in ancient times. Its inhabitants were Gongs who created the pre-BA culture together with some other tribal aboriginals. In the late spring and autumn period, the Bas who had lived along the middle reaches of the Hanshui River moved into Sichuan. The Bas mingled with the aboriginals living in East Sichuan and established the state of Ba, a slavery state based on an alliance of tribes. This state was conquered by the Qin dynasty in 316 BC. In the period of the Warring States, Guang'an already belonged to the state of Ba. When the Qing dynasty conquered Ba, it established a county in present-day Guang'an. In the Song dynasty, it was given the name of Guang'an accordingly. It should be said that Guang'an was named in the Song dynasty and the inhabitants there are the descendants of two merged tribes, the Gongs living in ancient Liangzhou and the Bas living in the Hanshui River area. Probably because the Bas moved from the Hanshui River area to Sichuan, some people say that our ancestors were natives of Hubei province. Today, Sichuan has a population of yi, the largest among all provincial-level administrative divisions of the country. As part of the most populous province, Guang'an County does not lag behind in this regard. According to the records, in the years of Emperor Xianzong's reign during the Tang dynasty, what was then Qijiang County area had a population of over 18000. The population of Guang'an increased abruptly in the Qing dynasty and reached more than 131,000 by the years of Emperor Xianfeng's reign. Now the small county of Guang'an has a population of more than 1 million. To the outsider, Guang'an is ordinary and has nothing worthy of high praise. But the natives of Guang'an are especially proud of their hometown. According to the annals of Guang'an County, written toward the end of the Qing dynasty, there was no wasteland or fallow land there, the soil was fertile. Farmers were worried about neither flood nor drought. There were mulberry, hemp, elm, and jujube trees, and the inhabitants kept oxen, horses, chickens, and pigs. The vegetables and fruits grown there included onions, chives, melons, gourds, and potatoes. Guang'an abounded in special resources, including bamboo and cypress in the wooded mountains, wildfowl and animals in the wilderness, fish and insects in the ponds and on the mountain slopes, both water and land plants, precious medicines and stone needles for acupuncture in the caves, as well as plentiful animal fur and horns. Guang'an rice and maize were especially fragrant and nourishing, and they were known as the food of gold and jade. The silk, bright, clean, and transparent, was of superior quality. The fine and affection for Sichuan Qikong cloth woven there was recorded in the literature of the Han dynasty and was very expensive. the educational level in Guang'an is not very low. As early as the years of Emperor Jing's reign during the Han Dynasty, 100 BC, schools were established in the Ba prefecture. A school was set up in Guang'an in the third year of Emperor Ping's reign during the Han Dynasty. In the nearly 2,000 years since, schools have been run in Guang'an. In the year of the founding of the Republic of China, a primary school already existed and a middle school was established. Compared with some areas, the educational level in Guang'an was irritatingly low, but not as low as that of many other areas of China at that time. In the ordinary course of events, the natives of Guang'an, with such good natural conditions, should have lived contentedly on farming. However, they were plagued by numerous internal troubles and external invasions. The first trouble was war. In the Sui and Tang dynasties, military commanders went on expeditions. Late in the Song dynasty, the north and the south were at war. Late in the Ming dynasty, roving bandits invaded. In the Qing dynasty, natives of Yunnan came to pillage. As a consequence of the chaos of war, the natives of Guang'an had hardly lived in peace since ancient times. The second trouble was natural disaster. The terrain of Guang'an is high, with the river far below, so drought has been rampant. According to the reports, in the years of severe drought, there were some 50 kilometers of barren land, a scene of utter desolation. Victims of disaster fled, and beggars could be seen all along the way. The third trouble was starvation. Because of the frequent disasters, grain prices rose abruptly, causing panic among the inhabitants. They had to eat roots of grass and barks, and the area was thus sparsely populated. Lamentably, the natives of Guang'an lived in a rich place but were reduced to famine victims. The fourth trouble was epidemic disease. Disease was prevalent on a small scale every 3 years and on a large scale every 5 years. Infectious disease spreads from one family member to another, from one village to another. In the years of Emperor Tongzhi's reign during the Qing dynasty, 5,000 people died of ordinary dysentery. Poor communications kept Guang'an closed to the outside, and the natural and man-made calamities impeded its development. In the more than 2,000 years before the founding of New China, notwithstanding the passage of time and the changes of dynasties, the industrious and honest natives of Guang'an could never shake off the yoke of fate and always lived in poverty and backwardness. A trip to my hometown. C H A P T E A 3. Father did not return to his hometown and did not allow us to do so either, on the grounds that our arrival there would disturb a lot of people as well as the local government. Therefore, it was not until 1989 that I and my second aunt, Deng Xianfu, returned to Guang'an County. Actually, I had never been there, nor had I lived there. But as Guang'an is the hometown of my ancestors, I use the word return nevertheless. We got up early one morning in October and drove from Chengdu, the capital of Sichuan province, to Guang'an. We traveled quickly, stopping in Suning first and then in Nankang. When we arrived at the area of Guang'an, it was late at night. We had to stop at the county guest house for the night and continue our journey to my hometown the next day. I tossed about in bed, unable to fall asleep, perhaps because of the damp bedding, perhaps because of excitement. When day began to break, he got up and went outdoors. In the autumn, the weather in the south is a bit cool. the air was fresh and humid. Half of the hill was shrouded in morning mist. The surrounding slopes were all dark green, and green leaves were wet with sparkling dew. Unlike the dry, fresh, cool, and bright morning air in Beijing, the mist here was dim, and so was the sunshine. The guest house we stayed in was located halfway up to the hill. Below it was the building of the Guang'an County Party Committee. It was quite a unique building. Upon inquiry, I learned that it had been the residence of the well-known warlord of Sichuan province, Yang Xin. The residence was built on hilly terrain. The gate was on the lowest level. It was faced with 4 huge sago cycas trees inside. Lip the steps were several courtyards, around which were tall, tile-roofed houses. They were now used as offices and probably had been the living rooms of Wang Sen and his family. Further up the hill was the back garden of Yang Sen. On both sides of the stone steps were flowers and trees that looked indistinct in the mist. On top of the hill was a cave, called Hangsu, where Yang Sen probably sat in meditation. Although Guang'an was countrified, its warlord absolutely was not. Even a 10-nis court was built in his residence. It was said that Yang Sen enticed a coach from Shanghai to teach him to play tennis by offering him a handsome salary. Possibly it was Yang Sen who sponsored the sport of tennis in Sichuan. The most interesting part of Yang Sen's residence were the 4 sago cycas trees inside the gate. These trees were not from Guang'an. Yang Sen had them shipped from as far away as Guangdong province. It was said that although they produced many branches and leaves after being transplanted in Guang'an, they never blossomed. But in 1978, after father was reinstated in his post for the a trip to my hometown second time, these trees blossomed. The leaves were full of magnificent golden flowers. The elders of my hometown were surprised to see the blooms and took special pictures to send to Deng Xiaoping in Beijing. Of course, we did not know whether they had really never blossomed before, but the episode showed that the people of our hometown respected and loved father by and large. After breakfast, we visited several sites nearby in Guang'an County Town. One was Guang'an Primary School, a small 2-story building with grey brick walls, wooden doors, windows, and banisters, and grey tile roofing. It was very, very old. Only 2 rooms upstairs and 2 rooms downstairs were now used by the County Land Bureau. It seemed likely that these remaining rooms would soon be pulled down. We took pictures in front of the building because my aunt and I knew that this was the school where father had studied more than 70 years before. Although the school would not have been so old and shabby then, it could not have been very magnificent. I could imagine how those children with cotton-padded gowns and skullcaps and books under their arms ran up and down the stairs. Father entered this school around the age of 10, and after completing the higher primary school courses, he was admitted after an examination to the Guang'an County Middle School. He studied there for a short time and then entered the preparatory school for studying in France on a work-study program in Chongqing. Therefore, the primary school was the sole regular school he had attended in his hometown. I imagined he must have been impressed by the school because it was where he had spent his whole childhood. One could know at a glance that Guang'an was an old county town. It had many modern buildings, but it had many more of the old-fashioned houses typical of the South. Along the street were small, mostly 2-story houses of brick wood structure with all dark-gray walls painted white. Every second floor had a balcony surrounded by a row of wooden banisters. It seemed that Guang'an produced stones. The steps on the street and house foundations were all made of square stones. We also saw some stone troughs by the roadside, probably for washing clothes or vegetables. On a commercial street were people bustling about and an endless array of beautiful articles for everyday use. Modern commodity economy had already played its role in this small mountain town. Walking on the street were both country folks carrying bamboo baskets on shoulder poles or on their backs and youths wearing quite fashionable clothes. Their multicolored clothes, their hair STVLE, and the color TV sets and audio equipment gave a sense of modernity to this remote mountain area. Cars and carts pulled by oxen, color TV sets and bamboo baskets all characterize present day China. It is impossible to shake off poverty and backwardness overnight in a country so populous and with so poor an economic base. We have, however, started to take the first steps and are striding forward toward abundance and prosperity. Just look at these peasants. They had glossy, dark green seedlings in their fields and heavy baskets of rice. They were barefooted no more and W or Western style clothes. What a great change! The Sichuans are fond of eating. On the stands and shelves were fresh fish and meat as well as round, bulging Sichuan sausages. A great variety of steaming hot dainty snacks were being cooked in the pots of street peddlers. The fresh and tender cabbage, radishes, pea seedlings, and broad beans sold here were vegetables that city dwellers found hard to buy. I got to love this place in such a short time, probably because it is my hometown. Our hometown is called Zixing Township, which is 10 kilometers from Guang'an County town. After a tour of the county town, we hurried right to the north. On our way, we first saw the Qijiang River, a tributary of the Yangtze River, in its upper reaches, that has its source in the mountainous area of northeastern Sichuan. The Qijiang River flows down from the northeast and joins with the Jialing River from the west and then into the Yangtze River. We could see the water of the Qijiang River in the valleys. Although the Qijiang River is not so imposing and broad as the Yangtze River, it surges as mightily as the latter. Wherever there is water, there is life. For thousands of years the Qijiang River overflowed, causing flood, and was also too drv to mitigate drought, but it has become the water of life and happiness for the people of my hometown today. Our car left the highway and entered the countryside. Here we could see the true appearance of my hometown, a typically hilly area that is not part of the Chengdu Plains. A boundless stretch of the plains is indeed very beautiful, but the rise and fall of hilly land has a greater charm and romance. At that moment, the mist dissipated and it cleared up. Under the autumn sunshine, everything looked bright and warm, and our minds suddenly became clear and open. In northern China, winter comes in October, leaves begin to fall and grass turns yellow. But here it was still a green and luxuriant world. Were rows upon rows of gardens. Rice had been brought in, and the tall rice straws growing in the fields would be plowed into the soil to fertilize it for the next year. My aunt said that in her childhood rice straws were cut completely and used in kitchen fires because of the lack of firewood in Guang'an. But today most people use coal for cooking and leave rice straws in the fields to use as fertilizer. Well, fertilized soil looks black. The following year the sprouts will be strong, the rice seeds will be plump, and peasants will have a good harvest. Between the farmlands we could see detached houses for one or several households. Although the peasants there could not afford to build houses of TWO or more stories, like those in prosperous areas, their houses were not the old-fashioned thatched cottages anymore. Most of the commodious green, tiled and grey, walled farmhouses and clumps of bamboo were set against each other. A trip to my hometown 11. The bamboos were really wonderful. They were as tall as the trees, and their tips swept like phoenix tails. Ordinary farmland and farmhouses were full of romantic charms because of the bamboos. Under the dark shade of the bamboo grove, people must have felt very cool and pleasant, and endless numbers of moving stories must have been told. The bamboos were just like the souls of the peasant families. Vegetables were grown everywhere, beside the farmland, by the roadside, on the slopes, by the ponds, and in front of and behind the houses. Their leaves were dark green, indicating the use of adequate amounts of fertilizer and water. When we lived in Beijing, people of our hometown often brought us different kinds of vegetables. We only know that the vegetables grown in Sichuan are far more delicious than those in northern China. Only on this trip to my hometown did I get to know that vegetables are grown especially well in Sichuan. My aunt told me that the Sichuans know how to grow vegetables. Furthermore, they value the land very much. They grow vegetables even on tiny plots and in a very meticulous way, just like embroidery. It is no wonder that vegetables are so cheap in Sichuan. When the natives of Chengdu go to Beijing, they always complain of the expensive vegetables in Beijing. The soil of Quan'an is not as fertile as that of the Chengdu plains. The soil of the slopes is worse still, and not even grass grows luxuriantly there, as we were told by local people. But we saw green trees all over the hill. Upon inquiry, we learned that they were orange and tangerine trees. These trees on the hills and mounds formed a forest. Beneath the orange trees, people usually grew vegetables to present beautiful scenery. My aunt told me that these trees had been planted over the past 10 years. What could peasants do when even grass did not grow on the loess? The local government told them to buy some gunpowder at a price of 0.8 yuan to blow a hole in the stony hills and plant a bundle of tangerine trees. One hole after another was blown, and one bundle of trees after another was planted. The hills were covered with orange and tangerine trees that grew, formed a forest, and bore fruits. The hills became green, and the peasants became rich because they grew these trees. All the villagers praised the Communist Party. In my childhood I heard from grandma that in Quan'an there was a hill where there was a malus toringo. I did find that tree this time. The hill has slight slopes, and the top of it is flat. On the hilltop stands the malus toringo, alone. Its trunk is tall and straight, and its crown is huge. It looks like an opened umbrella or an unfolded flag at a great distance. Surprisingly, this tree always stands on the summit, and there is only one tree on each hilltop. Nobody knows whether it is natural or man-made, but it is unique. It dwarfs all other trees and towers aloft. When those who have been away from home for a long time see the tree, they feel that they are back home. The natives of Quan'an never forget it when they are away from their hometown. The proudly towering Malus Toringo is like the god of mountains and rivers. This is our old home. THAPTER 4. Here we are. This was Father's birthplace and our old home. In front of the gate, a cement road had been constructed. On both sides of the road, flowers and grass as well as banana trees had been planted. Of course, our fellow villagers did all this with good intentions. Originally, the flat ground and road in front of the gate were all muddy and there were no flowers, grass, or banana trees. Like other farmhouses, this house had limed walls, wooden doors, and tiled roofing. The principal rooms, all in a row, were slightly taller than the several wing rooms on both sides. In the center of the rooms on the left, central, and right sides was flat ground. In those years there must have been many chickens and ducks playing in front and at the back of the house. I heard Grandma say that her family raised several geese not to eat but for guarding the house. Geese are loud and peck people violently but are not as fierce as dogs, so the villagers used them to protect their houses. A double wooden horizontal board WS hung above the gate of the central principal room, on which was inscribed the old home of Comrade Teng XIAOPING. As I stepped into the room, I immediately felt cool. Some of Father's pictures were on display in several rooms. They were taken in different periods: when he studied in France, when he was in the 8th Route Army and in the War of Liberation, and after liberation. Oh, there was a picture of the whole family, including me, that was taken in the 1950s. A portrait of Father by an unknown painter was hung in a room. In it, Father is standing with a smile and holding a cigarette between his fingers. Blossoming flowers are before him, and a high mountain surrounded by floating clouds is in the background. The portrait was not painted very skillfully but has a local flavor. On either side of the portrait are a pair of antithetical phrases: a great many families are pleased with correct policies and good relations between peoples, and many households are happy about the prosperity of the country and the people. His pair of phrases were certain of not written by a master, but they express the popular opinion. In the room on the left were a bed, a cabinet, and a tea table. They were all very old articles. The bed was very unique, you see. It was made of quality wood with a wide bedstead. It had railings around and a ceiling above, all of which had pattern carvings and must have been very nice earlier. If the bed were new and fitted with silk and satin curtains, it would be very magnificent. But it was old and worn out, no longer elegant. The villagers said this was the bed, used by my grandparents, on which Father had been born. But my aunt and the people from the county told me that all the household articles of the Teng family had been distributed to the villagers during land reform, and that these old articles, 12-13, of Father's family were later returned. As there were many beds of that type in the locality and nobody knew which bed was the right one, one of them had to be selected. I thought it did not matter whether that bed was the right one. It would be enough if I could get a general picture of the old time from the bed, the cabinet, and the tea table. Father has never paid attention to unimportant matters. He has never concerned himself with his old home in his hometown and has been quite unwilling to have it turned into any kind of exhibition home. When my grandmother and other family members left the old home after liberation, this house was distributed to local poor peasants during land reform. Perhaps some 10 families lived there. They did not move out until 1987 and 1988, when they had more money and could afford to build new houses. Then the house was changed into a special exhibition home, which has been open to visitors. When I was back in our old home, a brother of father's mother was still alive. Although he was not a member of the DENG family, he had lived in the house for many, many years. He and his own family had moved out only several years before, when they built a new house. He visited his new house, which, to my surprise, was a small, two-story building. All his neighbors were living in such houses. With such houses, who would want to live in that small old house? Naturally, it was vacated. Otherwise, father would never have allowed others to ask the villagers to move out of his old home. Walking out of the small back door, he saw right away a lush, exuberant growth of jade-green bamboos at the back of the old house. When several bamboos are planted, they grow quickly into groves. The slender bamboos looked like the beautiful fingers of young girls, while the big ones could be compared with the arms of healthy lads. Bamboo leaves grow while falling and fall while growing. You could find yellow leaves all over the ground, whereas those on the branches were still dark green. These bamboo trees had grown there for perhaps 100 years already, but they were still full of vitality and seemed younger than me. Indeed, at that time I wanted to sit on a small bamboo stool under the small bamboo grove with a bamboo fan in hand, quietly listening to the rustling of bamboo leaves, smelling the delicate fragrance of bamboo branches, and looking at the sun through the densely growing branches and leaves. This was both my home and not my home. I was totally unfamiliar with the place, but I had a deep feeling for it. I had never been there before, but I felt it was a familiar place because it was father's birthplace, and the place where my ancestors had lived. In front of the gate, there was a long antithetical couplet. The golden characters were inscribed on both sides of the gate. The couplet, written in the autumn of 1983 by Ma Shitu, a famous man of letters of Sichuan, read: H. When the mansion was about to fall down, an outstanding person was born at this nice place. This great man helped the distressed and succored those in peril, and all the people put their hands on their foreheads in jubilation. Me made vigorous efforts to turn the tide, and this place abounds in treasures. ILE worked to harness rivers, afforest mountains, promote industry, and support agriculture, and praises will be heaped on Guang'an for years to come. Local people told us that not many people from other places came to Guang'an and very few came to Zixing Township. But all those who here paid visits to the old home. Foreign visitors also came here from thousands of kilometers away to do research or just to have a look. We have a big family in Beijing, but we have almost no relatives in our hometown. As I said, a brother of father's mother, named Dan Yuxing, lived there. Phi and father were the same age and were schoolmates. They were close to each other during their childhood. He was honest, tolerant, and kind-hearted, but also stupid and weak and lacked competence and ability for life. When he was young, he was an opium addict. He sold all his properties and even nearly his children. His wife left him with the children. Then he came to live in his sister's home, the home of our DENG family. After liberation, Mother sent him some money every month for his living expenses. When he received the money, he often spent it all for a meal with some of his friends. After the start of the Cultural Revolution, We did not know his whereabouts. After the Cultural Revolution was over, we were surprised to hear that he was still alive. We did not know how he survived the THIRD-WORLDISM disaster. Later on, to look after him, the county government made him a member of the committee of the county political consultative conference and granted him leave-in expenses every month. We also remitted some money to him as before, for use as pocket money. When I went to his home to see him, he was living with his wife, sons, and grandsons. He was then 85 years old. He was thin, dim-sighted, and deaf, with a white beard. To our surprise, he could still recognize my second aunt but knew nothing about me. Upon seeing him, I wanted to laugh, mainly because I remembered a story about him. Some years before, he had suddenly insisted on going to Beijing. Someone asked him, "How do you go to Beijing?" "I shall go by train," he answered. "Do you have enough money for going by train?" To the other's surprise, he replied, 凌晨1点, the uncle of the monarch, "Do I need to buy the ticket?" He was just such a pedant. Ili and father were dear to each other as uncle and nephew, but the difference between them was so great. He died in 1990, the year after we returned to our old home. Soon his wife died, too. Since then, no relatives of ours have lived in our hometown. While staying in our hometown, we went at last to have a look at the tomb of my grandfather and the grave of my grandmother. I wondered very much why these graves were not dug out during the Cultural Revolution. The tomb of my grandfather was located in a field not far away from our house. In front of the tomb stood a stone tablet on which were carved the characters "The Tomb of Deng Xiaoqing." The stone tablet was erected in 1937. The grave of my grandmother was located on a hill where several grandmothers of elder generations of the DENG family had been buried. My grandmother, my father's own mother, was buried there. Her family name was DENG, and her name was unknown. She died when father was 22 years old. Her tombstone was erected in the name of her sons, including father. Actually, father was then in France, far away from home, and might have known nothing at all about the erecting of the tombstone. During that trip to our old home, I mistook the grave of my grandmother for our ancestral grave. Afterwards, I learned that the ancestral grave of the DENG family was located elsewhere, a long boat ride away. The ancestors of our family might have all been buried there. In old society, only the males of the family were allowed to go to the ancestral grave to offer sacrifices to the ancestor. I had no time, and there was no need, to go to the ancestral grave. To find the tracks of my ancestors, however, it was necessary to find the family tree, which I did. Tracing family roots. Father hardly told us anything about his family. When he left his hometown he was only 15, so perhaps he knew little about his family and clan. Only grandma sometimes told us some stories about our hometown. I know that my grandfather's name is Deng Xiaoqing, also known as Deng Wenming. People generally called him Deng Wenming. My grandmother's family name is Deng, but her name is unknown. Among our ancestors, one was chosen and admitted to Hanlin Yuan and was thus known as Deng Hanlin. Maybe he was the greatest, most noted man in Deng's clan. Many people who have researched father's life have studied the history of our family and clan. Some say that our family migrated from Hubei, others maintain that members of Deng's clan were the Hakkas of Guangdong province, and still others believe that Deng Xiaoping's family name is not Deng but Gong, and that his name is Gong Zijao. As opinions vary, no consensus can be reached. Even my uncle has said that when he was a child, he learned that Deng's family had moved from Hubei province to Sichuan. There is no doubt that Deng Xiaoping's family name is Deng. It is a pure misunderstanding to say that his family name is Gong. An old gentleman named Li Huang, who studied in France, mentioned in his memoirs that Deng Xiaoping's name was not Deng Xiaoping but Gong Zijao. His words misled quite a few researchers. For some time, many people really believed what he had said. I once said to father jokingly, "LTO, you know that someone has changed your ancestor's name." Father changed his own name several times in his life, but he has never changed his family name. Our family is not handed down in a direct line from the ancestor but is a lateral branch. So we do not know if there is a genealogue of the Deng family. In feudal society, orthodox ideas were absolute. In a clan, only names of lineal descendants from the ancestor could be recorded in a dignified way in the genealogy. In other words, only family members of the eldest son, the eldest grandson, the eldest great-grandson, the eldest great-great-grandson, could be recorded in the book. Our genealogy was kept by a lineal descendant of Deng's ancestor. Nobody knows when the genealogy began to be compiled or who wrote it. According to the notes, the genealogy started from the Ming dynasty. There are no facts to trace it back to earlier times. When the genealogue was being compiled, the text was based on the inscriptions on the memorial tomb tablets of our ancestors, and therefore, the genealogy was based on facts and caused no objections. The inscriptions on the memorial tomb tablets of our ancestors are recorded at the end of the genealogy, perhaps just to prove its accuracy and genuineness.
16. 17.
Deng's family genealogy starts from the Ming dynasty and ends in the early years of the Republic of China. The first ancestor was Deng F. Fexuan, who was from ruling county, Jian Prefecture, Jiangxi Province. In the 13th year under the reign of Heng Kuyu, he went to Sichuan with his family as a supernumerary military officer of the Ministry of War and assumed office in Quan'an. From then on, the Deng family records were kept in Quan'an, Sichuan. As to the details of the ancestors of Deng's family in Jiangxi province before the Ming dynasty, probably only Deng Hexuan was familiar with them, but he did not tell his descendants. Therefore, the details were lost. Among our ancient ancestors, there were no accounts of prominent figures or heroic deeds to be passed down to later generations. If they had been descendants of Confucius or Mencius, our ancestors would not have forgotten to record all the historical facts about the clan. A clan's genealogy is compiled only by its lineal descendants, and naturally, they would write most about the bright side of the family's history. Besides, after the disastrous 10-year Cultural Revolution, who knows whether the genealogy is true or not? Therefore, I tried to get a set of the annals of Quan'an County so as to prove the genealogy's genuineness. A paragraph on Deng's family, XIAOPING village, Wangzi Township, in the clan records in Volume R of Book R of the Annals of Guangdong Prefecture reads, Deng's ancestors were from Luling County, Jiangxi Province. During the reign of Emperor Hongwu of the Ming Dynasty, Deng Hexuan was recommended to be a supernumerary military officer of the Ministry of War and was sent to Sichuan. His family went with him and settled down in XIAOPING village, Quan'an Prefecture. Their ancestors' tombs and temple were all in XIAOPING. Deng's family genealogy is consistent with the family origin mentioned in the annals of Quan'an Prefecture. It seems that the genealogy might be genuine. Using both sources, I want to trace the footsteps of Deng's clan in Quan'an Prefecture over the course of the past 500 years. A supernumerary military officer of the Ministry of War at that time was a junior officer equivalent to a present-day section chief. But in ancient times, there were not as many grades for officials as there are now. So the junior military officer might have had a little more power than the section chief. In Deng's family genealogy, Deng Hexuan was the first generation. During the Ming Dynasty, there were altogether 9 generations. The compiler of the genealogue certainly sang the praises of his ancestors. Among our ancestors there were several officials. Some were true officials, but most of them were not really officials at all. According to the annals, only 2 of our ancestors passed the imperial examinations at the national level. One was the 8th ancestor, Deng Shilian, and the other was his brother, Deng Shishang. Borrowing from these sources, I would like to tell a few anecdotes about my ancestors. Since they are hard to verify, the reader might just take them as legends or stories. Our second generation ancestor in the Ming dynasty was Deng Hexuan's son, whose name was Deng Xian, also known as Deng Mi's Huang. It was said that he was famous in Sichuan for his writing skills. When King Xian of Sichuan heard of his talents, he invited our ancestor several times to serve as an official in the court, but Deng Xian never accepted the post. His deeds are recorded in the annals of Quan'an Prefecture. He was a virtuous man in Deng's clan. Our 8th generation ancestor in the Ming dynasty was Deng Shilian, also known as Deng Renlin. He passed the imperial examinations at the national level during the reign of Emperor Chongzhen. He was quite talented and cherished high aspirations. He had a good memory and could recite books by Confucius and other ancient philosophers after skimming them once. He served for some time as the magistrate of Yang County, Guangdong Province, and then as Deputy Minister of Civil Personnel. In the late Ming dynasty, he went with the king of Guangxi Province to Yunnan Province and Burma to serve as the Minister of Civil Personnel and later to be promoted to the post of President of the Imperial Academy. In the autumn of the 18th year under the reign of Emperor Shunzi of the Qing dynasty, after being entrapped by the Burmese, he and 41 other high-ranking officials were killed. In the 47th year under the reign of Emperor Qianlong, the title of a nobleman with integrity was bestowed on him. He was a martyr in Deng's clan. Deng Shilian had a cousin named Deng Shishang, also known as Deng Longman. Having passed the imperial examinations at the national level during the reign of Emperor Wangli of the Ming dynasty, he was first appointed an official in the Ministry of Revenue in Nanjing and later was promoted to the post of head of Chuzhou Prefecture, Zhejiang Province. His soil there was infertile, and the peasants were poor. So he organized water conservation projects among the peasants, who derived much benefit from them. Because of his merits, he was further promoted to the post of Deputy Chief Prosecutor in charge of Yangzhou and Hangzhou prefectures in Hunan and Guangdong provinces. his rivals were jealous of him and managed to impeach him. So he had to leave his post and go back home. He was regarded as a man of virtue in DENG's clan. Before beginning my research, I only knew that a member of the Imperial Academy was from the DENG family. Now I know that there were also level OFFI chaos and martyrs in the Ming dynasty among our ancestors. From the Qing dynasty to the present time covers 10 generations of the DENG family. The reign of Emperor Qianlong was the prime period of the Qing dynasty. At that time, the DENG family in the remote southwestern part of China enjoyed a period of prosperity, and a member of the family had become a member of the Imperial Academy, bringing honor to his ancestors. It seems
19.
that when something really hits its prime, it declines. The DENG family, after enjoying prosperity, gradually declined. Not only were the seaholerly traditions not passed down to the younger generation, but the farmlands were also sold pie by pie. My relatives told me that finally the family became so poor that they had to sell the house where the academy member had once lived. This showed how the family had declined. Our 8th generation ancestor, Deng Shilian, had a son named Deng Feng, who was the last generation of the Deng family in the Ming dynasty. Our 9th generation ancestor. Toward the end of the Ming dynasty, he went with his wife and 2 sons to Guangdong, where his father held an official post. According to Deng's family genealogy, when the family reached the Sanyu River in XIAOPIng County, Guangdong Province, they encountered pirates. Unfortunately, all the family members were drowned, except for Deng Feng's 2 sons. Some of the pirates showed mercy on these 2 and, instead of killing them, threw them on shore. The elder, Deng Shizu, was 7, and his brother, Deng Shizu, was 4. Deng Shizu, also known as Deng Shenqi, was the first generation ancestor of the Deng family in the Qing dynasty. After his parents and all the family servants were drowned, he had no money or property. Shizu and his younger brother Shizu had to beg. When they reached Wujia village, they met a landlord who took a liking to them. After learning about the misfortunes that had befallen the 2 brothers, he kept them in his house, gave them food and taught them how to read and write. When Shizu grew up, the landlord married his daughter to him. Not long afterwards, a son was born to Shizu, named Deng Lin, in Guangdong. During a national examination in Guangdong, Deng Shizu met with Li Ziongjin, whose father was a friend of Deng Shizu's grandfather, Deng Shilian. At that time, Li Ziongjin happened to be an envoy on an educational inspection tour. Li told Shizu how his grandfather had been killed and then issued an order to send Shizu to his hometown. Shizu must have been very sad to learn about all this. Fi took his wife, son, and younger brother back to Sichuan in the 10th year under the reign of Emperor Kangxi. They had stayed in Guangdong for 28 years. Now Shizu and Shizu were at last returning to their hometown to inherit the family property. It was said that Shizu was very kind-hearted and enjoyed high prestige in his village. That reputation might have had something to do with the misfortunes he suffered in his childhood. This story may be the most touching one in Deng's family history. Deng Shizu had 2 sons, one was Deng Lin, who was born in Guangdong and went back to Sichuan with his family when he was 3, and the other was Deng Yan, who was born in Guang'an, Sichuan province, after the family's return. Deng Lin had 6 sons, and Deng Yan 4. From then on, the Deng family in Guang'an was divided into two major branches. According to the annals, Deng Lin, also known as Deng Shishan, could write classical prose when he was a child. When he grew up, he studied classics, history, and economics. In the 13th year under the reign of Emperor Yongzheng, he was appointed Dean of Students of Zhongjiang County. Having great learning for an educator, he could give very good instruction. His eldest son, Jiang Lin, and third son, Liangzi, both became successful candidates in the provincial examinations, and his sixth son, Shimin, was a successful candidate in the national examinations and later became a Hanlin. According to the genealogy, Deng Yan, also known as Deng Yinghua, was not a good student, so he had to engage in farming. Loving philanthropic work, Deng Yan was able to inherit his forefathers' properties. He treated Deng Lin as sons as his own, and when he discovered that his nephew Deng Shimin studied very hard, he gave him 60 mu of farmland as an allowance for his studies. Deng Yan died at the age of 81. Though he achieved nothing in learning, he managed his family affairs well. It is possible to deduce that if he gave his nephew 60 mu of land, he must have owned at least several times more than that. Though his property could not be compared with that of the rich landlord in northern China, his family was quite influential in that area. And he helped a member of the Deng family, Deng Hanlin, to become a member of the Imperial Academy. Deng Hanlin's name was Deng Shimin, also known as Deng Sunzai. His assumed name was Deng Menwen. According to the annals, Deng Shimin was amiable and modest. In the 10th year under the reign of Emperor Yongzheng, he passed the provincial examinations, and in the first year under the reign of Emperor Qianlong, he passed the national examinations. Afterwards, he became a Hanlin and was appointed editor at the Imperial Academy. Hanlin was an official title in ancient times. In the Tang dynasty, the scholars in the Imperial Academy were responsible for writing confidential documents. During the Ming and Qing dynasties, the Imperial Academy kept scholars of great ability, and during the imperial examinations some were chosen to be officials in the academy. Although, as editor, Deng Shimin was only a junior official in the Imperial Academy, his appointment was a great honor to the ancestors of the Deng family in Quan'an. Later, Deng Shimin was promoted to the post of lecturer of the Imperial Academy. He served as the Imperial Commissioner of the area south of the lower reaches of the Yangtze River, senior lecturer of the Imperial Academy, and Deputy Secretary General of the Court, and finally he was further promoted to head of the Imperial Court in the 10th year under the reign of Emperor Qianlong. The Imperial Court was the central judicial institution in ancient times and was responsible for examining criminal cases and making verdicts. The head of the court was called Qing. The Imperial Court was equivalent to the
21.
present-day Supreme-Yard, and the post that Deng Shimin took up was equivalent to being President of the Supreme Court. After Deng Shimin's father Deng Lin died, Shimin presented a memorial to the emperor and asked for permission to go back to his hometown and look after his mother. After his return to Guang'an, he read the annals of Guang'an Prefecture. In the 29th year under the reign of Emperor Qianlong, Shimin went to the court again and resumed his former position. The annals say that when Shimin was head of the imperial court, he often made painstaking efforts to redress mishandled cases. If he could not have a mishandled case set right, he would present a memorial to the emperor for justice. Being upright and outspoken and tolerating no evil, he was held in awe. Later on, because he was getting old, Ximen was permitted by the emperor to retire and return to his hometown, and the honorary title of senior counselor was conferred on him by imperial mandate. He passed away at the age of 66 in his hometown. Ximen had sons but no grandchildren, so he had no descendants. If the information in the annals is true, Deng Ximen was a man of great knowledge and merits. Members of the Deng family of his generation left a brilliant chapter in Deng's genealogy during the 500 years of the Ming and Qing dynasties. It is a difficult and quite painstaking task for a man, a family, or a cause to make progress or to be successful, whereas decline after success can happen in a flash. The success of a cause depends on opportunity, on geographical advantage, and especially on the support of the people. Deng's ancestors were officials and scholars and owned much property. Nobody knows how the family gradually declined. The land was sold, and the family members became poor. They could neither enter schools nor engage in trade. The national fortunes were as bad as the Deng family financial situation. China had been so big and powerful and strong. But when the foreigners with powder and guns came, even Empress Dowager Ci was driven out of the capital. As a result, the Qing dynasty began to pay indemnities. The Chinese had to pay an indemnity regardless of the outcome of a war. The silver, together with the blood, sweat, and tears of the Chinese, were taken away by the foreigners. The indemnities were paid and the territory was ceded, but the foreigners, instead of leaving China, became all the more arrogant. They bullied the Chinese, and the Chinese also bullied the Chinese. Senior officials bullied junior ones, and the rich bullied the poor. Up to the generation of my grandfather, the country had fallen into the hands of foreigners and the wars continued. Exhausted, the people had no food or clothing. The natural and man-made calamities had caused a once strong and powerful country to fall into ruin. Of the
4亿
Chinese, about
3亿2千万
people lived in hunger and poverty.
22.
The
2000
year feudal culture had left China in a shambles of national betrayal and humiliation, poverty, and backwardness. Its people had no means of livelihood, and the country was riddled with gaping wounds. Maybe heaven would first put a man in a state of destruction and then let him survive. Only after a country, a family, or a man suffers from setbacks can they possibly come to realize the truth. Only after such realizations can a nation be reformed and rejuvenated. The tragic history of a declining nation. People of my grandfather's age had no luck. They were born in troubled times, grew up in troubled times, and died in troubled times. They did not spend even a single day enjoying times of peace. My grandfather was probably born in
1886,
the 12th year under the reign of Emperor Guangxu. At that time, Guangxu, only 15 years old, was a puppet emperor, with Empress Dowager Ji holding court from behind a screen. Since
1840,
under the rule of the increasingly corrupt and incompetent Qing government, China had experienced difficulty and turmoil. The Opium War, launched by Britain against China, broke out in
1840.
In the end, Britain was the victor, and China was forced to sign the Treaty of Nanking. The British aggressors forcibly occupied Hong Kong, extorted the huge indemnity sum of 21 million silver dollars, and forced the Qing government to accept a number of unfair provisions. This was the first unequal treaty in the modern history of China that brought on national betrayal and humiliation. Such a great and proud country of the East, such an illustrious government, could not withstand a single blow and was bullied by others at will, who would not grab benefits so easily obtained. As a result, other Western countries followed closely in Britain's footsteps and came to China.
In 1844,
with the same gunboat policy, the American aggressors forced the Qing government to sign the Sino-American Treaty of Wanxia. In the same year, Iran also lost no time in sending warships to blackmail China and easily signed with China the Sino-Aryan Treaty of Whampoa.
In 1849,
the Portuguese colonialists did not even bother to sign a leasing agreement. They simply drove Chinese officials away and occupied Macau by force. After Britain, the United States, and Iran gained many benefits in China, Tsarist Russia, Italy, and Portugal did not want to lag behind. They swarmed into China, demanding a share. The Qing government was so magnanimous that it agreed to all their demands without discrimination. In this way, China's door was opened wider to Western capitalism. China was gradually reduced to the status of a semi-colonial society. During the 9 years from the First Opium War to the time when Portugal occupied Macau by force, China's territory was seized forcibly and its natural sovereign rights over judicial affairs, customs, and territorial waters were infringed on one by one. Foreign colonialists willfully bullied, humiliated, and exploited the Chinese people, and Western missionaries rode roughshod over them as well. Sectors of China's economy were soon controlled by foreign aggressors. Instead of promoting the development of China's economy, the capitalist invasion dealt a heavy blow to the country's already quite backward urban and rural handicraft industry, destroyed the natural economy of self-sufficiency.
23, 24,
on which the Chinese people relied for existence, aggravated the country's poverty, and made the lives of the Chinese people even more miserable. As the foreign aggressors violated China's rights by force, the Qing government yielded in humiliation, and the Chinese people moaned. China's modern history began. The Chinese nation had glorious traditions, and its people were not reconciled to humiliation. Filled with indignation, some insightful Chinese denounced the treasonous acts and planned to save China through reforms. Patriotic Chinese officers and men fought heroically against foreign aggressors and burned opium at human. In defiance of brute force, the broad masses of the Chinese people rose against the aggressors, showing the punishment by heaven and expressing public indignation.
星号
Dedicated to a just cause, some people raised the standard of revolt and fought everywhere against the invaders. Their great influence across the nation shook the reactionary rule of the Qing government. The just, patriotic struggle of these people continued wave upon wave. Though their struggle was heroic and brave, they were confronted with the frenzied Qing government and the heavily armed Western powers. They had only the will to save the country but not the slightest power, so their struggles were defeated and their revolts put down again and again. The Qing government not only strangled the people's patriotic resistance movement but continued to be obsequious toward the imperialist powers and to betray China shamelessly. Lenin penetratingly pointed out that war is an inevitable outcome of capitalism. The avarice of imperialism and colonialism is always insatiable. In the 1850s, the capitalist economy further expanded in the West, so the bourgeoisie was even more eager to conduct overseas expansion and dominate markets.
In 1856,
with Britain taking the lead, the four aggressor nations of Britain, France, the United States, and Russia formed an aggressive bloc against China and provoked the Second Opium War. The Allied forces of Britain and France easily seized Guangdong province. They committed all kinds of atrocities against the Chinese people, such as burning, killing, and looting. The fatuous and decadent Qing government hit upon a good idea not to fight and not to resist but to console. It signed treaties as it had done before.
In 1858,
the Qing government signed the capitulationist and traitorous Treaty of Tientsin with Britain, France, the United States, and Russia. This treaty provided the Western aggressors with many more colonial rights in China. It stipulated that foreign ships could sail at more Chinese ports, and the Qing government was compelled not only to pay an indemnity of 4 million taels of silver to Britain and 2 million taels of silver to France but to invite the British to China to handle customs, tariffs, and so on. The treaty also shamelessly stipulated that the opium trade is legal. Karl Marx indignantly denounced this treaty as one of out and out's window.
25. In 1860,
the Allied force of Britain and France forcibly seized Zhoushan, Dalian, Yantai, and Tianjin and finally captured the heart of the Chinese nation, Beijing, the capital of China. The heroic patriotic officers and men shed blood and gave their lives to resisting foreign aggression, whereas the ignoble officials of the Qing government fled helter-skelter. The ancient city of Beijing was subjected to barbarous plunder, and the magnificent Yuan Yuan garden was burned to ashes by the aggressors. Shame upon shame! China signed again with Britain and France the Convention of Peking and was forced to cede territory and pay indemnity. As Britain and France gained benefits, the United States and Russia naturally did not look on unconcerned. They also acquired equal rights. The Second Opium War ended. The aggressive wars launched by the capitalist powers against the backward nations and countries were designed to turn the latter into their colonies or semi-colonies, commodity markets, sources of raw materials, and places for investment. Therefore, in all the treaties imposed upon China by Western aggressors after the First Opium War, besides the provisions concerning the ceding of territories, the payment of indemnities, and a series of other provisions infringing on China's sovereignty, another important article was added, namely, the so-called opening of trading ports. Chinese ports were to be opened not only for trading. So long as they were trading ports, the signatory states could send resident consular officials there and dispatch warships to China's inland rivers for protection. Another aggressive act of semi-colonialism was the appointment of foreigners to the official posts in Chinese custom houses and tax offices in these trading ports.
In 1840,
in accordance with the Treaty of Nanking, the 5 ports of Quanzhou, Fuzhou, Xiamen, Ningbo, and Shanghai were opened.
In 1858,
in accordance with the Treaty of Tientsin, the 10 trading ports of Niuzhuang, Dengzhou, Tainan, Danshui, Chaozhou, Kiangzhou, Hankou, Zhejiang, Nanjing, and Zhenjiang were opened.
In 1860,
in accordance with the Treaty of Peking, Tianjin was opened.
In 1876,
in accordance with the Treaty of Yantai, Yuchang of Hubei Province, Wuhu of Anhui Province, Wenzhou of Zhejiang Province, and Bihai of Guangxi Province were opened. The treaty allowed foreign officials to go to Yunnan for investigation and to Tibet via Kansu, Qinghai, and Sichuan provinces.
By 1887,
when the Sino-French War ended, the southeastern coastal provinces, the Yangtze River Basin, and southwestern China had all been subjected to the encroachment of foreign powers. But the foreign imperialists and colonialist forces were not satisfied. Their ultimate aim was to carve up China, occupy it, and reduce it to colonial status. The Tsarist Russia Empire north of China had long coveted China as territorial.
26.
RV. Unequal treaties. Suez has the Sino-Russian Treaty of Agon signed in
1858,
the Sino-Russian Treaty of Peking signed in
1860,
and the Sino-Russian High Treaty signed in
1881,
allowed Russia to seize over 1 million square kilometers of territory of northeastern China in the northern part of the Heilongjiang River and the eastern part of the Wuzhulai River and over 500,000 square kilometers of territory in northwestern China to the east and south of the Bokhash Lake. Russia occupied a total area of 1.5 million square kilometers.
In 1895,
under the pretext of leasing, Tsarist Russia seized Lashan and Dalian, two important ports in eastern Liaoning. In Japan, China's neighbor to the east, the force of militarism were rapidly swelling in a vain attempt to contend for hegemony in the world.
In 1894,
Japan outrageously launched an aggressive war against China and Korea, the Sino-Japanese War of
1894-95.
The capitulationist policy of the Chinese government led to the Sino-Japanese Treaty of Shimonoseki, which stipulated that China pay
200
million taels of silver in reparations for Japan's military expenditures and cede to Japan the Liaodong Peninsula, the Taiwan Island and its subsidiary islands, and the Penghu Islands. Thus, China again lost vast territories in the northeast and on the East China Sea. As Russia and Japan obtained benefits from China, other countries also stepped up their efforts to carve up China. From
1895 to 1900,
China experienced the disaster of extermination, with a
4,000
very history of civilization. The nation was facing the danger of subjugation. Let us remember how the subservient Qing government had sold out China. The Qing government agreed that the whole of northeastern China was to be placed under the control of Tsarist Russia. Shandong province was to be the Sherman sphere of influence. The Quanzhou Bay and its surrounding waters were to be leased to France for 99 years. Wei Highway and its surrounding waters, as well as the whole of Kowloon Peninsula, were all to be leased to Britain. The three provinces of Yunnan, Guangxi, and Guangdong were to be the French spheres of influence. The Yangtze River Basin was to be the British sphere of influence. Fujian was to be identified as the Japanese sphere of influence, and the United States hurriedly came and also got its share. All Chinese rights were sold out and all Chinese territories were carved up. Fun Press Dowager CI11LII Longzhang were the good persons Kong 27 damned BV the nation, and they have been nailed to the cross of humiliation JJ forever. This is Chinese history
反斜杠
from
1840 to 1900.
Could a man of conscience read on after reading all this? How could a man of any patriotism not heave a sigh of strong indignation? I am not a student of history and have never dared to write about it. I want to inform people about the journey of the Chinese nation. If you do not know how the Chinese nation traversed its path in the past, you will not be able to see the road ahead for it in the future. The People's Heroic Revolt. While the Qing government betrayed the Yuan and surrendered in utter disgrace and without shame, the courageous Chinese people revolted in defiance of brutal oppression. As the feudal rulers of the Qing government became increasingly corrupt and the invasion by foreign capitalism more ferocious, the national and class contradictions in China grew more acute and the social crisis thus intensified. Mao Zedong once said, "The Chinese never submit to tyrannical rule but invariably use revolutionary means to overthrow or change it." The people rose in resistance. In different localities, they rose in rebellion on various scales and through different means. They rebelled against the cruel rule of the Qing government and against the barbaric aggression of foreign powers. They suffered dismissal from office, exile, suppression, and even strangulation for their resistance. But never did they cease their fight.
In 1839,
Lin Zexu, a patriot, and the indignant people of Guangzhou took an action that shook the world. They burned
118,127
kilograms of opium of the British and American aggressors and eradicated the humiliation of the Chinese nation. The burning of the opium at Human marked the beginning of the people's resistance against colonialism in the modern history of China. In May
1841,
the people of Sanyuanli, Guangzhou, armed with swords, killed and wounded many of the British troops who had been killing, burning, and committing other atrocities against the Chinese people. Tee drumbeats thundered on the battlefields. Chased over white clay by the local inhabitants, the defeated British troops fled helter-skelter. British struggle waged by the people of Sanyuanli greatly boosted the morale of the Chinese people. From then on, their struggle against internal and external reactionary forces intensified. In the 10 years before
1830,
more than 100 large-scale peasant uprisings broke out. In January
1851,
the Jindian uprising in Quincy triggered a widespread peasants' revolutionary storm. Tee heroes of the XIAOPING Heavenly Kingdom, led by Hong Xiaoqun, directed their attack at the Qing dynasty from the very beginning. Their goal was to overthrow the corrupt regime and establish a new peasant government. They fought both the feudal rulers and foreign aggressors, thus winning the support of millions of people. Their tremendous struggle lasted 14 years and exerted great influence in 18 provinces. The whole nation was stirred by their courage. Under the influence of the Jindian uprising, many areas witnessed people's uprisings, such as the Small Dagger Society in Shanghai, the 11 Earth Society in Guangdong, Quincy, and Hunan, the Bianqian Society in Jiangxi, the Nian Army in the north, and the uprisings by the people of all nationalities in Tiannan and Guizhou. The peasant revolutionary movement surged forward. RCS The People's Heroic Revolt
29
undermined the rule of the Qing dynasty, and quickened the pace of the bourgeois democratic revolution. All these heroic peasants' revolutionary struggles were eventually suppressed, but the peasant heroes nurtured the Chinese land with their blood. From the blood-soaked soil grew the flowers that were as red as blood. The Taiping Heavenly Kingdom failed in
1864,
but people's struggles did not cease. The remainders of the Taiping Army continued to fight. In southwestern China, the Miao people in Guizhou and the Yuan Hui people in Yunnan joined the fight, as did the Hui people in Kansu in northwestern China. when foreign enemies were invading our country, bringing humiliation to China, the national contradictions became prominent and the Chinese people started a new round of struggle against them. In the late 19th century, world capitalism began its transition to imperialism, and the imperialists' scramble for colonies reached a climax. They were no longer content with their established interests in China, and they stretched out their tentacles for its territories. Their insatiable plunder naturally met with the fierce resistance of the people of all nationalities of China.
In 1876,
with the support of the people, a senior general, Zhou Zongtang, recovered the lost territories of Xinjiang despite British obstruction and consequently thwarted the Russo-British plot to partition the Tian Shan Mountains.
In 1883,
the French invading troops launched attacks on the Chinese army, and the Sino-French War broke out. Within half a year, Vietnam was formally reduced to the status of a French colony. The arrogant French army soon began to attack Taiwan with its Far East Fleet but retreated in panic when it unexpectedly encountered fierce counterattack by the Chinese troops. The French army did not resign itself to defeat but initiated an even larger sea battle at MAO. Following the surrender of the Qing government, the French army intensified its aggression against China. When the Qing government surrendered, the people were infuriated. Under the intense pressure of public opinion, in both the court and the commonalty, the Qing government reluctantly ordered its troops to be ready to fight the French army. The Chinese army would not accept humiliation. When the French army launched an assault at the Genese Pass, the Chinese army was determined to fight a last-ditch battle there. At the fog-bound Genese Pass, a fort in southwestern China, on March
23, 1885,
the Chinese army fought with enormous courage. The French aggressors suffered crushing defeat and fled. Strange things do happen in this world. The incredible result of the Sino-French War was that France was victorious while defeated, and China was defeated while victorious. Although the Sino-French War ended with China's acceptance of another unequal treaty, the Treaty of Tientsin, the great victory at the Genese Pass helped spread the great influence of the Chinese army.
30.
In 1894, the Japanese militarists invaded China. Under attacks by the Japanese army, the Chinese government was compelled to declare war. Because the Qing government repeatedly made concessions, the Sino-Japanese War ended with the Treaty of Shimonoseki, which stipulated that China cede territories, pay indemnity, and open up trading ports. In the sea battle of
1894,
the Chinese Navy fought bravely against the Japanese Navy. More than
250
officers and men on the Chinese warship Xiwan died a heroic death. Their heroic dedication to their motherland and the national hero Deng Xisheng will be remembered by the Chinese people forever. The raging flames of the Chinese people's struggles against the Qing government and imperialism could never be put out.
In 1894,
the indignant people on the Kowloon Peninsula put up resistance against the British troops.
In 1895,
tens of thousands of the Hui people in Kansu rebelled, in protest against exorbitant taxes and levies. In June
1897,
the people of Shandong opposed the German aggressors' acquisition of land for the construction of railways, and some 20 Chinese people were killed. The indignant people rose in arms, struck GLE, forcing Germany to stop the railway project for some time.
In 1898,
the Chinese army and the inhabitants of the Liaodong Peninsula rose against the invasion of Tsarist Russia, forcing the Russian army to retreat. In the same year the people of Guangzhou rose against the French aggressors, who were trying to survey the boundaries of ceded territories. The workers and shopkeepers of Shanghai went on strike to halt the expansion of the French concessions, suffering scores of casualties. The Yulin uprising in Guangxi against the Qing army broke out. Tens of thousands of people participated in uprisings in northern Jiangsu, northern Anhui, and Yunnan, and in November, the unyielding people of Guangzhou Bay revolted and killed French soldiers.
In 1900,
the Yichuan movement broke out and swept across the country. Holding high the anti-imperialist and patriotic banner, the Yichuan heroes wanted to eliminate foreigners and their religions and to topple the Qing government. This mammoth peasants' revolutionary storm originated in Shandong, spread rapidly to every corner of China, and culminated in the second nationwide revolutionary upsurge in the modern history of China. The Qing dynasty was like a rotten and dilapidated palace that was about to crumble. China resembled a long, suppressed volcano that was on the point of erupting all over a bleeding land. Humiliation, agony, bitterness, and indignation had been pent up for too long. A tremendous revolutionary change was maturing and about to happen. Dr. Sun Yat-sen's endeavor. There was only a man of whom the Chinese people cherish a fond memory and the people in other countries speak highly, and whose portrait still stands at the heart of the capital of China. He was Dr. Sun Yat-sen, the great forerunner of the Chinese Revolution. Born in Xiangshan County, Guangdong Province, Sun Yat-sen was formerly a medical practitioner. Because he accepted progressive ideas, he was determined to oppose the Qing rulers and called for political reform. In the late 19th century, national capitalism developed steadily and the national bourgeoisie came into being. From the very beginning of its development, however, Chinese national capitalism experienced the dual oppression of domestic feudalism and foreign capitalist aggressors. To secure their own development, the Chinese national bourgeoisie attempted to oppose feudalism by way of reform, but their moderate approach failed. The constitutional reform and modernization drive, endorsed by many people with lofty ideals, including Kang Youwei, Lian Kikao, Tan Sitong, and Yan Fu, was stifled by the Qing government. In the coup of
1898,
the reformists were removed from office, sent into exile, put in jail, or executed. Before dying a martyr's death, Tan Sitong cried bitterly, "I had the will to fight the enemy, but no power to reverse the desperate situation." The failure of the reformist cause enlightened a group of revolutionaries. The 8 Power Allied Forces imperialist invading troops sent by Britain, France, Germany, Italy, Japan, Russia, the United States, and Austria launched a savage war of aggression against China. They frenziedly plundered China's treasures and massacred Chinese people in cold blood. The atrocities committed by the imperialists infuriated the entire Chinese nation and awoke the people of insight devoted to a democratic revolution. A group of revolutionary pioneers started stirring up public opinion in favor of the revolution. Zhang Binglin, Zhou Ruang, Chen Tianhua, and Qiu Jian took the lead in advocating revolution, calling upon the people to sharpen the sword, raise the flag, and exert all efforts to march to the battlefields. They called for uprisings so as to establish an independent, democratic, prosperous, and powerful bourgeois republic. Their words were bold and radical, and their deeds brave and heroic. Zhang Binglin was put in jail and then forced into exile. Zhou Ruang died in prison at the age of only 21. Chen Tianhua took his own life in grief and indignation at the age of only 30. Qiu Jin died a martyr's death at the age of 28. Although these revolutionaries failed to attain their goal, they certainly
31、32
helped push the revolution forward. The widespread dissemination of neo-heretic ideas accelerated the establishment of revolutionary organizations.
On August 20, 1905,
a group of revolutionaries led by Sun Yat-sen founded Tongmeng MUI, the first bourgeois political party in China. Sun Yat-sen proposed to accomplish the task of the three major revolutions: national, political and social revolutions at one stroke. The Chinese Revolutionary League established a revolutionary program calling for the expulsion of the Manchus, restoration of China, founding of a republic, and equalization of land ownership. In addition, Sun Yat-sen put forward the three people's principles, i.e., the principle of nationalism, the principle of democracy, and the principle of people's livelihood. While opposing the feudal royalists and the pro-Confucian anti-legalists and constitutionalists, the bourgeois revolutionaries staged a series of armed uprisings, displaying a militant resolution to carry out the revolution even at the cost of their lives. All the uprisings failed, but the revolutionaries did not lose heart and continued to fight on the blood-stained battlefields. By that time in China, the rising wind foreboded the coming storm. The wind, like a hurricane, fanned the flames of fury of the Chinese nation. The whole nation was thrown into a great chaos.
In 1909,
more than 130 mass revolts took place all over the country. The following year the number rose sharply to more than
290
and the unrest of rice seizing in Changsha spread rapidly to engulf the whole country. In Shandong there was a powerful struggle against exorbitant taxes and levies. In
1911,
the mighty movement to protect China's railway rights shook many provinces. It was a time when revolutionary struggles could be triggered at a moment and supported by the masses. On October
10, 191,
the Wuchang uprising broke out, shocking the country and the whole world. The victory of the Wuchang uprising revitalized the bourgeois democratic revolution. As the shots were fired in the uprising, revolutionaries across the country immediately responded. All of China was quickly engulfed by the flames of armed revolution. On New Year's Day
1912,
Sun Yat-sen was sworn in as the provisional president in Nanjing, and he declared the founding of the Republic of China. On February
12
of the same year, the Qing dynasty, which had ruled China for
267
years, ended with the abdication of the last emperor. The feudal monarchy, which had lasted more than
2000
years, was eventually overthrown in the Revolution of
191.
However, disaster and distress haunted the Chinese nation. 10 feudal emperors were overthrown, feudal forces lingered on. The old emperor was dethroned, but someone else wanted to step up to the throne. Before the foreign aggressors left, the warlords in various parts of China started to set up their separate regimes and carve up the country. Actually, people of all descriptions and motivations participated in the revolution of
1911
and wanted a share of the fruits of its victory. Dr. Sun Yat-sen's endeavor.
33.
In less than half a year after the revolution, Sun Yat Sen served as the provisional president for just over a month. The fruits of the revolution, namely the Republic of China, were wrested away by the arch-usurper of state power, Yuan Shikai, who became the provisional president. Externally, he continued the Qing government as policies of selling out China and signed with Japan the humiliating 21 demands. Internally, he retaliated against the people and had Song Jiaran, a revolutionary, assassinated. Yuan Shikai did not stop there. He went on to restore monarchy in open defiance of world condemnation. His leadership lasted, however, for only 83 days. On March
12, 1925,
the great forerunner of the democratic revolution, Dr. Sun Yat-sen, died in Beijing. The revolution of
1911
led by him went down in history. But the program he advocated for a bourgeois republic did not materialize. Dr. Sun Yat-sen devoted all his life to the national revolution and the democratic revolution and finally proposed the three major policies: alliance with Russia, cooperation with the Communist Party, and assistance to the peasants and workers. He was the father of China's bourgeois democratic revolution. After the feudal monarchy ended, China entered a new era. It was to be a semi-colonial and semi-feudal era, a turbulent time plagued by separatist warlords regimes, incessant civil wars, foreign aggressions, and the utter misery of the people. My grandfather,
XIAOPING 反斜杠 T 就 I
from the late Qing dynasty to the whole period of the Republic of China, the turmoil and the house of war occurred frequently. There was no time for people to live in peace. Perhaps it was because of the natural and man-made disasters that our family began to decline from one generation to the next. Just as the saying goes, even the young tree is on the verge of subjugation. Is there any family to sustain? It was said that the father of my grandfather was very poor. He owned little land. But he lived a simple life and was very diligent. He knew how to spin and weave. He saved on food and clothing every day, knew no sufferings, and tried to accumulate wealth for his family bit by bit. He often went to the country fair to sell his cotton yarn and cloth. When he went, he took only some broad beans with him, and when hungry, he just put a few beans into his mouth and washed them down with cold water. Gradually, he began to save some money and bought a pile of land. When my grandfather was born, the family had about a dozen mu of land. The father of my grandfather, my great-grandfather, perhaps he would not be counted as a craftsman at all. At most, he was a peasant, craftsman. My grandfather was born in
1886.
It was said that until my grandfather was born, a generation had had one son on of. In old feudal society, women were looked down upon. In fact, MV grandfather had several sisters, but they've amounted to little, so my grandfather was also the of a head of the family. My grandfather was DENG and also known as Wenming. People always called him Deng Wenming. We never saw our grandfather, and father never mentioned him. We got to know a little about him from grandma. So our generation has little impression of him. We all knew that his name was very funny, especially when pronounced in the Sichuanese. It was only recently that I have got to know something about him from some relatives. My grandfather studied for a while at Sichuan when he was young, but he was far from being an intellectual. Because the family had a little land, there was no need for him to till the land. Because he hired some farm hands, he in be regarded as a landlord in terms of elas status. But as the amount of land was not much, he was a small landlord at best. In the words of MAO Denken, my grandfather was a typical man of the old society, and his thought and style of life all belonged to the old days. I lo xer, he was discontented with the old society. He even said, this society is really shocking. It needs a revolution. The revolution of 1911 broke out. As early as the beginning of the 20th century, northeastern Sichuan, with Chongqing as the center, had been influenced by reformist ideas, and my grandfather 35 drawn to the notion of a bourgeois democratic revolution. Zhou Rong, an activist of the bourgeois democratic revolution, was a native of Baxian County in the Chongqing area. In 1906, the Tongmenghui founded by Dr. Sun Yat-sen established a branch in Chongqing, further promoting the revolutionary struggle in Sichuan. From 1907, the Tongmenghui staged several large-scale armed uprisings in Sichuan. On the eve of the outbreak of the revolution of 1911, on September 25, 191, Wu Yuzhang and other members of the Tongmenghui led an uprising in Rongxian County, Sichuan Province, and declared independence. In November, the Tongmenghui led uprisings in Changsha and ruling in the Chongqing area. On November 21, the Tongmenghui in Quan'an led an army to seize Quan'an and set up the Northern Sichuan Military Government of China. On November 22, the military government of Chongqing was established by the Tongmenghui, marking the collapse of the feudal autocratic rule of the Qing dynasty there. In Sichuan as a whole, especially at a time when the bourgeois democratic revolution was very active and the revolutionary movement was surging in eastern Sichuan, my grandfather, who was about 25 at the time and full of youthful vigor, rose to support the revolution and took part in the local armed rebellion. The aim of the rebellion was to end the rule by the Manchus and revitalize the rule by the Hans. In the Revolutionary Army in Quan'an, he served as a kind of low-ranking commander similar to a platoon leader. The Revolutionary Army set up 2 barracks opposite the county town of Quan'an Dazai and Xiazai with 100 to 200 troops stationed there. Society was in great turmoil. Therefore, it was entirely of their own accord that people joined the Revolutionary Army. When the revolution of 1911 broke out, father was only 7 years old. When my grandfather was in the army barracks, father went to see him and stayed there for 2 days and nights. Although father was very small, the revolutionary flames certainly left a deep impression on his mind. He can still remember this incident. My grandfather was perhaps not a good businessman and knew little about making a fortune. However, he was loyal to friends and participated in the handling of some important occasions, thus earning himself a reputation. In Sichuan there was a secret society called Pao Xi Hui, or Ji Lao Hui. The organization participated in the campaign against Western churches, the movement to protect the railways, and the revolution of 1911. It played an important role in the modern history of Sichuan. My grandfather once served as San Yie, meaning the number 3 person in the society in Zixing Township. Because he was also probably in charge of the society's routine affairs, he was also called steward. Later on he was promoted to the top position. In about the 3rd year of the Republic of China, My grandfather served as the commissioner of the security agency of Kwang'an County. The post was commissioned by the county magistrate. When the county magistrate lost his post, my grandfather was also dismissed. After that, he served as the head of our township. It was said that when he was the chief of the Home Guards Bureau, he led his men to suppress bandits headed by a certain person called DENG in the Fluang Mountains, thus causing a feud. Later, DENG accepted the government's amnesty and was appointed division commander. A division commander was much higher than a bureau chief, so my grandfather had to go into hiding in Chongqing, where he lived for 8 consecutive years. There he made quite a number of friends, who told him the news that students were being sent to study in France on work, study programs. Thus, he had his son in the countryside come to Chongqing and sent him to study in France, thereby enabling him to take an extraordinary road in life. Even after my grandfather became the head of the family, he devoted little energy to its affairs, perhaps because he was very concerned about the external world and social affairs. When he served as the chief of the Home Guards Bureau, he earned some money and increased the wealth of the family. At the time, the family owned more than 20 mu of land. Even though my grandfather had 1 or 2 hired hands to work for him, the family was not very well off. Sometimes they even lived a hard life. To support his son in his studies and bear other expenses, my grandfather had to sell some of the land. Though he had a lot of old ideas and habits, on the whole he was fairly enlightened. Not only did he send his son to study in Iran, but when he learned that his son was engaging in revolutionary activities abroad, he had no objections. When his son could not support himself in his revolutionary activities and wrote asking for money, he sold land and grain to raise money to help his son. He kept in a big box all the revolutionary books and magazines his sons sent back and did not burn them until the Kuomintang searched closely. My grandfather was such a typical person, holding both old and new ideas. He died in
1936.
The eldest of his 4 sons left home as a teenager and never returned. The second son left home for school and later joined the revolutionary ranks. He did not return either. His third son also wanted to go and see the world. But this time my grandfather insisted that he stay home. Perhaps he wanted the third son to inherit what was left of the family property. However, the third son turned a deaf ear to his proposal and fled. My grandfather pursued him. For days on end, he walked. He used to pass blood in his stool. His anger and fatigue aggravated his disease, and later he died on the way. He was then barely 50 years old. At the sudden bad news, the family fell into deep grief. They had to buy a piece of land to bury him at a place not far from home. My grandfather had married 4 times. He married his first wife, named Zhang, when he was about 13. She died only 2 years later, leaving no children. My grandfather
37.
His second wife, my grandmother, was named Dan. The Dan family was a prosperous one in Wangzi Township, Kwang'an County. During the Qing dynasty, some of the Dan family members served as county magistrates in Tongcheng of Hubei Province, Jiading of Jiangsu Province, and Weiyuan of Gansu Province. When this girl of the Dan family was married to Dan Wenming, her family was more prosperous than the Dan family. My grandfather married her about
1901.
The following year, their first daughter was born. She was Deng Xianli. My grandfather was then 16 years old. In
1904
their first son was born. He was Deng Xiansheng, my father. In
1910
the second son came into this world, called Deng Xianzhu. The third son was Deng Xianzi, and his name was later changed to Deng Xiaoping. My grandmother did not know how to read and write, but she was very capable and good at reasoning. When there were family disputes in the area, people asked her to mediate. She also knew how to raise silkworms and real silk. She sold the silk to earn additional income for the family. All her sisters were very capable, while her brothers were good for nothing. I mentioned earlier in this book my uncle, in-law Dan Yuxing, who was the same age as my father and the younger brother of my grandmother. He was a useless person who could do nothing. As my grandfather spent little time at home, all the family affairs had to be handled by my grandmother. My father respected her very much. He once said that it was his mother who kept the family going. It was said that my grandmother loved her eldest son very much. When he left home, she was very worried when she did not hear any news from him. Some people said that she died because she missed her son too much. Perhaps they were right. This traditional woman had to handle the family affairs and, at the same time, missed her son. Hard work and grief led to her early death. She died in
1926
never seeing again the son whom she missed so much. The third wife of my grandfather was Xiao by surname. She gave birth to the fourth son of the Deng family before she died. Then my grandfather had another wife, Xiao Bogan, the grandma who is still living with us and whom we love so much. She is over 90 but still very healthy. Her life was ordinary and, at the same time, not so ordinary. Her father was a boat tracker on the Jialing River, a true poor laborer, without an inch of land. She had an elder brother, but he died when he was a child. Her mother was so grieved that she left for the other world soon afterwards. Grandma, the only daughter, lived with her father. When she was a teenager, she was married to a middleman and gave birth to a daughter. But unfortunately, her husband died soon afterwards. She was married to my grandfather, taking her daughter along. With my grandfather, she gave birth to 3 daughters. The first one was my second aunt, Deng Xianfu. The second one was Deng Xianrong, who died at about age 10, and the third one was Deng Xiankan. When my grandfather died, she was barely 1 year old.
38
The death of my grandfather was a big loss to grandma. As she was a remarried widow and had no sons, she had no position in the family at all. However, she was loved by her fellow villagers because she was clever, capable, reasonable, and ready to help others. She was good at weaving cloth and knew how to till the land. She was especially good at cooking. My third uncle, who was the head of the family, did not in fact care too much about the family. The whole burden fell on grandma. Like my grandmother Dan, she was the prop of our family that kept it going. So, my grandfather had 7 children in all: Deng Xianli, Deng Xiansheng, Deng Xianzhu, Deng Xianzi, Deng Xianfu, Deng Xianqing, and Deng Xiankan. My first aunt, Deng Xianli, was 2 years older than my father. She was married to a landlord named Tang, who was much richer than the Deng family. She is still alive. My second uncle, Deng Ken, joined the Communist Party in
1937.
He was the only intellectual in the DENG family. He worked as a journalist and then as a cultural worker. After liberation, he served as a deputy mayor of Gongqing, deputy mayor of Wuhan, and vice-governor of Hubei province. He has retired and now is living in Wuhan. In our childhood, we felt that he was most unlike his eldest brother because he was tall and handsome. But now, when he sits by my father, we feel that he is like his elder brother after all, though one is tall and the other shorter. My third uncle, Deng Xiaoping, was a small landlord before liberation. He did nothing else in particular and smoked opium. After liberation, father sent him to a rehabilitation center, where he received some kind of revolutionary education. Later on, he did some work in the Liuzi prefecture of Guizhou province. During the Cultural Revolution he was persecuted to death because of his class status as a landlord and his brother's loss of power. My second aunt, Deng Xianfu, studied at a middle school before liberation and had connections with the local underground party organization at that time. After Sichuan was liberated, she was sent to study at the Southwest Military and Political School run by what was then the Southwestern Bureau of the GPG Central Committee. All along she did confidential office work. She has now retired, retaining only the post of a member of the Sichuan Provincial Committee of the Chinese People's Political Consultative Conference. Because she worked in Sichuan for a long time, is always ready to help others, and devotes all her energy to public good, people in Sichuan lovingly call her Sister Deng or Deng Niang Niang. Her husband, Zhang Zongren, served as the director of the Archive Bureau of Sichuan Province. He is a humbly, honest, industrious, and dependable person. My grandmother loves him the most. My fourth uncle, Deng Xianqing, lost his mother when he was a child, and my grandfather 39.
It was my grandmother who raised him.
From an early age, he has not been physically fit and just does what he can in Sichuan. My youngest aunt, Deng Xiankan, is the youngest of the older generation of our family. Grandma has described her as a wildcat ever since she was a child. She climbed trees to search for birds' nests and went down to the river to fish. She was up to all kinds of mischief. For all this, she was beat the most. After liberation, she came to Beijing with us. She finished her studies at the Experimental Middle School and entered the Harbin Academy of Military Engineering. Except during the Cultural Revolution, she has always worked in the army, and now she is the director of the Mass Work Department of the General Political Department of the Chinese People's Liberation Army. She is one of the few women major generals in the army. She is both our senior and our good friend because of her age. She has a lively temperament. We played together when we were children, making no distinctions according to family status. Her husband is Li Qianming, Deputy Commander of the 2nd Artillery Corps of the Chinese People's Liberation Army. She and her husband were schoolmates at the Harbin Academy and are now leading cadres in the army. As her husband is a major general, we do not call him uncle but, jokingly, Great General Li. Grandma likes my second uncle most among her sons-in-law, but her favorite daughter is my youngest aunt. The two aunts all have close relations with us. Their children live in our family, and Grandma looks after them. They serve as toys of our family as well. My grandfather was the only son in his generation, but there were many more children in our generation and the next. The DENG family, which had only one son for 3 generations, is most populous now. Father's childhood. It was the year
1904.
On July
12英寸
the Chinese lunar calendar August
22英寸
the Western calendar father was born in Baifang village, Zixing Township, Guang'an County, Sichuan Province. His father, Deng Wenming, was then 18 years old, and his mother, Dan, was 20. It was the happiest occasion for the Dengs to have a baby boy. However happy an event it was in the family, it was nothing in Quan'an, Sichuan, and throughout the country. Father was one of tens of thousands of babies born that year. Because of his fame now, some relatives and villagers spread a story about a good omen at the time of his birth. Those were nothing but fabrications. At that time Baifang village was poor and remote. Certainly no one had anything like a camera. So we have no clue as to what father looked like at his birth. However, when my younger brother's son Xiaodi was born, a Verve family member said he resembled his grandfather. I jokingly said that if someone was going to make a film on Deng Xiaoping's childhood, Xiaodi was qualified to play his grandfather as a baby. What does my nephew Xiaodi look like? A round face, white forehead, light eyebrows, white skin, small eyes, plus a round nose tip that is typical of our family and has been handed down from our ancestors. At the age of 5, father went to SI-Shu, the old-style Chinese private school. It was located in the Imperial Academy, the old house of the former academy member Deng. The teacher of SI-Shu thought that MV father's name, Xian Sheng, was not a good one, so he changed MV father's name to Zixian. Father used this name for 20 years. At the age of 6, father went to the lower primary school in Zixing Township. To be educated in SI-Shu, he only read Sanzijing, a thread, character, phrase textbook for children, and Beijiaxing, a book of Chinese clan names. At the lower primary school, only Sishu He 4 books, Namakov, He Great Learning, He Doctrine of the Mean, He Analects of Confucius, and Olencius, and Wujing He 5 Classics, Namakov, He Books of Songs, He Book of History, the Book of Changes, He Book of Rites, and He Spring and Autumn Annals, were taught. The teaching method then was manual reciting. True, it was not a correct method to recite without comprehending the meaning. However, what one recited in childhood was remembered forever. Moreover, as far as Chinese was concerned, the more one learned by heart, the greater impact it would have on one's cultural traits. Nowadays, teaching emphasizes comprehension, not cramming. But I believe that because they do little reciting or reading of the classics, a lot of children are still at a very low level culturally when they graduate from middle schools and even colleges. It is beyond my purposes here to say which is the correct teaching method.
40.
Father's childhood.
41. In 1915,
when he was 11 years old, father passed the examination and entered the primary school of Guang'an County, which was the only one there. The school was situated on a hill in Guang'an County town. When my second aunt and I returned to our hometown, we visited the school. There were only a few old rooms left. On the second floor was a wooden corridor with wooden banisters. The classroom was rather small, for some 20 pupils only. Because it was the sole higher primary school in the county, it was hard to gain entrance. I presume that father studied hard when he was young, so he could go to this school. The school enrolled only 1 or 2 classes of students at a time. It offered very limited courses, and almost no courses in the natural sciences. In addition to the works of Confucius and Mencius, Chinese courses included such articles from the selected works of the best classics as the proses composed by Lu Zongyuan and Hong Yu. The teaching method was the same as that in the lower primary school, that is, recitation. The pupils differed in ages, some were around 10, and some over 20. All those pupils whose homes were not in the canton were boarders. Father was one of them and went home once a week. My aunt told me that there was no highway whatsoever at that time. When she went to school, she had to take a ferry across the river, climb hills, and walk on the stone road. At the time, Guang'an County had a population of between 20万 and 30万, but the whole county had only 1 higher primary school and 1 junior middle school.
In 1918,
at the age of 14, father finished his studies in the higher primary school and was admitted to Guang'an County Middle School. Many great men distinguish themselves and show their talents in their childhood and youth. But I consider father's childhood to have been very ordinary. Some legends about my father told by some relatives and fellow villagers are mostly unreliable. But one thing is certain. In his childhood my father was a bright good boy dearly loved by his parents as well as a good hard, working pupil at school. Father left Guang'an County Middle School not long after being admitted to it. My grandfather was then in Chongqing. When he heard that a preparatory school for studying in France on a work-study program would be established, he sent a message back home, asking his son to come to Chongqing to study in the school. The movement to study in France on work-study programs. The movement to study in France on a work-study program was a component of the new cultural movement that emerged during the late 19th century and the early 20th century. After the First Opium War broke out in
1840,
China was gradually reduced to the status of a semi-feudal and semi-colonial country with a corrupt government, a chaotic social order, and a backward economy. While the Chinese people were waging unyielding struggles against imperialist aggression and oppression by feudal emperors, some people with lofty ideals began to explore various ways of saving the nation and the people. Under the influence of reform ideas and the westernization movement, many people, especially the intellectuals, believed that they had to learn from the Western countries to save the country. Before the revolution of
1911,
some ardent youths went abroad group by group to study foreign languages, politics, law, and military science. Mao Zedong said, Chinese who then sought progress would read any book containing the new knowledge from the West. The number of students sent to Japan, Britain, the United States, France and Germany was amazing. At home, the imperial examinations were abolished and modern schools sprang up like bamboo shoots after a spring rain. A verve effort was made to learn from the West. Some young Chinese revolutionaries who were drawn into the old democratic revolution not only studied and explored foreign ideas for saving China and its people but also carried out and initiated revolutionary causes in foreign countries far away from the hinterland of feudal rule. Zhou Rong, Qiu Jin, Chen Tianhua, Huang Xing, and other renowned revolutionary pioneers all studied in Japan, and the great revolutionary forerunner Dr. Sun Yat-sen also took a foreign land as a revolutionary base when he formed in Japan the first National Bourgeois Revolutionary Party, Tong MCND Hui. The movement to go abroad for advanced studies prevailed during the period before the Revolution of 1911. The number of Chinese students studying in the United States exceeded 800, and some Sioux students went to Europe each year. The largest number of Chinese students studying abroad, over 2,000, went to Japan. After the Revolution of 1911, autocratic feudal rule in China was overthrown and all the imperialist powers were busy fighting the First World War. During this period, national capitalism developed further in China, and as a result, Chinese educators and advocates for studying abroad radically changed their thinking. Some thought that France was a country where the bourgeois revolution had been thoroughly carried out and where most of the new scientific ideas had also originated. They therefore believed that Chinese students
42.
The movement to study in France 43 would do better to study in France than in Japan. Besides, living costs in France were lower than in other European countries. So France was a suitable country for Chinese students who had to cross the ocean to study, especially only those who studied at their own expense. In the year following the Revolution of
191,
in April 1912, XIAOPING, Wu Yuzhang, Li Shizhen, and others in Beijing sponsored the establishment of the Society of Work and Study in France, as well as a preparatory school for students going to France. By June 1916 it had organized 2 groups of students, totaling 80, and sent them to France for further study. After the Revolution of 1911 failed, XIAOPING and Wu Yuzhang had to go into exile abroad. In June 1915, with their support, the Chinese workers in France set up the Work-Study Society, which was designed to carry on study through hard work. The First World War broke out in August 1914. 1 million French people died or were wounded in the war. As a result, there was an acute shortage of labor on the French home front. The French government hurriedly sent officials to China to hire cheap Chinese workers. In this way, during the First World War the number of Chinese workers in France grew to over 10,000. The wages of these Chinese workers in France were very low, and they had little chance to receive education. In view of this, in June 1916 XIAOPING and others sponsored the establishment of the Sino-Franco Education Association. In the same year, in China, Yuan Shikai's scheme of restoring the autocratic monarchy shamefully failed, so many revolutionaries who had gone into exile abroad could come back to China. In 1917 the Sino-Iran Coeducation Association and the Association for Studying in Iran's on a work-study program were established in Beijing. The Association for Studying in Iran's on a work-study program set up 3 preparatory schools in Beijing, Beijing, and another city for students preparing to go to France. Very soon the movement to study in France on a work-study program spread to all parts of the country. The SFA opened or started various preparatory schools and courses for Iran's bound students in Shanghai, Chengdu, Chongqing, Changsha, Quanzhou, Jinan, Tianjin, Wuhan, and other cities. In November 1918 the First World War came to an end. After 1919 the movement to study in France developed rapidly and reached a new climax after the MAO movement of 1919.
Between 1919 and 1920, the two associations organized 17 groups of young students, totaling over 1,600, most from Hunan and Sichuan, to go to France for further study. The movement to study in France on a work-study program was unprecedented. This movement spread across the country with a powerful momentum, mainly owing to the direct influence of the international situation and the situation in China itself at that time. After the revolution of 1911, the bourgeois revolutionaries led by Dr. Sun Yat-sen were forced to give up the fruits of their theater under penal attacks by powerful Chinese feudal forces and imperialist forces. When the Qing emperor gave up the throne in 1912, the fruits of the Chinese bourgeois revolution were first seized by Yuan Shikai, the arch-usurper of state power, and later were grabbed by the northern warlord government represented by Li Yuanhong and Duan Kaiyue. The Second Revolution and the War of Upholding the Provisional Constitution, both led by Dr. Sun Yat-sen, ended in failure. China entered a miserable period of separatist warlord regimes, both big and small, and internecine warfare among them. The peasants became impoverished, and the workers lost their jobs. Natural calamities also occurred. The people's lives became more and more miserable, and the rural and urban economies languished. The chaotic domestic situation compelled some young intellectuals to seek ways to save the nation and the people from abroad. The failure of the old bourgeois democratic revolution also prompted some people with courage and consciousness to explore new truth. During this time, two major events shook China like thunder and lightning. The first was the outbreak of the October Revolution in Russia in 1917. The victory of the October Revolution greatly encouraged the Chinese revolutionary intellectuals, spurred the development of the new Chinese cultural movement, and promoted the quick dissemination of Marxism in China. Vast numbers of progressive Chinese intellectuals yearned for and absorbed the new thinking and the new culture. Li Dazhao, Chen Duxiu, and others spared no efforts in actively propagating, advocating, and disseminating the great news of the October Revolution and Marxism. His efforts undoubtedly drew the attention of many Chinese revolutionaries and gave them new hope. His second event was the outbreak of the May 4th movement in 1919. After the first World War ended, in January 1919 in Paris, the victorious nations held a peace meeting that was actually held for the purpose of dividing the spoils. As one of the victorious nations, China put forward a claim for the return of its sovereignty over Shandong province and the abolishment of the unequal treaty, the Pucut. One demands Britain, France, the United States, Italy, and Japan not only turned down China's just claims but also transferred to Japan all the rights and interests seized by Sermon in Shandong province. The Northern Warlord government signed this humiliating peace treaty. The whole nation immediately made an indignant outrage. On May 4, over 3,000 students from Beijing University and other institutions of higher learning gathered in Tiananmen Square and held a demonstration. In spite of being suppressed by the army and police and foreign police, the students gave a good beating to the Northern Warlord government officials and set fire to the residence of Cao Rulin, the vice foreign minister of the Northern Warlord of the movement to study in France 45 eminent. The Chinese people immediately responded to the patriotic actions of the Beijing students. Before long, students, workers, and businessmen all went on strike, and the whole nation joined in the protest.
The MAO movement was a great anti-imperialist and anti-feudal revolutionary movement and marked the beginning of the new democratic revolution. A large number of revolutionary intellectuals across the country were tempered in the MAO movement, an involvement that laid the foundation for their continued quest for the truth and their further revolutionary activities. The dissemination of new ideas and the outbreak of the MAO movement further propelled the movement to study in France, which became widespread throughout the country. Hunan was one of the provinces where the movement proceeded very smoothly. In April 1918, a 25-year-old man named Mao Zedong and a 23-year-old man named Cai Hasan set up in Changsha, Hunan Province, a revolutionary organization XIAOPIng Society, and very soon it started the work-study program in France. Between 1919 and 1920, of the 346 students from Hunan Province who studied in France, 18 were members of the New People's Society. At home, they were the core members who organized the movement to study in France, and in France they were the backbone of progressive study groups and were involved in establishing communist organizations in Europe. Among them were Cai Hasan, Xiang Jingyu, Li Vihan, Li Fukan, Zhang Kandi, and Cai Chang, as well as Su Tili, a famous educator, and Ji Jianhao, mother of Cai Hasan. In Sichuan, the movement to study in France was sponsored and led by Wu Yuzhang himself. In 1918, the schools that prepared students for study in France were set up in Chengdu and Chongqing, respectively. By the end of 1920, 378 students, including Chen Yi, Nai Rongzhen, Deng Zixian, Zhang Zimin, and Zhou Weijun, had gone to France for further study. By the end of 1920, many progressive youths had gathered in France. Wang Ruofei and his uncle, Huang Qishan, a venerable gentleman, left Guizhou for France in December 1919. Chen Yannian and Chen Qiaonian, Li Winong, and others from Anhui left for France in 1920. In September 1920, Zhao Shiyan from Sichuan left for France. In November 1920, Zhou Enlei, an organizer and leader of the Society of Awakening in Tianjin, went to France. These young Chinese students did not travel such a long way to seek Western civilization or to learn some professional skills. Cherishing patriotism and the ideal of saving the nation, they broke through the yoke of feudalism and went to the outside world to acquire knowledge and seek truth so that one day, when they came back to their motherland, they could save the country and serve it. The 22-year-old Zhou Enlei wrote in his poem, 46. Bear in mind your spirit, your determination, your courage. Make progress joyfully, and all depends on your brave struggle. Go abroad. Cross the East Sea, South China Sea, Red Sea and Mediterranean Sea, with surging waves rolling on in the vast oceans. You are bound for the coast of France, the hometown of freedom. On that land take up the tools, be wet with sweat in labor, make your brilliant achievements. Develop your ability and maintain your innocence. When you are back someday, unfold the banner of freedom and sing the song of independence. Strive for women's rights. Seek equality and conduct experiments in psychiatry. To negate old doctrines depends entirely on the ideal in your mind. A long journey is started by taking the first step. Wu Yuzhang initiated a preparatory school for students to study in France in Chengdu in Sichuan in the spring of 1918, and the first group of students was sent to France in June 1919. Chongqing, an important city in eastern Sichuan and a trading port area, would certainly not lag behind Chengdu in culture and education. Wang Yunsong, chairman of the Chamber of Commerce of Chongqing, and Wen Xiaohe, director of the Chongqing Educational Bureau, raised tens of thousands of silver dollars from celebrities in the city to set up a school in Chongqing to prepare students for study in France. My grandfather, who presumably had heard the news, sent word from Chongqing to my father in Quan'an asking him to come to Chongqing to attend the school. In the second half of 1918, father arrived in Chongqing, together with Uncle Deng Xiaosheng, a distant relative, and Hu Mingde, a fellow villager. Both Deng Xiaosheng and Hu Mingde were students at Quan'an County Middle School. The preparatory school enrolled both government-funded students and self-supporting students. Deng Xiaosheng qualified for the first category, whereas Deng Zixian and Hu Lun fell under the second category. The travel expenses for the trip to France were 300 silver dollars, of which over 100 were provided by the school board of directors. The rest had to be raised by the students themselves. Father's travel expenses were paid, of course, by grandfather. Deng Xiaosheng had to borrow from others, and Hu Lun was subsidized by his friends. In early September 1919, the Chongqing Preparatory School for Students to Study in France on a work-study program was formally opened. Wang Yunsong was the chairman of the board of directors of the school. Under him were the schoolmaster, the dean of studies, and the administrative staff. The school was located in the Confucian Temple in Chongqing. Students of the school were either middle school graduates or youths who had acquired the same educational level. The school enrolled over 100 students and divided them into 2 classes. All middle school graduates studied in the advanced class, the rest in the elementary class. The courses offered included French, algebra, geometry, physics, Chinese, and elementary knowledge of industry. French was the main subject. 2 teachers taught the French course. Wang Mibo, an interpreter working in the French consulate in Chongqing, taught the advanced class, and a man named Zhang, who had studied in France, taught the other class. Zhang Zimin, a schoolmate of father's, recalled that the school had poor teaching facilities and was loosely organized. Students went to school only to attend classes and left right after class.
47, 48.
There were no dormitories or playing fields. The purpose was to teach students a little French and impart some knowledge of industrial technology so as to prepare them for their study in France. Father once said that the school was at that time the best one in Chongqing, so it was not easy to be admitted. When father went to this school, he was only 15. Zhang Zimin recalled, Deng Xiaoping entered this preparatory school a little bit later. Phi looked quite smart and was always full of energy. He did not talk much and always studied very hard. Not long after the first students were enrolled, something happened that they would never forget for the rest of their lives. Chongqing was a passage to southwestern China, a hub of communications, by both land and water, and the largest industrial and commercial city on the upper reaches of the Yangtze River. After China signed the special supplement to the Treaty of Yantai with Britain in
1890
and the Treaty of Shimonoseki with Japan in
1895,
Chongqing formally became a trading port to foreign countries. France, the United States, Japan, and other countries set up their consulates in Chongqing. Chongqing was in the spheres of influence of the British and French imperialists. From then on, Britain and France shared all rights in Sichuan. Foreign commercial ships sailed in frequently, and the warships of the imperialists ran amok on the Yangtze River. Britain, France, Germany, Japan, and the United States took turns controlling Chongqing customs. Worse still, they've occupied the piers, set up barracks, and occupied the concessions by force. As it was very hard to go to Chongqing, the feudal forces there were stronger, the economy was more backward, and the class oppression was more severe compared with conditions in other coastal cities. After the revolution of 1911, Chongqing became the focus of the internecine warfare among the warlords of Sichuan. The gigantic forces of the separatist warlords in Sichuan and the wars among them year after year brought untold sufferings to the people in Chongqing. The May 4th movement broke out in Beijing on May 4, 1919. Owing to Sichuan's poor communications, the news did not reach Chongqing until mid-May. Students, youth, and people from all walks of life in Chongqing were burning with patriotism and responded immediately. They not only denounced the traitors in various forms but also boycotted Japanese goods and opposed all transactions with Japanese businessmen. In November of that year, Zheng Xianshu, commissioner of the Chongqing Police Bureau, misappropriated over 4,000 silver dollars of public funds to purchase over 80 cartons of cheap Japanese goods from a Japanese firm, then sold them openly in the name of the police bureau, triggering an immediate wave of protest by the patriotic students. The morning of November 17, over 1,000 students from Chuangdong Normal School, Chongqing Associated Middle School, the preparatory school for students to study in France on a work-study program, and other schools held a protest rally in front of the police bureau. A long journey is started by taking the first step 49 strongly demanding that Zheng Xianshu hand over the Japanese goods. Zheng was too scared to come out. The students surrounded the bureau day and night. Their patriotic action won the support of the city dwellers, who sent them food. This support in turn heightened the students' morale. The next morning, Zheng Xianshu was forced to agree to hand over the Japanese goods. In the clash between the students and Zheng's armed escort, 2 students were wounded. The indignant students fought with the escort and disarmed him. Zheng escaped through a window. That afternoon, the students burned the Japanese goods that Zheng handed over at Kaohsiunmen in Chongqing. The students finally won victory in the struggle, and the Sichuan authorities had to dismiss Zheng Xianshu from his post. Jiang Zemin recalled. To boycott Japanese goods and oppose traitors, the students of our preparatory school went together to present a petition to the headquarters of the Chongqing garrison, where we fought for 2 days and 1 night and won some initial results. After returning to school, we threw all our daily necessities with Japanese trademarks, such as tooth powder and basins, on the ground and had them burnt. To show our determination not to use inferior Japanese goods, we even tore those clothes made of Japanese cloth. Our minds were influenced by the patriotic trend of thought the pulse of the times. I was deeply impressed by the high patriotism of the young students and people from all walks of life. Father, who was then 15 years old, took part in the movement, together with all his schoolmates. He once recalled that his patriotic ideas of national salvation were enhanced after participating in this movement. Floever, the kind of national salvation they talked about at that time was nothing but the idea of saving the country by means of industry. In his still naive mind, he was anxious only to go to France to study so that he could learn something useful for his country. At the time, father had only some patriotic and progressive ideas. He had not yet acquired the distinct outlook on life and the world that he had later. However, his MAO movement experience had a great influence on him and was of considerable significance in the development of his outlook and his revolutionary practice. After completing a year of study, the students of the preparatory school had their graduation ceremony at the Chongqing Chamber of Commerce on July 19, 1920. Present at the ceremony were the French consul and the French businessmen and missionaries in Chongqing, as well as the schoolmasters of other schools. Over 80 students passed the school examinations, the oral examinations given by the French consulate in Chongqing, and the physical checkup. Deng Xixian was one of them, and the youngest. Wu Yuzhang was generally acclaimed as the initiator of the movement in Sichuan to study in France, whereas Wang Yunsong was generally believed to 50 be the hero of the movement in Chongqing. Wang Yunsong called himself the Sun. Having witnessed the grand occasion of the students from Chengdu going to France via Chongqing, he immediately prepared to establish the Chongqing branch of the Association of Studying in France on a work-study program. Besides serving in various positions associated with the school, he took personal charge of everything. He helped to establish the branch association and the preparatory school, raised funds, applied for visas, and finally saw the students off. His students were so impressed by his enthusiasm that they had not forgotten him even decades later. One day in 1949, after Chongqing was liberated, the headquarters of the southwestern military area sent several people to Wang Yunsong's home. Not knowing whether this visit augured well, he did not dare to meet with them. A jeep came the next day and brought him to the headquarters. To his surprise, he was invited to dine with Deng Xiaoping, political commissar of the southwestern military area. Overjoyed, he told anyone he met after coming home that Xiaoping is pretty good. Only now I come to know that the communists do not forget their old acquaintances. W10 The Second National Political Consultative Conference was held in 1950. Wang Yunsong was invited to attend the conference in Beijing as an observer. After coming home, he told people that he attended the banquet given in the Huiren Hall at Zhongnanhai. Chairman Mao was the host of the first table, and Comrade Xiaoping was at the second one. Wang Yunsong was also at the second table. Xiaoping and Chen Yu had a division of labor. Comrade Xiaoping pledged host to Wang Yunsong and Chen Yu sent him back to the guest house by car after dinner. Wang Yunsong had served in the Qing government for a while as a fourth-grade district magistrate. He had been an official of the Qing government, but he was reform-minded. He did not mean to set up the school to train communists but to train industrialists who would save the country by means of industry. The venerable gentleman W.N. loved his country and also loved the Communist Party after liberation. He donated all the precious historical relics he had collected to the state. Ile had a pair of ancient porcelain vases that he loved dearly. He had the three characters Dong Feng Hong carved on the box made of Phoebe and Mu that the vases were in and presented them to Chairman Mao as a birthday present. According to the rules, leaders of the Chinese Communist Party do not celebrate their birthdays, nor do they accept birthday presents. A comrade, who worked in the United Front WYRK department of Chongqing at that time, said when Comrade XIAOPING learned about that, he told the department it had to understand Wang Yunsong. The unit at Front WYRK department made an exception and accepted the present. That same comrade from the department said that Comrade XIAOPING mentioned later that Wang Yunsong had fostered for us two反斜杠is premiers. At 下午3点整 on August 27, 1920, 3 students from Chongqing a long journey is started by taking the first step 51 preparatory school lined up and were ready to leave. They boarded the steamer, a French commercial ship named the Jiqing, which was heading for Wangxian County. On August 28, the Jiqing weighed anchor and sailed slowly toward Yuchang. We can imagine that many people went to see them off on the river bank and that quite a few of them were in tears. With great expectations, they were sending off their sons and brothers. They must have felt that in front of them was an endless road to the remotest world. Those 3 students may have been reluctant to bid farewell to their dear family members and their hometowns. Yet they must also have been eager to face the future and to see a foreign land. They must have been quite excited and longing for new things. X. Making a long and difficult journey. It is harder to travel in Sichuan than to try to reach the blue sky. Sichuan is located in the interior of southwestern China. It borders on the lowest plateau in the north, the Qinghai, Tibet Plateau in the west, the Yunnan-Guizhou Plateau in the south, and some barren mountains and hilly land in the east. This flat green land finds itself among countless mountains and valleys, looking quite like a piece of shining green jade inlaid in a fine wood carving. Sichuan is indeed a precious land richly endowed by nature. However, it has kept itself closed off from communication with the outside since ancient times. Mountains like Qinling, Idapashan, Minshan, Dixushan, Daliangshan, and Dalishan surround the Sichuan basin. It took people in ancient times several months to enter Sichuan by horse or cart. In modern times, someone who traveled in Sichuan once said that every day people there have to look for roads. He took a ship, finding no way ahead or behind when it sailed along the 3 gorges of the Yangtze. In his eyes, all water in Sichuan is dangerous water and every mountain is a high mountain. As the saying goes, Sichuan is already in good order when other parts of the country are still chaotic. Sichuan is in disorder when order has been restored across the country. Such a characteristic has been favorable to Sichuan's political and economic independence. Yet it has made Sichuan even more closed. When people from other provinces get to Sichuan, sometimes they feel like they are in a kettle. The roads out of Sichuan are nothing but dangerous mountain paths. Fortunately, the surging Yangtze River flows down to the east, going through many twists and turns and providing a lifeline for people to get in and out of Sichuan since ancient times. If it is hard to enter Sichuan, it is also difficult to get out of Sichuan. Even traversing the Yangtze River, one has to experience numerous precipitous mountains and dangerous rapids. For ages, countless travelers have lost their lives in the torrents and become food for the fish. Nevertheless, the people of Sichuan aspire to higher living standards and new life. They know that a wider world awaits them outside of Sichuan. Therefore, When they have sailed down the RI-CR with a FA-or oblique wind, they must have felt excited. The hazy mountain scenery on the way must have made them feel especially carefree and joyful. The 83 students from Gongqing Preparatory School for Students to Study in France on a W.org study program had a smooth journey as sailing eastward on the Lijing. The Gongqing government did not send envoy to escort them. The students had organized themselves and helped each other. The were divided into 4 groups, each consisting of about 20 students. Every group had a leader. 52. Making a long and difficult journey. 53. After 8 days of travel through Yucheng, Hankou, and Zhejiang, they finally reached Shanghai, safe and sound. It was a rather short journey, but their first one. We can imagine how excited they must have been in those 8 days. They could enjoy the mountain scenery, then the plains, all of which passed by them in a twinkling of an eye. The scenery was similar to that of Sichuan, yet so different. Shanghai was the commercial and trading center in eastern China. It was also an important port city through which China engaged in trade with other countries. All the students organized by the Sino-Franco Education Association and the Association for Studying in France on a work-study program first gathered in Shanghai and embarked for France from there. The Shanghai SFEA was located at 247 XIAOPIng Road in the French concession in Shanghai. Since only one ocean liner went from Shanghai to France each month, the Shanghai SFEA put the students up at the Mingli Hotel and helped them book tickets and get their visas from the French consulate. A week later, at 凌晨1点整 on September 11, 1920, the 83 students from Sichuan boarded the French ocean liner André Lebon. It rained cats and dogs that day. But the young students were so eager to see the new world as soon as possible that the heavy downpour was nothing to them. After boarding the ship, the students checked their luggage. As the siren wailed, the André Lebon weighed anchor and left Huangpu Harbor in Shanghai. Before long, the ship passed by Wusongkou and disappeared into the vast ocean. The French ocean liner sailed between Europe, Asia, and America. It was over 166 meters long, 20 meters wide, over 33 meters high, and weighed tens of thousands of tons. It had 3 classes of cabins, each with a capacity of several hundred people. The top deck was a game ground where the passengers could do physical exercises. The cargo holds were on both ends, each with a large capacity. There were 2 hoists on the ship for loading and unloading cargo. There were altogether 90 Chinese students on the ship, of whom 84 Xinghao were from Chongqing Preparatory School and the rest from Zhejiang Province. Of the 84 students from Chongqing, 46 had obtained loans to finance their studies and 38 were paying their own way. Zhang Zimin and Deng Shaosheng had loans, whereas Deng Zixian and Hu Fan paid their own expenses. Zhang Zimin recalled that a first-class ticket on the ship cost 800 silver dollars, a second-class ticket 500 silver dollars, and a third-class ticket 300 silver dollars. The Chinese students paid 100 silver dollars for fourth-class tickets. The ship actually had no fourth-class cabin. Such a cabin was set up especially for the poor Chinese students. It was in essence a cargo hold located at the bottom deck of the ship, and it was poorly lit. Cargo was everywhere, and there were no facilities except some bunk beds for the students to sleep on. The unventilated air was hot and stuffy. Worse still, there were a lot of mosquitoes.
54.
And other bugs. Many students bought deck chairs so as to kill time and get some sleep on the deck. When the sea was calm, they could drink in the ocean scenery. When it became stormy, huge waves hit the ship and the turbulence made them sick. By that time, the students' excitement had probably cooled down to a great extent. From the ship, one could see nothing but the ocean and the sky on the horizon. The ship was all alone. There were no mountains, trees, or land in sight. It was a bleak picture that made the students feel lonely. Some students tried to while the time away by reading the books they had brought with them. One of the students was Feng Xuezong from Baxian County, Sichuan Province. In his letters to his kinsfolk and friends, he gave a detailed account of the voyage through which we can get some idea of the trip and the students' feelings. On the
14th,
we arrived in Hong Kong where we stayed for 1 day. With hills behind and the sea in the front and with green trees as knee shades, Hong Kong is crowded with merchants and tourists. The streets are wide and houses neatly lined up. Though the businessmen are Chinese, all the rights to govern the place are in the hands of the British. After acquiring the place, the British formulated many rules and regulations to control the Chinese. It has recently become the most prosperous and most important commercial city along the coast. The ship reached Saigon on the
18th.
It is a flat area. Since the French captured the city, it has been well managed with harbors built along the coast and buildings constructed along the banks. However, there is one sad thing. That is the Vietnamese people, who have lost their own country. Since their country became a colony, they have no choice but to yield to the rule by the foreigners. People who have better education have to answer the calls of the French, thus becoming apathetic. People who have little or no education have to serve the French either by engaging in agriculture or by pulling rickshaws. They are lashed if they are indolent. It is sad enough to see them in such a misery. Yet the PNG enforced all kinds of evil rules so that would never have the chance to recover their sovereignty. For instance, people have to study French if they want to study and pay tax if they want to wear shoes. PHE French plans not only to eliminate the Vietnamese language but also the race. W here is justice. W here is humanism. With disheveled hair and hair feet, the Vietnamese people led such a life throughout the year. Wouldn't that he a problem? Being situated in a strategically important place of Europe and Asia, Saigon is densely populated with people from all continents. There are about 60 to 70,000 Chinese residing there. As one rigorous way to restrict the people from outside who are going to Saigon, the PNG requires each adult to pay dozens of dollars every year as poll tax. Since we Chinese have been known as sick men, every country places strict check upon us. After we reached Saigon, I saw my companions pass through all kinds of checkups before they lined up and walked to the police station for registration. Otherwise, they could not go ashore. You see, we Chinese are like would be slaves to foreigners. Making a long and difficult journey.
55.
3 days later, our ship left for Singapore on the
20th.
It took us 3 days to reach Singapore. The streets and houses there are almost as neat as those of Saigon, but the city is larger and cleaner than Saigon. There are hundreds of thousands of Chinese residents and the Chinese businessmen are managing pretty well. Many families are quite well off. Yet most of the people are still laborers. We left Singapore on the 25th. On the following day, the sea was terribly turbulent. Huge waves tossed the ship up and down, left and right. My companions were like sick people who could neither stand straight nor had any appetite. It lasted for 3 long days. We longed to see the shore as if people expected the clouds in a bad draft. Day in, day out, and we were all desperate until the ship finally reached Columbus. It was the 30th when we reached the British colony, Columbus, where it was hard to anchor because of the strong winds and waves. Fortunately, there was a harbor where our ship could be berthed. Yet, we were not able to see the place because it was the British colony which required British visa to go ashore, and since we only had the French visa, we were not allowed to do so. By October 17, while the ship sailed on the Arabian Sea, it was close to the mouth of the Red Sea. A lot of dangerous explosives were placed under the water during the war in Europe and they were not taken out after the war. All the ships passing by the area have to be prepared for contingencies. We learned how to use the life-saving appliances that day. Still we felt quite unsafe. It was the 30th when the ship reached Djibouti. It was located at the mouth of the Red Sea and belonged to Africa geographically, but was the French colony. Being a desert, it was extremely hot. Even grass would not grow. There were very few inhabitants. The reason why the Arank have not abandoned it is that it could serve as a rest place because all ships have to pass by it. For the same reason, the French have put in a lot of efforts and funds. The local people are all black with black faces and black bodies. Even their teeth are black. Most of them do not wear anything on the upper part of the body. A piece of cloth is wrapped on the lower part of the body and quite resembles the Chinese skirts. There is nothing special there except some fruits, camel wool, and some ornaments. We reached the Red Sea on the 30th. The air was dry and the sun was hot. After days of watching the reflections of the sun and water, we found that the blue waves looked red, thus the name of Red Sea was given, I guess. That day marked the 9th anniversary of the founding of the Republic of China. All the Chinese students on the ship gathered in the auditorium in the afternoon, each holding a national flag. After we bowed 3 times to the national flag, the national anthem was played. We also celebrated it by telling stories and putting on new plays. Everyone was happy and foreigners who watched the show also applauded for us. The sound of clapping was like thunder. That was something very interesting that happened during the voyage. We reached the mouth of the Suez Canal on the 13th. Several hours later, we continued with our voyage. We entered the mouth at dusk. Trees lined up the banks of the canal. Lights sparkled on the flowing water. 56. We were so excited that we did not want to sleep. In the morning of the next day, I had a good look of the canal, which is over 30 meters wide, enough for 2 ships to pass side by side. Before I realized, the ship reached Port Said at the north end. Since we could not go ashore, we did not see anything. Before we left the canal, we saw a bronze statue erected at the bank, which looked quite impressive. He turned out to be Lesseps, the man who had the canal cut. At 5:00 in the afternoon, we entered the Mediterranean Sea. We passed by the Italian peninsula on the 17th. Although most of it is hilly, the Italian already constructed many railway lines which made transportation convenient. Beautiful and magnificent cities could be seen one after another. Finally, in the ocean a huge island with thick smoke over it came to sight. My companions told me that it was an active volcano which looked like that throughout the year. After breakfast on the 19th, we saw at a distance many masts and lampstands that were drawing close to us before we realized we were already in Marseilles, a city which is located in the south of France. François's account provides us with relatively complete information about their voyage, and we are lucky that it has been preserved. Zhang Zimin, another student on the ship, also wrote about the voyage. We were hit by a big storm in the Indian Ocean. The wind swept up the seawater, creating waves as big as little hills. The ocean liner with a tonnage of 4,000 was now pushed to the top of the waves and now placed at the bottom of the waves. It became dark in the daytime and our huge ship floated in the vast ocean like a boat which was as small as a piece of tree leaf. That was really terrifying. We could not take in any food. Furthermore, we vomit everything in our stomach. We suffered for 3 days and 3 nights. Fortunately, we all came through. The other side of the coin was that it was eve opening for us. The ocean liner stopped at every big harbor for 2 or 3 days to load and unload cargoes. Those rich passengers would go ashore shopping and cat at restaurants, whereas we poor students would go ashore for sightseeing and visiting museums, scenic spots and historical sites. Though in many cities there were tall buildings and well-dressed people, there were also beggars and people who were shabbily dressed. At some harbors, I saw poor children swim around the ships, and they were begging for money. Some passengers would throw coins into the water and the children would dive into the sea to pick them up. The passengers were amused by that, whereas the children lived on it, which was so sad to see. It made me realize that though the people of the world lived under the same sky, they led such drastically different lives. Injustice was everywhere, indeed. Of course, at that time he did not know that it was caused by capitalism and colonialism. The beautiful memory he had of the voyage was the residual flames of the volcano we saw in the Mediterranean Sea. At night, the flames that resembled the colorful fireworks shot into the dark blue sky, leaving inverted reflections on the water. That was such a wonderful night view. From time to time we were told to put on life buoy in case the ship hit the mines left from the war. Our ship passed the making a long and difficult journey 57 area safely. After nearly 40 days of voyage, we finally landed on the French soil in Marseilles in mid-October. Since this was their first trip abroad, each student must have had deep thoughts about and unforgettable impressions of the foreign scenery and of the experience in the vast Aeon, where the sky looked so high. In 1974, when the Cultural Revolution proceeded like a raging fire, Zhangqing and her like raided the Fengqing ship in the ident. Taking advantage of the return of the China made Fengqing ship from its voyage abroad, the King of Four gave enormous publicity to it. Making use of the issue of whether to buy or make our own ships, they criticized the tendency to worship everything foreign as national betrayal, directing their criticism at then Premier Zhou Enlai and other leaders of the CPC Central Committee. After father was forced out of his post at the beginning of the Cultural Revolution in 1966, he just resumed his position and served as the first vice premier to take charge of the state council. He looked down on Zhongqing and her like for what they did and waged a tat struggle against them. Father mentioned the incident later more than Oni. He said, they bragged so much about a ship with a tonnage of 1,000 tons. I told them that there was no need to brag. As early as 1920, when I went to Freyni, the ship I took weighed several times more than that. We can see that his first voyage made a deep impression on Father. A venerable gentleman named Li Huang, who had also studied in France, wrote that when he went to Marseilles to meet the students from that ship, he met Deng Xiaoping, who was probably the head of those students. I asked Father about it. He said with a smile, I was the youngest among more than 80 students, and I did not even have a say. So it must be someone else whom Li Huang met at that time, not my father. From school to factory despite hardships. To pursue studies. Situated at the outlet of the Rhone River by the Mediterranean, Marseilles was an important port as well as an industrial and commercial city in southern France. On October 19, 1920, the ocean liner André Lebam sailed into the port of Marseilles. After a journey of 39 days and more than 1,500 kilometers, the Chinese students on board had finally arrived at the western part of the European continent and set their feet on the soil of France, a country they had long yearned for. The Petit Marseillais reported on October 20 that 100 Chinese youths had arrived in Marseilles. Aged between 15 and 20, 5 dressed in double-use Turner American style suits and wearing bowler hats and pointed shoes, they seemed polite and cultivated. The Sino-Franco Education Association had sent some people from Paris to Marseilles to meet the newcomers. Mr. chief of the student division of the Sino-Franco Education Association, made a welcoming speech. The young Chinese students had arrived in France after a very long journey, and their happiness was reflected in their utterances and manners. A student called Feng Suizong recalled that the students got off the liner with their luggage and left Marseilles the same day, heading straight for Paris by bus. 16 hours later, they've arrived. Zhang Zimin recalled that we arrived in Paris the next day and were greeted by many of the students who were studying there on a study program. Among them was Comrade Nai Rongzhen, who had come to France a year before. Meeting on a foreign land, we felt very happy and close to each other. Nai Rongzhen, a native of Jiangnan, Sichuan province, later became a Marshal of the People's Republic of China. He came under the influence of progressive ideas during his early years and participated in the MAO movement of 1919 when he was studying in a middle school. During the summer vacation of 1919, because he was eager to change the existing state of affairs, he raised 300 silver dollars and went to Chongqing with a dozen fellow students. There, with the help of Wang Vansong, the chairman of the Chongqing Chamber of Commerce, he got his visa from the French consulate, and on December 9, 1919, he boarded the ocean liner Phoenix for France to study on a study program. After he arrived, he worked at the Schneider ACIC iron and steel factory in Creusot, and in 1922 he entered the Charleroi University of Labor in Belgium. Since Nai Rongzhen came to France before the others, he was naturally regarded as a senior. During his stay in France, Father developed a revolutionary friendship with Nai Rongzhen. After liberation, between 1952 and 1957, our two families were next door neighbors. the children of our family often went through a small door of the courtyard wall to play in Uncle Nai's house. From
58.
From school to factory despite hardships
59.
time to time, Uncle Nai would invite our whole family over for jellied bean curd, a local Sichuan favorite. Before Uncle Nai passed away in
1992,
Father visited him occasionally, even though he seldom visited anyone else. Father would kindly greet Nai Rongzhen by calling him old chap. The friendship that developed from that first meeting underwent 72 years of storm and stress, so profound, deep, and moving. After a short stay in Paris, Father and his fellow students departed separately, as arranged by the SFEA, for Montargis, Fontainebleau, Saint-Étienne, Flers, and some other places for study and French language training in local middle schools. Deng Xixian and Deng Shaosheng were sent to Bayou Boy Middle School in Normandy, while their fellow villager Yu Lun was sent to Cambrai College. The Chinese students had obtained some rough ideas about the look of France and the elegance of Paris even before starting their studies. According to the description of Feng Xuezong, Paris is about 15 kilometers in diameter and spreads out as far as some 50 kilometers. Most of the buildings along the streets are 5 or 6-story, without any dilapidated ones. Buses and trams speed by on the roads, while underground are layers upon layers of tunnels. One can travel from high above to down under in the twinkling of an eye. Isn't it convenient? The articles on display in the royal palaces are well preserved, and the museums have a whole variety of exhibits. The railway station can get you anywhere, both a tourist's attraction and a convenient facility for travelers. It is indeed the flourishing capital of the world. In the eyes of the newly arrived Chinese students, the landscape of the European continent and the bustling metropolis of the West, as well as the alien environment and customs, were a great curiosity and attraction that won their admiration. In contrast to their own poor, backward, feudal, and uncivilized motherland, this was like a different world. What they saw and heard in the first few days increased their confidence in, and their expectations for, their new studies that were about to begin. On October
21, 1920,
Father and his uncle, Deng Shaosheng, together with 20 other Chinese students, began their study at Bayou Middle School. Bayou Middle School was in the Normandy region in northwestern France, over
200
kilometers away from Paris. On October
22,
the Bayou Daily carried a news report entitled Chinese Students Arrive in Bayou. It read, over 20 Chinese students led by 2 of their countrymen who speak French fluently arrived in Bayou last night. These young people have been sent to France by their government and study the subjects that they are interested in at Bayou Middle School, so that they can learn the French language and get familiar with the conditions and customs of France. They are resident students. The school opened a separate class for the Chinese students, mainly for the
60
purpose of improving their French. They followed a normal regime of student life. Father once told us that the school treated them as children, and they had to go to bed very early every day. Father added that it was a private school, and they stayed there just for a few months. They did not learn much, and the diet was very poor. Today in the National Archives of France one can find an itemized account of the expenditures of the Chinese students in Bayou. The account shows that, for the month of March
1921,
10 Hein spent a total of
244.65
francs for food and lodging. Of this sum, 200 francs was for living expenses, 7 for laundry, 7 for bedding rent, 12 for school fees, and 18.65 for miscellaneous expenses. More than 200 francs a month was by no means a small figure for the self-supporting students. When father left home, his family was already hard up for money. To support his study in France, the family had sold some rice fields. He was therefore only too aware of the need to be frugal while in France. According to that account, the miscellaneous expenses of the other Chinese students ranged from 15 to 50 francs, averaging about 25 francs per month. Father, at 18 francs, was relatively thrifty. Despite his thrift, father soon used up all the money he had brought with him. So he had to leave the Bayou Middle School. It was said in a report of the school in March 1921, of the 22 Chinese students, 19 left the school on the evening of March 13. Tlick claimed to be heading for Crusat. He suspected that they were going to work. Father did not know that he would never enter another school in France after leaving this one. In less than 5 months, from the end of October 1920 to March 1921, father wound up his studies in France. Unable to continue, father had to look for a job. He recalled, upon arrival in France, I learned from those students studying on a work-study program who had come to France earlier that 2 years after World War I. Labor was no longer as badly needed as in the wartime, and it was hard to find jobs. Since wages were low, it was impossible to support study through work. Our later experiences proved that one could hardly live on the wages, let alone go to school for study. All those dreams of saving the country by industrial development, learning some skills, etc., came to nothing. Chinese students came to France with no skills or technical know-how. Many of them wanted to work, they could take only ordinary odd jobs or miscellaneous work. In French, such work was called malheureux. Chinese students jokingly called it malheureux, meaning, the fifth child of the MAO family. Odd job men had no fixed jobs and had to go from one workshop to another for jobs. If they worked slowly, they would be dressed down by the foreman. By December 1920, the number of Chinese students studying in France from school to factory despite hardships 61 had risen to over 1,500 at that time. Freyni was in economy Zion. Fought to rise were redoing prostitution or even elosing. It was indeed difficult to find jobs. The SFA somehow managed to get a hold of a large number of odd job venues at the XIAOPING Iron and Steel Complex in Crusat and recommended more than 100 Chinese students to the father. Nearly half of them were from Sichuan. On April 2, 1921. Father and Deng Xiaosheng, together with several other students from Sichuan, were recommended for work in the XIAOPING factory. Father worked for 4 years as a laborer, a foreign worker. Crusat was an idea of heavy industry in southern France and headquarters for the XIAOPING Iron and Steel Complex, the largest French ordnance factory. It was then the second largest ordnance factory in Europe, only the Sermon-Krupp factory was larger. The Schneider-UCIE factory employed over 3,000 workers. During World War I, as large numbers of workers were drafted into the army and sent to the front, the factory employed many foreign workers. In 1917, several thousand Chinese laborers worked there as contract workers. 21 Chinese students worked there before August 1920. and the number increased to more than 100 by the summer of 1921. The factory handled rails, machinery, cannons, smeltery, construction, foundry, and electric engineering. Except for cannons, construction, and smeltery, all these branches employed Chinese students. Even today one can still find in the archives of the Schneider UCIE factory files on either and his workmates. The employment registration card in the factory's personnel section clearly reads, DENG XIAOPING, 16. Work number, 07396. Date of employment registration, April 2, 1921. Sent by the Colombsino, Iranco Workers Committee, from Bayou Middle School. Deng Xixian and Deng Shaosheng were assigned to the steel rolling workshop, where molten steel from the furnace was turned into steel ingots, then rolled into plates. It required no special technical training but was very labor-intensive and exposed workers to constant danger. The rolled steels each weighed up to 100 kilograms. The workers had to pull them quickly along with long pincers, in the steaming hot workshop, whose temperature was above 100 degrees Fahrenheit, owing to the molten steel. Anyone who fell on the hot rolling steels was unable to escape being burned. Sometimes the rolling mill would malfunction and the steel bars would shoot out of it in all directions, causing accidents. Workers had to work in such conditions for more than 50 hours a week and sometimes had to work additional night shifts. Father told us in our childhood that he had done odd jobs and pulled steel bars in France. One could well imagine how unbearable it was for a short, 16-year-old apprentice, hardly an adult yet, to do such hard work. In the factory the Chinese students earned low wages, only 12 to 14 francs a day as fixed wages. According to French law, those under the age 62 of 18 years old only take up apprenticeship. The wage for an apprentice was even lower, only 10 francs a day. Father was only 16 then. 表情符号眯眼笑。His students lived in a hostel 10 kilometers away from the factory. More than 20 shared a big room. There was a canteen in the hostel where they had breakfast and supper. As for Luna, they took only bread with them to work and drank some running water. There was no meat or vegetable for Luna. Even though the food in the hostel canteen was cheaper than outside, it still used between 40 and 70 times per meal. The students also had to buy their own work clothes. We used 20 to 30 francs per suit. 表情符号眯眼笑。The apprentice like father were hard up, because they earned only 10 francs a day. The Chinese students went to work in the hope of supporting their study. But they were exhausted by the strenuous work and could hardly make ends meet on the limited wage. Father Oni said that he had worked hard, pulling the red-hot steel bars for a month in Crusat. What he earned in that month was not even enough to feed himself, and in the end he had to add more than 100 francs of his own to over the shortfall. On April 23, 1923, Father gave up his job at the Schneider UCIE factory and left Crusat a month later. Deng Shaosheng left, too. Father's first exposure to the dark side of capitalism came during his work in the French factory for almost a month. He personally experienced the plight of the working class, i.e. oppression and exploitation by capitalists, the insults and abuse by foremen, and the miserable life greatly shocked his naive heart. Being young, however, he still longed for a wonderful life. He recalled later in Moscow that in the first 2 years, he got an initial feel for the evils of the capitalist society. But with romantic ideas about life, I could not have a profound understanding. Ali left Crusade, but he still hoped to find a job and save some money bit by bit, so as to fulfill his long-cherished desire to continue his study. For survival and study, the Chinese students left their mark on some 70 factories and enterprises in all parts of France, mostly in Paris, Crusade, Saint-Étienne, Saint-Diamond, Le Havre, and Lyons. Some unforeseen events had occurred in the movement to study in France. In November 1918, after World War I ended, the French economy was in recession, so factories were running under capacity and prices kept rising. The large number of demobilized soldiers made the problem of unemployment all the more acute. Beginning in the winter of 1919, the French economy took a turn for the worse. The French currency steadily depreciated. Formerly, one Chinese silver dollar could be converted into 8 francs, but now it was 14 francs, and eventually it would be 25. Bread was 25 centimes per kilogram in October and cost 50 centimes per kilogram in December, 105 centimes in March, then 130 centimes in September. The price of rice was 10 centimes per kilogram in the third quarter of 1919, it rose to 480 centimes per kilogram a year later. The price of staple foods kept rising, as did the price of other necessary items, non-staple foods, and transportation. People found that they were living an increasingly tough life, but capitalists turned a blind eye to their difficulties. As a result, one strike after another occurred. On May Day 1920, the General Trade Union Confederation of Paris launched the May Day General Strike, which lasted for half a month. After the strike, some factories resumed production, but the economic situation as a whole remained unstable, with high unemployment. More than 700 Chinese students came to France to study on a work-study program in 1919. The majority of them started to work after their arrival. At a time when even the French were haunted by the problem of unemployment, it was even harder for Chinese students to find jobs. Those who had jobs were under constant threat of being fired. By August 1920, some 1,000 Chinese students had come to France. Of them, only a few were able to continue studying at their own expense. Less than 300 had jobs, while more than 500 were out of work. The unemployed students gathered at the Overseas Chinese Association in Paris and lived on the 5 francs per day they got from the Sino-Franco-Edu Association. To find a means of livelihood, they frequently asked the association about job opportunities. As the students began to blame the association for inefficiency and neglect of duty, quarrels occurred from time to time. On one occasion, a student from Hunan gave Lu Debi, secretary of the association, a hard thrashing. When the association did happen to find 1 or 2 job vacancies, the situation was like too many monks sharing too little porridge. The students scrambled for them and sometimes even exchanged blows over them. So in the end they had to decide by drawing lots. 63, 64. Huang Lis, who recalled that there was a sense of pessimism and frustration among the students when they thought about their future in France. Some had to look for a different way out, returning home or heading for South Asia together with friends. In November 1919, the representation agency wrote to the Global Student Union, asking it to act more prudently in recommending students to study in France on a work-study program. We have learned recently that among the students sent overseas, many are conscientious in their study. But there are also some who have EOMI from poor families. Only in a foreign country, they are unable to support themselves and thus leave Sihuo to work in the factories. They do not know that France does not have a preferential policy toward foreign workers and the wage is very low. They often find themselves in utter destitution, lead vagrant lives, and are unable to return home even if they want to. Such students are not a small number. It pains one as hard even to talk about their dilemma. So it is better to be prudent in the first place than to have regrets later. Hope your union will pay special attention to it when it recommends students to France. Nonetheless, by the end of 1920, large numbers of Chinese students were still traveling far across the ocean to their ideal land. By then, quite a few Chinese students in France had awoken from the dream of study to the reality of work, and from then on to the distress of unemployment. The rich and beautiful Western country began to show its dark and miserable side. The much-discussed story of liberty, equality, and universal fraternity was replaced by the stark cruel reality. A student called Pagan wrote, "Now we actually work 8 hours a day, plus 2 additional hours. So in total it is over 10 hours a day, in addition to the energy loss and mental exhaustion. For so much input, we only get 14 francs in return. Are all our time, energy, and mental labor only worth 14 francs? The work is to produce goods for capitalists and has nothing to do whatsoever with the ordinary people. Some of us even help make guns for killing people. This is indeed worthless labor. How do we do it? How on earth do we take pains to do it? He don't know where our spiritual life lies, so dull and boring. Such numbness in life. Oh, life, what is our real value? We advocate the work, study doctrine and apply it, don't we? He work, study doctrine advocates jobs for all so as to maintain social equality and eliminate polarization. It also advocates education for all so as to create intellectual equality in society and dispel the dark shadow of the intelligentsia. But to produce goods for capitalists is something that could only partly satisfy the desire for material life. Is this in keeping with the work, study doctrine? Is this what we should do? In a nutshell, such factories of organized mass production are built on the basis of capitalist production, on top of workers. It is a method of plunder in every sense of the word. Such demonic plunder is even worse than that of the bandits engaged in killing, burning, and looting, for survival and study. 65 In December 1920, the students who were studying in France issued an appeal. Please note that we Chinese students who are studying in France on a work-study program spend all our money in getting out of China. While overseas, we are working hard for a living. The Chinese students in France have experienced all kinds of hardship and thoroughly understand the hypocrisy of the society. As we cannot earn our living through work, are there any other alternatives for the working students? So please don't be mistaken. Don't take our suffering for something enviable. Please pay heed to our cries, complaints, groans, and wrath. Please show your sympathy and indignation and help us poor students studying here on a work, study program Huang Lis, who recalled that from the end of 1920 to early 1921, the students could not find any jobs and had no money for education. Nor could they return home across the vast ocean. They were restless and at a loss as to what to do. Worse still, some students died of illness or in workplaces. Wang Baiji and Li Zaifen, 2 students from Hunan, died of gas poisoning. An Zishu, a student from Sichuan, died of arsenic poisoning in a chemical plant. Zhu Faxiang, a student from Jiangxi, disappeared in a lion's factory. 4 Chinese students in Crusat died of poisonous mushrooms. Pu Zayahun, another student from Sichuan, who lost all hope for life, committed suicide by cutting his own throat and stomach. While the Chinese students in France were faced with lack of access to education, unemployment, hunger, and even death, the Sino-Franco Education Association, the so-called family of students, was secretly engaged, under all sorts of pretexts, in malpractices for personal gain. Its members collectively embezzled public funds and lined their own pockets. Apathetic to the hardships of the students, they went so far as to accuse them of lacking both the ability to work and the will to study, and threatened to send them back to China. What the Sino-Franco Education Association and the Chinese legation in Iran did aggravated their acutely contradictory relationship with the students. The students had always regarded the association as their parents and saviors. Yet the association issued a circular on January 12, 1921, declaring the de facto breaking off of its organizational ties with the students. On January 16, the association issued a second circular announcing that it would relieve itself of any financial liabilities, and that beginning from the date of the issuance of the circular, it would continue to provide funds for only 2 months, until March 15, and no more thereafter. The circular stunned the students and triggered an uproar among them. On January 23, the unemployed students from Sichuan, Hunan, Hubei, and Jiangxi who were living at the Overseas Chinese Association set up a preparatory committee for the iteration of Chinese students studying in 66 France on a work-study program. The federation was formally established on February 14 and presented a petition to the Chinese legation in France. On February 27, a conference of Chinese students was held at the Overseas Chinese Association, and they decided to present a collective petition to the Chinese legation the following day, designating the move an anti-hunger campaign. Among the 10 spokesmen elected were Cai Hazan, Zhao Xiyan, Li Vihan, Wang Zikai, Xiang Jingyu, Wang Ruofei, and Li Fukan. At around 上午8点整 on February 8, approximately 500 students led by Cai Hazan and others gathered in the vicinity of the Chinese legation from all directions. Because of obstruction by the Free only Cai Hazan, Zhao Xiyan, and 8 other spokesmen entered the legation to make their representations. When Minister Chen Lu into the square to meet the students, they angrily shouted, "Beat him, beat him." Chen and his men retreated to the legation in a flurry. At that moment, the French police forced their way into the square and started to beat up the students. At about 晚上9点整 that evening, armed Free police made their way into the legation and arrested the 10 spokesmen by force. Thanks to the persistent struggles waged by the Chinese students, the Free Chinese Guardianship Society for Young Chinese Students in France was set up on June 1, and it was decided that a certain amount of money would be taken out of the Boxer Indemnity of 1901, paid by China to Freyne, to be issued to the students for living expenses. Each student would receive 5 francs per day for no more than 5 months. Arrangements could be made to repatriate those students to China who wished to return. Although the February 28th anti-hunger campaign was not a complete success, it forced the Chinese and French authorities to make some concessions. It was also the first struggle organized spontaneously by the Chinese students in Freyne. Through the struggle, they became more united and began to defend their interests and their right to work, study, and have bread. The anti-hunger campaign enhanced the morale of the Chinese students in Freyne, and on June 2 of the same year they launched a protest against the secret loan deal between China and Freyne. In June 1921, to augment its military strength and intensify the XIAOPING war, the Northern Warlord government sent BIO envoy Zhu Qiqun and Deputy Cabinet Minister Wu Dingcheng to Paris to discuss a secret deal with the Karenna government to obtain a loan of 500 million francs for purchasing arms. When the news leaked, the Chinese workers, overseas Chinese, and Chinese students were all infuriated. Zhou Enlai, Zhao Xiyan, CAII Lizan, and others, in association with the organizations of Chinese residing in Freyne, immediately organized a retreat, the Long Yamiti. On June 5, more than 500 Chinese residing in Freyne showed their strong patriotism and held a reject, the Long Rally in Paris. At the rally, one speaker for survival and study 67 after another vehemently denounced the Chinese traitors and the French government. A second reject, the Long Rally, held on August 17 in Paris, was intended to bring Minister Chen Lu to account. Chen was too scared to show up. Wang Zhenxi, Secretary General of the Chinese legation, attended the rally on behalf of Chen and was beaten up by the angry participants. The mammoth rejects Long campaign scored a major victory, forcing the Chinese and French governments to abandon the loan scheme. The just struggles of the Chinese students in France cut the Chinese and French governments to the quick. The French Foreign Ministry informed the Chinese embassy of its decision to repatriate in 2 groups the chief plotters of the hijacked, the Long campaign, the Chinese students. On September 15, the French government decided to discontinue the stipends for the Chinese students in an attempt to place them in a hopeless situation. In September 1921, under the leadership of Zhao Xiyan, Zhou Enlai, and Cai Hazan, the Chinese students, who were in an extremely difficult position, launched the historic Back to the Lions Sino-Iranko University campaign. The Sino-Iranko University was established by the Sino-Iranko Education Association with Wu Zhihui as its president. Its establishment was designed to make personal gains for a few bureaucrats and politicians in the name of organizing students to study on work-study programs. Once in operation, it refused to take in the Chinese students in Iran but instead tried to enroll students from within China. The pent-up anger of the Chinese students in Iran erupted like a volcano. On September 20, an advance party composed of more than 100 students, including Zhao Xiyan, Cai Hazan, and Chen Yu, was dispatched by the Conference of Representatives of the Chinese students studying on a work-study program from Paris to Lyons. Zhou Enlai, Wang Ruofei, Li Vihan, and others remained in Paris to coordinate the action. On September 22, the advance party reached Lyons, where it was surrounded by the errant armed police. The police threw the students into prison vans by force and then took them to a barracks where they were locked up. At the news of the imprisonment of the advance party, Zhou Enlai and THIRD went about organizing a rescue operation. Public opinion in France showed deep sympathy with and support for the struggle of the Chinese students. The detained students carried on their struggle and even went on a hunger strike. On October 17, the Chinese legation, in collusion with the errant government, escorted all the students of the advance party back to China. Among the 104 students sent back were Cai Hazan, Li Lisan, and Chen Yi. With the help of his fellow students, Zhao Xiyan cleverly escaped from the barracks and remained in France to continue the struggle. Although the Back to the Lions Sino-Franco University campaign did 68 not attain its goal, it further exposed the ferocious persecution of the Chinese students in France perpetrated by Chinese and French authorities and helped to raise the political consciousness of the students. Many of them went on to follow a thoroughly anti-imperialist and anti-feudal revolutionary road. Most of the students who were escorted back to China threw themselves actively into the mighty torrent of the revolution. Cai Hazan, Chen Yi, Li Lisan, and others became the backbone of the Chinese revolutionary struggle and made immortal contributions. Li Vihan wrote in his reminiscences of those struggles. This struggle broke out amid the internal contradictions of the work-study movement. As far as its specific aims were concerned, it was a failure. But its impact and achievements were of great historic significance. It showed to the French bourgeoisie the growing determination of Chinese youths after the May 4th movement of 1919 to defy the warlord rule, yield to no foreign bullying, and strive to master their own destiny. It put an end to the surging work-study movement. All those who had advocated this movement with their good intentions came to see there was only a dead end at the end of this road. Most important of all was that out of this struggle emerged a new unity and a new awakening on an unprecedented scale among the work-study circles. Many people abandoned their unrealistic illusions of all kinds and accepted Marxism, taking the road of the October Revolution. Still more took an active part later on in the anti-imperialist and anti-warlord struggles in the Hutchinson rubber plant on April 23, 1921. Father left Senator Yu Xia in Crusade for Paris. He discontinued his studies and also lost his job. He spent the money he had brought from China and was unable to find a job. He had to draw on relief funds from the Sino-Franco Education Association while waiting for a job opportunity. According to the National Archives of France, Father received, under registration number 236, 5 francs worth of relief funds each day during the 5 months from May to October 1921. The Chinese students who drew relief funds in Paris numbered some 500 at that time, and most of them lived in the building of the Overseas Chinese Association, located at Columbus in the western suburbs of Paris. The Overseas Chinese Association was an ordinary 3-story building that housed several overseas Chinese organizations, including the Sino-Franco Education Association, the Association of Chinese Students in France, the Association of Chinese Students Studying in France on a work-study program, and the Society for Promoting Peace. The second floor of the building was a meeting room, and the third and first floors and the basement became the dormitories for Chinese students. As more and more students poured into Paris, the building became really cramped. A French senator's wife donated some tents, which were pitched in the vegetable garden behind the building. Later the building and the tents were all packed up. Each student had only 5 francs for each day's living expenses, so they could afford only 2 meals a day. Their food consisted mainly of bread and running water, sometimes with crude chocolate. They rarely ate vegetables. A few students with gas stoves could boil water, but the majority drank only running water. These young students had only 1.5 kilograms of bread to eat each day because of the shortage of cooking oil and meat. They did not eat crude chocolate at times for lack of pocket money. The students, who crossed the oceans from thousands of miles away to study in Iran, had fallen into a hell of harsh realities far removed from their vision of paradise. By August of that year, either had reached the age of 17. His 17th birthday occurred at a difficult time with no apparent future or hope. Either did not take part in the two large-scale struggles waged by the students, the Reject, the Loan and Back to the Sino-Franco University in Lyons campaigns that year, probably because he was young. On May 20 he only signed his name to the joint letter to XIAOPING written by 243 Chinese students, including Wang Ruofei, Chen Yi, Lu Bojian, and Li Wenong, in which they demanded that the Sino-Franco University in Lyons and the Chinese, Belgian University be changed into engineering institutes so as to enable the students on work-study program to continue their studies. Xinhao at the forefront of struggle at that time stood a group of progressive youths who were older than 69, 70. Father and had acquired fairly high political consciousness. Among them were Zhao Xiyan, Zhou Enlai, Cai Hazan, Chen Yi, Li Vihan, Wang Rufei, Xiang Jingyu, Li Lucheng, and Lu Bojian. Although father had taken part in the May 4th movement in China and had gone through the hardships of studying on a work-study program in France, he had acquired by then only preliminary political consciousness and progressive ideas and was still not under the influence of Marxist ideas. Thus he had failed to join the ranks of these struggles against the forces of darkness. In September 1921, the French government decided to stop issuing subsistence expenses to Chinese students studying on work-study programs. In October, like other students, father had no source of income at all and found himself in hopeless straits. Probably heaven never cuts off a man's means. The Chamberlain, a factory on the edge of a canal in the 10th district of Paris that made specialty fans and paper flowers, was recruiting workers. Father, his uncle Deng Xiaosheng, and 103 other students were employed by this small factory on October 22, 1921, and father was given the number 238. The students were very lucky to get these jobs. A student named Luo Hong recalled later that being unexpectedly rescued from a desperate situation, we found the job of flower making as Columbus discovered the new world. When the students studying on a work-study program were in extreme difficulties and suddenly discovered this new world, this was a good job to them regardless of the wage so long as they accepted it. Thus, over 100 students swarmed into this factory. The Chinese students there were making goods that were used for raising funds in the United States. ID made flowers with gauze and silk, which were then tied up with an iron wire and a small label with the inscription "Made BV the widows and orphans of those who have fallen in battle" stuck on. Generally This job was done by women workers. The wage was very low. The workers earned only 2 francs for 100 flowers. Some skilled workers could make 600 to 700 flowers a day, earning a dozen francs. It seemed that these 103 students could eke out a living temporarily in this way. However, the good days did not last long. These jobs were not permanent but temporary. Soon they finished making all the flowers ordered. 2 weeks later, on November 4, Father and his fellow students were fired because the factory were out of work once again. Father once said that he had done various jobs in France, and they were all at once. After he lost his job this time, he must have tried to find a new job everywhere and might have done some temporary odd jobs now and then. This unstable situation lasted for more than 3 months before he found a new job in the Hutchinson rubber plant near Montargis in February 1922. 4. French economy started to improve in 1922. Some factories gradually restarted operations. The job opportunities increased, and advertisements recruiting workers often appeared in the newspapers. Some Chinese students in the Hutchinson rubber plant found jobs, thereby managing to survive. In the meantime, thanks to the strong appeal of the Chinese students in France and the efforts of warm-hearted people in China, some of the students' home provinces and counties raised funds to send to them in France. For instance, each student from Pensian County, Sichuan Province, received 600 silver dollars in loans each year. Therefore, from 1922, all students in France who received loans or subsidies from China signed up for an entrance exam to a polytechnic or university so as to fulfill their long-cherished wish of studying on a work-study program in France. According to incomplete statistics, more than 200 students from Sichuan province alone graduated from universities and schools of all descriptions in France. Montargis, which is situated in the south of Paris, is a small town in Louvre province. It was a place of residence for the French royal family in the Middle Ages. By the 19th century, it had a population of over 1,300 and was a town with well-developed industry, commerce, communications, culture, and education. Next to Montargis is the small town of Chalet. It had a population of only 3,000 and was the site of the old Hutchinson plant, which manufactured a variety of rubber products. At the end of 1921, the plant started recruiting workers. Some Chinese students who were studying in France came to work there. The owner of the plant was a British American. In the middle of the 19th century, he had established some factories in France and other European countries, and the Hutchinson plant in Chalet was said to be the sole rubber plant in Europe at that time. After World War I, the plant recruited large numbers of foreign workers, including Indians, Vietnamese, and Belarusians. As the personnel department of the plant had contacts with the errant Chinese Errantship Association, some Chinese students came to work there through the recommendation of the association. Their number reached 210 at most. In 1922, the Hutchinson plant employed over 1,000 workers. Most of them were women and child laborers. The Chinese students numbered over 30. Some of them made tires, others raincoats, and the majority produced rubber overshoes. On February 13, 1922, Deng Xixian registered on the Chalet Town Council's list of foreigners. He wrote down the names of his parents and the date of his birth, giving his previous address as 39 Rue de la Pointe, La Caron Colombie, and his identification card number as 1250394 on February 14, with the working number of 5370, either started a relatively stable period of work at the Hutchinson plant. His time there was another important turning point in his life. He was assigned to the shoe-making workshop, where he made waterproof overshoes. The workday was 10 hours long, with a half-day off on Saturdays. That is to say, they worked 54 hours per week. The system of payment by the hour was applied to new workers, and their wage per hour was 1 franc during apprenticeship, which was gradually increased afterwards. When they became skilled workers, they were paid at a 72 piece rate. The job was light manual labor but had to be done swiftly. It was suitable for clever and deft people. Jean Kaolin also worked in this plant. Phi told me that he could only make 10 pairs of shoes a day, whereas father could make some 2 dozen. A worker like father could make 15 or 16 francs a day. During a tour for the study of a project in France in 1988, I went to Montargis and, accompanied by the staff of the Hutchinson plant, paid a visit there. With over 9,000 staff and workers, the plant remains a manufacturer of rubber products. On the right of the spacious courtyard, the workshop where father worked has been kept intact. The building is no longer used as a workshop. Its second floor became a warehouse and the first floor is now packed with odds and ends. The workshop is big and bright with a high ceiling. One can well imagine that the working conditions there were far better than those in XIAOPING Creusot. The staff who accompanied me told me that the plant had caught fire 100 years before. Later the well-known French architect Gustave Eiffel designed the building. Like the world-famous Eiffel Tower in Paris, the building was a steel structure. It is said that it was the first workshop in the world at that time with a metal structure. W10 I came back from the tour. I asked either whether he knew that the workshop where he had worked had been designed by Eiffel. Father knew nothing about it. As Jean Kaolin, who had worked with father, recalled, the plant vacated a wooden shed in the woods at a distance of 5 minutes walk to the plant to accommodate over 40 Chinese student workers. When I was there, the staff of the plant told me that the shed had been dismantled long ago. But he could imagine how simple and crude it had been. The students prepared their meals together. They elected 2 students to be cooks whose wages were paid by others as time work in the plant. Mass accounts were made public. PHE money spent on meals per capita per day was about 3 francs. They had coffee and bread for breakfast and meat for both lunch and supper. No payment of rent was required, therefore, those students, like Jean Kaolin, who earned time wage could save more than 100 francs every month, and those like father who earned a piece rate wage could save over 200 francs every month. Father spent his 18th birthday working in the Hutchinson plant. He led a relatively stable life, and his work was not so strenuous as it had been in Creusot, so perhaps he was relaxed at that time. Jean Kaolin lived in the same shed with father. After supper there were 2 to 3 hours left before going to bed. We had a jolly time in the shed. Few and even none of us read books. We chatted, joked and abused each other. Fortunately, there was no scuffle. A boy from Sichuan province, short and stout and aged only 18, always bounced here and there at this time every day. He cracked jokes here and then made fun there. It can be seen from this that father had a lively and sanguine disposition in his youth. He retained an optimistic outlook his whole life, even in times of difficulty and hardship. In the Hutchinson rubber plant 73. On October 17, 1922, father and Deng Xiaoshen resigned from the Hutchinson plant on November 3. They left Chaoat to go to the college at Chitilong. Sir, sent my grandmother said that father wrote home to ask for some money. My grandfather then sold some grain and fields and sent a small amount of money to his son in Freyni. My grandfather was experiencing great financial difficulties then. However, he chose to sell his fields to raise the money needed. This proved that he gave his full support to his son's studies in France. Father probably did not receive the money until the end of 1922. Furthermore, he had earned some money in the 9 months he worked in the Hutchinson plant. It was quite natural then that he would be thinking about his purpose in coming to France from thousands of miles away. To achieve his wish of pursuing his studies, he had already endured untold sufferings. So he wanted to continue his studies when his financial resources permitted. Father went to Chitilong, but he failed to enter the college at Chitilong because he did not have enough money. 2 months later, on February 1, 1923, he was back again in Chaoat. His dream of continuing his studies was ultimately shattered by his failure to enter the college at Chitilong. Apart from his study later in Sun Yat-sen University in the Soviet Union, father never again studied in a regular school. He joked with us, saying he had acquired the educational level of middle school of. Father emulated his knowledge through self-study in later years. His wisdom originated from his own experience in the revolutionary struggle. Father is keen on learning for life. He has learned from books, from his work, from social life, and particularly from the revolutionary practice. What he has learned and gained from social and revolutionary practice is more significant and useful than what he learned in school. Father is especially fond of reading books. He likes to read anything famous Chinese and foreign essays, biographies of historical figures, special collections of current events, and even the complete volumes of the 24 histories. His favorite historical book is The Mirror of Governance. Father has another hobby, consulting dictionaries. Since my childhood, I have always been asked by father to look up a sentence, a phrase, or a word in the collection of words, the origin of expressions, or the Kanzi dictionary. As a result, I have naturally acquired the habit of consulting dictionaries myself. On February 2, 1923, father returned to the Hutchinson plant. On May 7, he left again after working in the shoe-making workshop for more than 1 month. The reason for his departure ended on his work was refusal to work. In fact, father left the Hutchinson plant not because he did not want to work but because an important event occurred in 1922 that affected the rest of his life. In June 1922, the most outstanding of the Chinese students who were studying in Freyni organized the Chinese Youth Communist Party in Europe. 74. Between the summer and the autumn of that year, father joined this organization and became a member of the Communist Youth League and a believer in Marxism and communism. He left the Hutchinson plant in March 1923 and has been a career revolutionary ever since. If father had been only a progressive youth with patriotic ideas when he worked in the Hutchinson plant in early 1922, he was a young revolutionary of some political consciousness and an advocate of communism by the time he left the plant. Large numbers of ardent Chinese revolutionary youths took the revolutionary road, established revolutionary organizations, and conducted revolutionary activities in France or other European countries earlier than or at the same time that father did. I shall describe their revolutionary course in detail in the next chapter. Establishing communist organizations. In Europe, the Russian October Revolution in 1917 and the Chinese May 4th movement of 1919 shook China tremendously. Many progressive Chinese youths were enlightened by new ideas and began exploring new ways. Among them were a number of outstanding people such as Li Dazhao and Chen Duxiu, who took the lead in accepting Marxism. Members of the XIAOPIng Society organized in 1918 by Mao Zedong and Cai Hasan among them. Cai Hasan himself, Li Vihan, and Li Fukang went to France to study on study programs. These youths were quite progressive and revolutionary at home. Once in France, they continued their studies and explorations. In February 1920, Li Vihan, Li Fukang, Zhang Kandi, and others organized the Association for the Promotion of the Study Program, which was devoted to the study of truth and the purpose of promoting the Study Program. In 1920, Cai Hasan arrived in France and lived in Montargis Public School. Soon thereafter, the members of the XIAOPIng Society in France were conducting their activities mainly in Montargis. In August 1920, the Association for the Promotion of the Study Program was renamed the World Society for Study. In October, the Society called a 3-day meeting in Montargis. Cai Hasan attended the meeting. After heated debates, most of the members agreed that the purpose of the society was to promulgate the need for a Russian-type social revolution, based on the tenets of Marxism. The society was the earliest socialist organization among the students studying in France. With Montargis as the center of their activities, members of the society, together with those of the XIAOPIng Society, studied assiduously and disseminated Marxism and led the two large-scale mass struggles waged by the students studying in France in 1921. In June 1920, a young man from Sichuan province named Zhao Xiyan arrived in France. Zhao was born in Sichuan in 1901. In his childhood, he was influenced by new ideas. When he was studying at the middle school attached to the Beijing Advanced Normal School, he took an active part in the May 4th movement of 1919 and the Socialist Youth Study movement. After he arrived in France, he worked in several factories and went through the hardships of unemployment. This experience gave him many thoughts and feelings about the capitalist world. In early 1921, Zhao Xiyan, Li Lisan, and others sponsored the Labor Society in Crusat where Chinese students and workers could gather. The Labor Society sincerely believed in the study doctrine and vowed to carry the study movement through to the end. Its members attached great importance 75, 76 tense to the workers' movement, went amid the Chinese workers, and thus became very popular with them. The VVTRLD Society for Study based in Montargis and the Labor Society based in Crusat were the two progressive organizations annoying the Chinese students in France. Although at the beginning the two organizations held differing views and even opposed each other in their statements, they shared the principle of devotion to promoting the movement to study in France on study programs and to seeking truth. In early 1921, Chinese students in France were faced with a crisis of survival caused by the discontinuation of their studies and their high rates of unemployment. They staged a spontaneous petition demonstration. At the critical moment of the struggle, the XIAOPIng Society and the World Society for Work, Study in Montargis reviewed the situation, under the leadership of CAI. They unanimously agreed that they should support the just struggle of the students in the suburbs of Paris. In late February, CAI, Wang Ruofei, Li Vihan, Zhang Kundi, Xian Jingyu, CAI Cheng, and others went to Paris and led the struggle there. Although Zhao Xiyan and Li Lisan of the Labor Society in Creusot did not participate, they issued a statement in support of the struggle. After the February 28th anti-hunger campaign, the needs of the struggle were more apparent, and both the Montargis group, represented BVCAI and others, and the Labor Society, represented BV Zhao Xiyan and Li Lisan, were eager to clear up their misunderstandings and achieve unity among Chinese students. In the summer of 1921, Zhao Xiyan made a special trip to Montargis to meet with CAI. They talked for 3 days and finally reached an agreement that their disputes were over, that they would come together to discuss problems and make revolution in the future, and that all accept Marxism. It was at this time, in mid-February, that Zhou Enlai came to France from Britain. The name of Zhou Enlai is world famous, no N to almost everybody. He was born in the ancient city of Huai'an, Jiangsu Province, in 1898. He left home to study in northeastern China at the age of 20 and at the age of 15 came to Tianjin, where he studied at Nankai School. Even at that time, his patriotism was growing, and in 1917 he went to Japan to pursue further studies. For he was greatly shocked to learn that the whole Chinese nation was at peril, and he was influenced by the progressive ideas of the journal New Youth. After he returned home in 1919, he threw himself into the MAO movement of 1919. In the struggle, he and 20 others, including Deng Yingchao, Qol Angzhen, and Lao Qingyang, organized the Awakening Society. The purpose of the organization was to seek awakening and self-determination in the spirit of refraining the mind and carrying out reforms. Later Zhou Enlai led a number of anti-imperialist patriotic struggles by the students in Tianjin. For this, he was arrested and jailed by the reactionary authorities. Establishing communist organizations in Europe. After he was released, in November 1920, Zhou Enlai went to Europe via Shanghai to study on a work-study program. He stayed in Iran for 2 weeks before he went to Britain to study. But in Britain he did not get a chance to enter a school. What he saw was the serious social upheaval and unrest in Europe after World War I. At that time, the momentous workers' strike was sweeping the whole of England. He carefully studied the workers' movement in England, and in February 1920 he moved to France again. While learning French, he conducted social investigations. He earned a living by writing for newspapers and translating articles. In Europe there were all kinds of ideas after World War I. After repeated study and consideration, he chose to believe in communism. In December 1920, Zhang Shenfu and Lu Qingyang also arrived in France. Zhang once worked with Li Dazhao to lay the foundations of the Communist Party of China. Chen Duxiu and Li Dazhao entrusted Zhang with the task of establishing an overseas branch. So in the spring of 1921, Zhou Enlai, with the introduction of Zhang Shenfu and Lu Qingyang, joined one of the 8 sponsoring groups of the CPC, the Paris Communist Group. The group had 5 party members: Zhao Shenfu, Lu Qingyang, Zhou Enlai, Zhao Xiyun, and Chen Gongpei. It was the predecessor of the European branch of the Communist Party of China. At that time, it was still secret. In February 1921, when Zhou Enlai arrived in France, the large-scale struggle waged by the Chinese students there had just come to a climax. In June, Zhou Enlai, together with Yuan Zichen and others of the World Society for Work, Study, launched a struggle against the purchase of arms by the Chinese government. From then on, he had the leading position in the students' movement and revolutionary struggle. In September, Zhao Xiyun and Li Lisan from Crusat and Cai Hazan and others from Montargis decided to wage a joint struggle for the right of the Chinese students to enter the Sino-Franco University in Lyons. On September 17, they set up first in Paris a federation of Chinese students studying in France on a work-study program. 3 days later, more than 100 Chinese students, including Zhao Xiyun, Cai Hazan, Li Lisan, Chen Yu, Chen Gongpei, Zhang Kundi, and Luo Suizhen, organized a vanguard party to march into Lyons. Zhou Enlai, Wang Ruofei, Li Vihan, and others coordinated the action in Paris. Although the struggle was suppressed by the French army and police, and the core members, such as Cai Hazan, Chen Yu, Zhang Kundi, and Luo Suizhen, were expatriated to China, uniting and organizing themselves had become the common interest of the advanced elements of the Chinese students after this struggle, and they saw that it was time to establish a unified communist organization. In July 1921, a big event, little known but very important to the destiny of China, took place in China. The Chinese Communists, headed by Li Dazhao and Chen Duxiu, founded the CPC.
78.
In the early days of its founding, the CPC had only some 50 members. But this spark of communism began to spread across the Chinese land and soon became a prairie fire. The organization swelled its ranks not only at home but overseas. The establishment in Europe in 1922 of the Communist Organization of Students studying there was a historic moment. At the end of 1921, Zhao Xiyun, who was living in hiding in northern France to escape the French army and police, maintained close contacts with Zhou Enlai, Li Vihan, Lu Bojian, Wang Ruofei, and Fu Zhong in France, Germany, and Belgium, and discussed with them the establishment near the Place d'Odélie in the 13th district of Paris. Zhao Xiyun lived there, and Li Vihan and Chen Yanyan often went there to work. Recruitment of new members started in Germany, then in Belgium. At the same time, the French group of the CPC further developed into the European branch of the CPC in the winter of 1922. The members of the Youth Communist Party became members of the CPC. At that time, the party and the Communist
反斜杠
Out League were merged with a unified leading body, but the league was under the leadership of the party. The league was open, while the party was secret. The establishment of the European branch of the CPC and the Chinese Youth Communist Party showed that the party was successfully conducting establishing communist organizations in Europe
79.
activities among the Chinese students in Europe, and that the core of the leadership was in place to organize the political activities and struggles of the Chinese students, Chinese workers, and other overseas Chinese. The Youth Communist Party had expanded rapidly since its founding. There were only some 30 members at the beginning. but barely 6 months later, the number had swelled to 72. By 1924, the membership had grown to more than 200. Large numbers of prominent elements and progressive youths among the students studying in France and other European countries rallied around the party and the League. The Youth Communist Party conducted its activities under the absolute leadership of the European branch of the CPC. Zhao Xiyun was secretary of both the Central Executive Committee of the Youth Communist Party and the French branch of the CPC. He and Zhou Enlai, both leaders of the Youth Communist Party, were men of moral integrity and were held in great esteem and ardently loved by the members. Praising them in a poetic style, Cai Chang said that Xiyun and Enlai are full of wisdom. The Youth Communist Party reported its establishment to the Party Central Committee in China. On November 20, 1922, Li Vihan was sent back to China to contact and report to the Central Committee of the Youth League and to ask it to place the Youth Communist Party under its leadership. February 17-19, 1923, the Youth Communist Party held a provisional congress in the auditorium of a police sub-bureau in a small town on the western outskirts of Paris. In addition to those who attended the inaugural meeting, 42 delegates attended, including Chen Qiaonian, Nai Rongzhen, Deng Xixian, Fu Zhong, and others. It was decided at the meeting to change the name of the Chinese Youth Communist Party into the Chinese Communist Youth League in Europe, also known as the European branch of the Communist Youth League of China. Its leading body was renamed the Executive Committee of the Communist Youth League in Europe. Because the CPC Central Committee had decided to send Zhao Xiyun, Wang Ruofei, Chen Yannian, Chen Qiaonian, and 8 others to the Soviet Union to study in the Communist University of the Toilers of the East, the meeting elected 5 members of the Second Executive Committee, with Zhou Enlai serving as the secretary. Lu Bojian, Yuan Zichen, and 1 other were made alternate members. By then, the European branch of the Chinese Communist Youth League had entered its second stage. It recruited more members, set up the organs, officially established its subordination to the CPC Central Committee and the CCYL, and came up with its own official name. It also launched its official publication, Youth. Its organization and other work began to be more complete and mature. U X P T E A E Ba. The starting point of the revolutionary course. Father recalled, I spent 5 years and 2 months in France, working in factories for about 4 years. From my working experience, with the help of progressive fellow students and under the influence of the French workers' movement, I started to make changes in my ideology. I began to read some Marxist works and attend some meetings at which some Chinese or French propagated communism. Then I also wanted to join revolutionary organizations. Finally, in the summer of 1922, I was admitted into the Chinese Socialist Youth League on the recommendation of XIAOPING and Wang Zikai. When Father began working in the Hutchinson plant in Chaoat near Montargis in February 1922, he came into contact with a number of students with progressive ideas. Although Father did not participate in their activities, what he saw and heard had a great impact on him. He began to read the New Youth, collections of discussions on socialism, and other books and newspapers. At that time, a variety of ideological trends, especially anarchism, were in vogue among French youths. The 2 sons of Chen Duxiu, Chen Yannian and Chen Qiaonian, believed in anarchism for a time. Father, though very young, was never influenced by such ideas. He recalled, every time he heard people debating, he always championed socialism. From the very beginning, he accepted the ideologies of Marxism and communism and chose the road of proletarian revolution. He has remained steadfast despite the vicissitudes of more than 70 years. ILE summed up his experience while studying in the Soviet Union. The sufferings of life and the humiliations brought upon BV the foreman, the running dogs of capitalists, have had a great influence on me directly or indirectly. At the beginning, he only had some dim ideas about the evils of the capitalist society. Because of my romantic life, he was unable to have a deeper awareness. Later on, he acquired some knowledge about socialism, especially communism, and accepted the propaganda by some awakened elements, in addition to the sufferings I personally endured. So he joined the European branch of the Chinese Socialist Youth League. In a word, he have never been influenced by ideas other than communism. Father made this summary in 1926 when he joined the Communist Revolutionary rank in Pune. His was a true self-analysis of why a TVO year-old young man would choose the communist ideal and take the revolutionary road at the age of 18. Father told me that he joined the youth league in Montargis and took the 80, the starting point of the revolutionary course 81 oath in Paris together with Mom Cai Chang. He said that everybody taking the oath was very excited, and the ceremony has remained fresh in their memories, even scores of years later. Cai Chang was born in 1900 in Hunan. In her early years, she joined the XIAOPIng Society sponsored by Mao Zedong and, together with Xiang Jingyu, organized the Women's Work Study Corps. In 1920, Cai Chang and her elder brother Cai Hazan went to France to study on a work study program, taking their mother, Cai Jianhao, along. Cai Chang worked in Lyons, Paris, and other places. She took an active part in the discussions held by the members of the XIAOPIng Society in France and joined progressive organizations such as the World Society for Work Study in Montargis. She also took part in the struggles waged by Chinese students in France. She joined the European branch of the Chinese Socialist Youth League in 1922. And the following year she became a full member of the European branch of the CPC. Father did not know Cai Hazan well, but he was quite familiar with Cai Chang. As Cai was 4 years older than him, he called her elder sister. Cai Chang fell in love with Li Fukan, and they married in France. Father maintained close contacts with them. He called Li Fukan elder brother and Li and Cai affectionately called him little brother. Later Father lived with them for some time when they worked together in the Paris branch of the Youth League. Father told us that he often went to Cai Chang's home and ate noodles prepared by Mom Cai. They have remained friends for many years. After 1957 our family moved to Zongnanhai. There were 4 courtyards by the Huiran Hall, and together they were called the Qingyun Hall. Li Fukan and Cai Chang lived in the number E courtyard, while our family lived in number 5. This made our two families even closer. My parents often took us to visit Uncle Li and Mom Cai. Uncle Li had a strong Hunan accent and pronounced the name of my brother Fei Fei Flui Hui. We children respected father as elder brother and elder sister very much. My mother and Mom Cai were also on very good terms. Mother had a high respect for her and often asked her for advice. Father and Uncle Li, two vice premiers of the State Council, often traveled together for their work. The two families and other personnel often sat on a train for days on end going to northeastern, northwestern, southwestern, and eastern China. When the Cultural Revolution came, Father became a target of attack and criticism and was put under house arrest. At that time, no one in the world dared to come close to him. One day the bodyguard of Uncle Li, Little Kong, stuffed 2 packages of cigarettes into the hands of an old orderly of our family, saying that they were sent by Comrade Fukan. No sooner had he finished his words than he hurried away. The 2 packages of cigarettes were evidence of Uncle Li's political viewpoint and the value he put on the years of friendship he and Mom Cai had shared with their comrade, in arms. Uncle Li died during the Cultural Revolution. Later Mom Cai was hospitalized for serious illness. My 82 parents often went to see her. At her 90th birthday in 1990, Mother took the whole family to the hospital to congratulate her on behalf of Father. When Mom Cai died, Father presented a wreath and Mother attended the ceremony on Father's behalf to pay last respects to her. The long friendship was a revolutionary friendship, like brotherly affection but deeper. Our generation saw this with our own eyes and were very much moved and agitated. At the beginning of 1923, Zhou Enlai became the leader of the European branch of the Communist Party of China and the Chinese Socialist Youth League in Europe. Li Fukan and Cai Cheng were also active revolutionaries, while Father was only a young revolutionary who worked for the communist cause but remained immature. However, he was young, enthusiastic, active, and eager to make progress. He took firm revolutionary strides and, under the guidance of Zhou Enlai and other leaders, began his lifelong revolutionary career. On June 1, 1923, Father left Chao at. The address he gave as his destination was 39 Rue de la Pointe, La Caron, Colombie. In accordance with the needs of the work of the Secretariat of the Youth League Executive Committee, he became a professional worker of the European branch of the Youth League in Paris while doing odd jobs. After being admitted into the league, Father made much progress both in his thinking and in his mental outlook. When he first went to the Hutchinson plant in early 1922, he was a lovely and mischievous boy. But when he joined the Youth League, he suddenly became much more mature. Wu Qi, one of the Chinese students studying in France at that time, recalled, "Among the students I knew, Comrade Deng XIAOPING was the youngest. In the second half of 1922, I happened to meet him in a restaurant on the outskirts of Paris. He was barely 20 at the time. Although he was young, he was experienced, capable, and talented. He was sturdy, full of grit. He was straightforward and spoke loudly and forcefully. All these are still fresh in MV memoir though half a century has passed." This assessment shows that when a man has acquired an ideal and has something to pursue, clear beliefs, and an objective to fight for, it gives him a new life. In 1922, the revolutionary situation in China developed rapidly. Dr. Sun Yat-sen chose a new road to revolution after suffering setbacks. Beginning in the summer of 1922, he began reorganizing the Kuomintang and invited Chen Duxiu, Li Dazhao, and other communists to guide the reorganization. Dr. Sun at Sen firmly established the Lay-Creed policies, alliance with Russia, cooperation with the Communist Party, and assistance to the peasants and workers. In June 1922, that is, when the Youth Communist Party in Europe was founded, the Central Committee of the CPC published the propositions of the Communist Party of China on the current situation, which proposed the starting point of the revolutionary course 83 establishment of a democratic united front with the Kuomintang headed by Dr. Sun Yat-sen and other revolutionary democrats. In June 1923, the CPC called its Third National Congress in Quanzhou, at which it was decided that all its members would join the Kuomintang in their own names so as to set up the united front of all democratic classes. At that time, Dr. Sun Yat-sen sent Wang Jingqi to France to establish a branch of the KMT there. Wang had been a student in France and was repatriated for his participation in the students' struggle to return to the Sino-Franco University in Lyons. After arriving in France, Wang immediately contacted Zhou Enlai and others. On June 16 of the same year, Zhou Enlai and others reached an agreement with Wang Jingqi that all members of the Chinese Communist Youth League in Europe would join the Kuomintang in their own names. In November, the European branch of the KMT was set up in Lyons, with Wang Jingqi serving as director of the executive department, Zhou Enlai head of the general affairs section, Li Fukan head of the propaganda section, and Nai Rongzhen chief of the Paris Liaison Division, along with other youth league members. Father also joined the KMT in his own name in 1923. From then on, an excellent dynamic situation appeared in the united front work of the Kuomintang and the Communist Party in Europe. Facing this situation, the right-wingers of the Kuomintang were very frightened and launched fierce attacks on the Communist Party. They harbored extreme hatred toward Comrade Zhou Enlai, because he led party and league members to wage a tit-for-tat struggle against them. At a meeting, a member of the right-wingers of the Kuomintang took out a pistol and pointed it at Zhou Enlai. Fortunately, one of our comrades was quick and wrested the pistol away, thus thwarting the assassination plot in July 1923, while disseminating Marxism, Leninism and expanding the organizations. The European branches of the CPC and the Youth League led the Chinese students and workers in France in a struggle against the attempts of imperialist powers to jointly administer Chinese railways. Zhou Enlai, Su Tai, Yuan Zichen, and Su Diheng proposed that 22 Chinese organizations in France meet in Paris and set up the Provisional Joint Committee of all Chinese organizations in France, with Zhou Enlai as the secretary. On July 15, a mass rally of the Chinese in France, attended by more than 600 people, was held in Paris. Zhou Enlai delivered a speech entitled "Be United, Overthrow the Warlords at Home and Aid Against International Imperialism." After the rally, it was decided to set up a federation of Chinese organizations in France. The struggle waged by the European branches of the CPC and the Youth League further united the Chinese workers and other Chinese in France and became more integrated with the political struggle against feudalism and colonialism in China. After joining the Communist Youth League in 1922, Father matured quickly. He recalled that at that time he served as propaganda assistant in the 84 Bayou branch for 2 terms and was instructed by the branch to co-edit with Fu Lai a workers' journal that was published every 10 days. In the summer of 1923, he became a member of the European Branch Committee of the Communist Youth League. Liao Huangxing recalled, In June 1923, the European branch called the Second Congress and elected Comrade Deng Xiaoping into the branch committee. DENG Zeman also recalled that in the summer of 1923, after the school was on vacation, XIAOPING went to Paris to look for temporary jobs. There happened to be the re-election at the Second Congress of the European branch of the Communist Youth League. Both of us attended the Congress as representatives. The Congress elected the Secretariat, with Zhou Enlai serving as the Secretary, Li Fukan as the Director of Propaganda Department, and Yin Quan as the Director of Organization Department. Comrades Fu Zhong and Deng Xiaoping were also leading members. The Congress decided to change youth into Qiguang. But, in fact, the journal did not change its format until February 1924. It is clear that Father became an active member of the branch of the Communist Youth League, participating in the work of its leading body, beginning in the summer of 1923. Neither Liao Huangxing nor Zhang Zeman specified what post Father held. According to my analysis, Father only did some work for the leading comrades of the branch committee and could not be counted as one of its leading members. He once told us that when one participated in the leadership of the Youth League, one automatically became a full-part member. But he was only a Youth League member in 1923 and did not become a full-part member until 1924. On August 1, 1922, not long after the Youth Communist Party was established in June of that year, it started publishing the journal Youth. The editorial department and the organ of the party were located in the same room at 17 Rue Godefroy. The task of the journal was to disseminate doctrines of communism. It carried translations of the works of Marx and Lenin as well as documents and news about the Communist International and the Youth Communist International. Zhao Xiyan, Zhou Enlai, and Zhang Shenfu all contributed to the journal, expounding on the nature and role of the Communist Party, interpreting the fundamental tenets of Marxism, Leninism, and debating with the anarchists. 13 issues v. 反斜杠 published in all. Cai Chang recalled, IHC Journal Youth was edited in turn. Comrades Deng Xiaoping and Li Dazhang and mimeographs Denios, while Li Fnen was responsible for distribution. Later, the journal was renamed Red Light. It was published irregularly, sometimes only every 3 days, sometimes every 2 days, and sometimes every month. The office was in an upstairs room of a EV house at S. Rue S. by the Place d'Odalie in Paris. He went there once in 1948. Comrades Deng Xiaoping and Li Feng worked in factories in the daytime and did party work in the evenings, while Comrade Zhou Enlai worked as a full-time party worker. The starting point of the revolutionary course 85 Father has not forgotten the small EV house near the Place d'Odalie. On his way to New York to attend the UN General Assembly in 1974, he told his entourage that he and his comrades, in arms, once lived near the Place d'Odalie and often drank coffee in a small coffee house. Me asked the comrades from the Chinese embassy in France to take him to the Place d'Odalie to have a look. After the visit, he said, with feeling, everything has changed. As he could no longer drink the coffee of that small coffee house, Father asked the embassy personnel to buy some coffee for him from other coffee houses on the street every morning. He just likes the real coffee of the small coffee houses of France and often compares them with the small tea houses in his hometown in Sichuan. From 1923, Father began to work under the direct leadership of Zhou Enlai and became a professional revolutionary. On February 1924, the youth was officially renamed the Red Light. If the youth gave much weight to theory, the Red Light was even more militant. Changing theoretical youth into practical red light shows that the work of the European Party and League branches at the time tended to be associated directly with the practical struggle to meet the demands of the revolutionary struggle. The first issue of the Red Light carried a declaration. We want not only to review the current affairs in China but also to show the origin of such affairs and the way out. We would sincerely and honestly indicate the only road to national salvation, which cannot be achieved by other zigzag roads. In a word, the only objective we have set is the National Anti-Warlord Government Alliance and the Anti-Imperialist International Alliance. The Chinese Revolution had entered a new stage, the First Great Revolution, and the CPC European branch and the Youth League were making the militant call. The journal published articles by Zhou Yinlei, Li Fukan, Xiao Pushan, Ren Zhouxian, Deng Zixian, and Cai Chang. Zhou Yinlei alone published nearly 40 articles in the journal. Father said that he also published some articles, under the name of Shi Yixian and other pen names. Some of the many articles by Shi Yixian exposed the evil acts of the Youth Party, an organization formed in December 1923 in France by a handful of fascist politicians who opposed the Communist Party and the Soviet Union. Authors refuted the brazen rumors spread by the Youth Party that Soviet Russia sent troops to the Sino-Russian border to pressure China. Still others attacked the criminal attempts of the imperialist powers to interfere in China's internal affairs by organizing, at the supposed request of China, expert committees to examine China's political and economic situation and sort out China's debts. These articles used a pungent and forceful language and were very militant. However, they were simply expose, not works of theoretical or political 86 meant. They were incompatible with Deng Zixian's experience. However, he was only 20 years old and had joined the revolutionary ranks not long before. As he commented himself, I wrote a lot of articles for the Red Light under a number of names. There were no ideas to talk about. They merely advocated national revolution and the need to fight against the right wing of the Kuomintang and against Zheng Qi, Li Huang, and their like. The Deng Xiaoping we see today is a great man of great talent, resourcefulness, and wisdom. We should know that every great man has to go through the process from immaturity to maturity and is tempered bit by bit and step by step. The Red Light was a semi-monthly journal published for 16 months. Each issue had some 10 pages. Its format was flexible and quick enough that more copies could be printed, and distributed more widely, than the former Youth. Its liveliness, diversity, and short, hard-hitting articles were very appealing to the Chinese students, workers, and other Chinese in France, and Red Light was well received by them. Chinese nationals in Europe praised it as a vanguard of our struggle and a star of the Chinese in France. By 1925, a total of 33 issues had been published. As it was the official publication of the European branch of the CPC and the Youth League, it became the material for theoretical study and discussion among their members. Zhou Yinlei was responsible for editing and distribution and was the chief contributor. Li Fukan was responsible for distribution, and Deng Zixian and Li Dazhang cut mimeograph stencils. They worked in a simply furnished room under harsh conditions. They had to go out to earn their living in the depths and burned the midnight oil working on the journal. When they held a meeting, they crowded into the small room where Zhou Enlai lived and sat on the bed and table. They ate bread and drank water. Sometimes they had no vegetables to eat. It was under such harsh conditions that these cadres of the party and the Youth League worked hard for their ideals. But they were optimistic and eager to make progress. Running the pages of the journal, one notices at once the beautiful and clear Chinese characters, which show that father worked earnestly at his job of cutting stencils and printing. Because of his clear writing and simple and refined binding, he was praised as the doctor of mimeography. The cover of the journal was a sketch of a teenager with nothing on, holding a bugle in one hand and a flag in the other, with the boundless mountains and rivers under his feet. He was ready to take off against a background of red light. I do not know who designed it, but I think it is an excellent image that displays very well the features and temperament of the party and youth league members in Piyans at the time. Basque youths in the land of France were in their prime and ready to reshape the world. Many of them later became the backbone of the revolutionary struggle that changed the face of China and the destiny of the Chinese people. Tempering I in the party. The 5th Congress of the Chinese Communist Youth League in Europe was held July 13-15, 1924. The members of the new executive committee elected at the Congress were: Secretary, Zhou Weijun. Members, Yu Zhengsheng and Deng Zixian XIAOPING. 19. Director of Training Department, Li Zhengzhe. Director of Propaganda Department, Su Shuping. According to the party's regulations, if one held a leading position on the executive committee of the Communist Youth League in Europe, one became a party member of the European branch of the CPC. Therefore, when he was elected to the Secretariat at the 5th Congress, either entered the second stage of his revolutionary career. He took up the leading post of the Chinese Communist Youth League in Europe and joined the Communist Party of China. He was a month away from being 20 years old. The leaders of the CPC branch and the CCYL imprints were often changed. Either told me that it was because the party and the league organizations wished to train more cadres. The system of lifelong tenure was not followed. The longest tenure was 1 year. Another reason was that the battlefronts of the CPC were in China, and so the CPC Central Committee often selected members of the CPC and the Communist Youth League in Europe to study in the Soviet Union before returning to work in China, or to return to China directly to take part in the struggles. Yu Zhong recalled that the successive leaders of the party and league branches in Europe were comrades Zhao Xiyan, Zhou Enlai, Lu Bojian, Li Yukan, Fu Zhong, and Hu Daji. Fu Zhong did not mention Zhou Weijun and Ren Zhouxian in his memoirs. In 1924, the revolutionary movement in China, with Guangdong as its base, developed rapidly, and large numbers of cadres were urgently needed. Thus, after the 5th Congress was concluded, the CPC Central Committee selected group after group of party and league members to send either to study in the Soviet Union or directly back to China. In late July, according to the directive of the CPC Central Committee, Zhou Enlai and some other comrades came back to China. Zhou Enlai went to Europe at the age of 22 and left Iran at the age of 26. He had grown from a young student who sought truth into a professional revolutionary with a firm faith in Marxism and communism. Some 87, 88 experience in revolutionary struggle, and strong organizational and leadership abilities. He and his comrades pioneered the communist cause carried on by the Chinese students in France. Under his leadership, guidance, and example, many revolutionary youths strengthened their belief and learned the art of struggle. When the comrades of the CPC and Youth League branches in Europe learned that Zhou Enlai was going back to China, they felt both excited and reluctant to part with him. Gathering around Zhou Enlai, they took a picture with him for remembrance. Besides Nai Rongzhen and Li Yukan, Deng Zixian, the newly elected member of the Secretariat of the Executive Committee, is in this picture, standing in the last row. He is in Western-style clothes with a cap on his head. Although his round face still seems a little childish, it shows some confidence and fortitude. I once asked either who he was closest to among the Chinese students in Iran's. He thought it over and then answered that it was Premier Zhou. He had all along regarded him as my elder brother, and we had worked together for the longest period of time. It was true that during the 2 years when either worked with Zhou in France, in the late 1920s and early 1930s when they did underground work in Shanghai, in the Central Soviet area in Jiangxi, during the Long March and the Revolutionary Wars, when they worked in the highest leading bodies of the party and the government after the founding of the People's Republic, and until the time when Premier Zhou, having given his all to the party, the country, and the people, breathed his last. Father all along remained an able assistant and a loyal comrade, in arms of Zhou Enlai. When the Premier's health deteriorated, Father withstood high pressure, managed the state and army affairs, and shared some responsibility for the Premier. When Premier Zhou became critically ill, Father kept watch day and night by his bedside. When Premier Zhou passed away, Father made the memorial speech on behalf of the party and the people despite his deep sorrow. Tears are falling down my cheeks as I write these lines. Because of Father's close relations with Zhou Enlai, we got to know Uncle Zhou in our childhood, and we all loved and respected him very much. Since his wife, Mom Zhou had the same family name as my father, for some time our parents told us to call her aunt. From this we can see the intimate relations between my parents and Uncle Zhou and Aunt Deng. Uncle Zhou was very kind to us, and he also made jokes with us, saying that I was the foreign minister of our family and my second elder sister Deng Nan was the premier and had a position as high as his. We spent our childhood happily, having the care of many revolutionaries of the old generation like Uncle Zhou. During the Cultural Revolution, we saw with our own eyes the adverse circumstances that our seniors had experienced. When Uncle Zhou became seriously ill, we were as worried about him as our parents were. When he died, our parents took us to take part in the solemn memorial meeting held in the Great Hall of the People. After the meeting was tempering I and the party 89 over, we walked to the portrait of Uncle Zhou and made bows to him and we could not help crying. Whenever I think of that scene and the graceful bearing and likeness of Uncle Zhou, I cannot help feeling sad. He still keep the black armband he wore at the memorial meeting for Uncle Zhou. Uncle Zhou and his comrades, in arms will always be remembered by history and the people. Zhou Enlai came back to China in late July 1924 to take part in the revolutionary struggles, but many party and league members had already left France, among them, Zhao Xiyan, Li Vihan, Chen Yanyan, Chen Qiaonian, Wang Ruofei, Yuan Qingyun, Xiong Xiong, Lu Bojian, and Zhang Shenfu. Father said that he did not know Zhang Shenfu but attended his farewell party in 1923. Although these core members left France, the work and struggle of the CPC and League branches did not stop. The new branches continued to expand their organizations, organize party and League members for study, propagate Marxism and Leninism, and brief the Chinese students and workers in France on the international and Chinese revolutionary situation. They also remained steadfast in their struggles against the KMT right-wingers and the Youth Party. In the autumn of 1924, most of the organizations that supported Taoism were dissolved and very few remained. The leading figures of the Youth Party, such as Zheng Qi and Li Huang, left Europe and gave up their positions there, whereas the communist organizations in France became all the more active and energetic. The Chinese Communist Youth League in Europe often organized mass meetings and lectures in Paris. Its members also attended the meetings of other organizations and used them as forums for propagating their political ideas. On October 10, 1924, the various Chinese organizations in France held a rally to celebrate National Day. Ren Zhouxian led over 100 League members taking part in the celebration. Also attending the rally were members of the KMT, the Etatist Youth Party, the Social Democratic Party, as well as Chinese from all walks of life and Chinese workers. The participants totaled several hundred. There was a dispute over which flag should be hoisted, the KMT's flag with a white sun against a blue sky, or the five-colored flag of the Northern Warlord government supported by Taoists. The League supported the KMT and waged a resolute struggle against the Youth Party. Apart from the activities and protests carried out on public occasions, Li Fukan and other leading League comrades also gave lectures on political economics in Paris. Some Chinese students and workers were admitted to the study groups, and the truth and new knowledge they were exposed to had a strong appeal to them. 90. In December 1924, the CCYL in Europe held the 6th Congress, at which it was decided to set up a supervisory division under the League branch. The division was composed of 7 to 8 members, including Li Zhengzhi and Deng Xixian, with Li Zhengzhi as the director. Ren Zhouxian, Li Fukan, and Deng Xixian, who had either joined the trade union or were familiar with the trade union movement, were responsible for organizing a trade union movement committee, with Yu Zhengsheng serving as the director. After the 6th Congress ended, the CCYL in Europe made a decision to expand the executive committee. The propaganda department under the branch had 6 deputy directors. Fei Ziyan, Deng Xixian, and Xiong Jiguang were in charge of workers' movement, and Xiao Pushan was in charge of publication of the Red Light in the spring of 1925, after serving 1 term as the CCYL branch committee member. Father was sent to Lyons to work as a special representative of the CPC branch in Europe. Being the leader of the party and League organizations in Lyons, he served as the deputy director of the propaganda department, as secretary in charge of training of the Lyons branch of the Youth League, and concurrently as the secretary of the CPC Lyons Group. In the same year, the party and League organizations in France waged several large-scale mass struggles. On May 30, 1925, the May 30th massacre occurred in China and shocked the whole world. In 1925, the Japanese imperialists and the Northern Warlord government wantonly suppressed the vigorously developing workers' movement in Shanghai. On May 15, Xu Zhenghong, the workers' leader and a member of the Communist Party, was shot dead, Li's death aroused the indignation of the public. IHC-CPC Central Committee decided to continue the anti-imperialist struggle. On May 30, the students in Shanghai supported the workers, calling for the recall of the foreign conscience. The British imperialists arrested over 100 people, killed a dozen, and wounded many more. In response to the call of the CPC Central Committee, over 20 万 workers, 5万 students, and a great many businessmen in Shanghai went on strike. Nearly 500 cities and towns across the country, such as Beijing, Nanjing, Langkou, and Quanzhou, immediately responded. The mammoth struggle lasted for 3 months. The May 30th movement was a prelude to the upsurge in the Creed Revolution. After the May 30th movement broke out, the European branches of the CPC and the CCEL immediately took action. FEV made a joint announce rally of the Chinese residing in France would be held at 96 Boulevard d'Auguste Blanqui in the central area of Paris on June 7. Among the over 1,000 people attending the rally apart from the Chinese workers and students were representatives of the French Communist Party and the Vietnamese Communist Party group in France. The rally was chaired by Ren Zhouxian, then Secretary of Tempering in the Party 91 of the CPC European branch. Representatives from various circles took the floor one after another to denounce the atrocities perpetrated by the imperialists who had invaded China and slaughtered the Chinese people. The rally adopted a resolution that firmly supported the May 30th movement against imperialism, protested the dispatch of troops to Shanghai by the French government, demanded an immediate withdrawal of French troops and warships from China, called on the Chinese to unite to jointly oppose imperialism, and instructed the Office of the Red Light and other organizations to set up the Action Committee of the Chinese in France to aid the anti-imperialist movement in Shanghai. A demonstration was organized after the rally. On June 14, the Executive Committee of the CPC European Branch and the Executive Committee of the CCYL in Europe published a letter to the Chinese who joined the demonstration. From the beautiful handwriting on the leaflet, we can easily tell that it was Deng Xixian who cut the stencil. The leaflet read: "A serious and glorious action was taken in Paris, the center of the reactionary forces in Europe. We, the oppressed Chinese people, held for the first time a demonstration directed at the imperialist government. The Chinese taking part in the demonstration. Your spirit should be respected by us. No matter what doctrine you believe in, we pay tribute to you so long as you oppose imperialism in words and deeds, and wage from today uncompromising struggles against imperialism. We believe that all the struggle for overthrowing imperialism is more sacred than anything. The key to beginning to liberate the oppressed nations and all of mankind is to overthrow imperialism, to oppose the French imperialists that slaughtered the Shanghai people, and to oppose all imperialists who massacred the Shanghai people. On June 21, uniting with the leftists of the KMT, the CPC branch and the CCYL in France organized a demonstration, and the demonstrators marched toward the legation of the Republic of China. Over 200 participants came from different directions. They blockaded the gate of the legation, cut off the telephone line, captured Minister Chen Lu, and forced him to sign a prepared document. This document stated that a telegram would be sent to the whole Chinese people, in the name of Minister Chen Lu, to support the anti-imperialism movement, that a diplomatic note in the name of Minister Chen Lu would be presented to the French government requesting it to withdraw its troops from China, that the minister would apologize to the Chinese in France and guarantee effective protection of the interests and freedom of the Chinese, and that Chen Lu had to donate 5,000 francs to be mailed to Shanghai to aid the workers on strike. This document was distributed to the relevant institutions and newspaper offices. The actions taken by the Chinese in France to support the anti-imperialist May 30th movement in China shocked all of Europe and greatly scared the French government. On the following day, June 22, the French government 92 ordered the police to track down and arrest the Chinese communists in France. In a few days, over 20 CPC and CCYL members who lived in the Paris area, such as Ren Zhouxian and Li Dazeng, were arrested and put into prison. The French authorities then expelled 47 Chinese students. The arrest of Ren Zhouxian and other leaders caused great damage to the CPC branch and the CCYL branch in Europe. At that time, father was in Lyons. Iali wrote, the leading comrades in Paris are expelled out of France on the ground of the anti-imperialist movement. Comrade Xiaopushan, the party secretary, wrote me an urgent letter and appointed me special committee member of the area of Lyons and Creusot, responsible for giving guidance to all the work in the area. We were then quite ill-informed of the situation in Paris and only knew that the central leading body of the organizations was no longer there and it was quite difficult to carry on any work. At the same time, urged by other comrades, I decided to resign from MV job and go to Paris to work for the organizations. When I got to Paris, Comrade Xiaopushan was not expelled yet. So we held discussions on the establishment of a temporary executive committee. Before long, the executive committee was changed into the extraordinary executive committee. I was eventually appointed a member of both committees. Duty in the party organization was sabotaged. Deng Xixian and his comrades, in arms Fuzhong, Li's Warren, and others returned to Paris from other places and took over the leadership positions of the party and league organizations on their own. On 30/1925, the Provisional Executive Committee of the CCYL in the European District was founded. His secretary was Pi Yuzhong, and members were Deng Xixian and Mao Yushan. The Provisional Executive Committee decided that these three comrades formed the secretariat but that the living expenses of only one would be provided according to a secret report received by the PNG police. On July 1, 1925, a meeting was held at 14 Rue Paversecret in Billancourt with 33 participants. The chairman of the meeting spoke first. He said that since most of the members of the Chinese Action Committee in PNG were arrested, it was necessary to reorganize the committee. Besides, a protest statement will be printed both in French and Chinese soon and distributed in Paris. At the meeting, the radical people of anti-European capitalism expressed their firm opposition to the act of the French side to expel their Chinese compatriots, and especially their strong indignation at the decision to expel 10 more Chinese on the coming Saturday. PHE meeting ended when the hotel owner came in and told them that the police had coined on July 2. The Provisional Executive Committee convened a meeting to protest imperialism. A secret PYCNCH police report recorded that the Chinese Action Committee in France held a meeting yesterday afternoon at 23 Rue Boyer to protest against international imperialism, with over 70 participants tempering in the party 93 pence. the chairman of the committee said that they had set up the Action Office, but its staff had not yet been reported to the Congress and the members were to be elected at group meetings. 8 people spoke at the meeting. Among them, Deng Xixian proposed to unite with the government of the Soviet Union to oppose imperialism. On August 17, the first session of the Executive Committee of the 7th Congress of the CCYL in Europe was held. The secretary was Fu Zhong, members were Deng Xixian and XIAOPING, and these three formed the secretariat. Fu Zhong, Deng Xixian, and Deng Xiaosheng were also contributors to the party and league publications. Father not only wrote during this period, but the party organization appointed him concurrently the secretary of the Supervisory Committee of the KMT Central Branch in France, responsible for all the work of the KMT. Suppressed by the French government and the army and police, the CPC and CCYL organizations in Europe, instead of retreating, rapidly restored their organizations and carried on ever more positively their staunch and unyielding struggles. A secret report of the French police said. On September 6, a meeting was held at 23 Rue Boyer in Belleville with over 40 participants. Since the incident in the Chinese legation occurred, some of the Chinese communists are now living in the Paris area and have taken emergent measures to prevent discovery. The purpose of this meeting was to commemorate Mr. Liao Zongkai. Further investigation is to be made so as to find out who the meeting's organizer and participants were. On September 12, 1925, only 2 months after the large-scale arrest by the French army and police, the CPC European branch convened an enlarged meeting. The participants decided to organize another large-scale anti-imperialist rally of Chinese in France in the name of the Central Branch of the Chinese KMT in France. At noon on September 15, over 1,000 Chinese held a mammoth, militant anti-imperialist rally in a meeting hall near the Seine in the central part of Paris. Shi Yushan, a member of the CPC and vice-chairman of the general branch of the KMT in France, spoke first. He said that since the May 30th movement, the Chinese in France had taken an active part in the struggle, but that was not enough. By upholding the banner of proletarian internationalism, they should make persistent efforts to march forward heroically, direct the struggle at the British, Japanese, French, and American imperialists, and drive them out of Chinese territory so as to accomplish the great task of liberating the Chinese nation. After his speech, the French Communist Party representative, named Doriot, a French member of parliament, MAO, the Vietnamese Communist Party representative, and the representative of black Africans took the floor one after another. Finally, the CPC representatives Fu Zhong and XIAOPING spoke. They pointed out that the May 30th movement was part of the socialist revolution of the world proletariat, and the proletariat and laboring people of the whole world should be united to wage struggles against imperialism. Unless they won a complete victory, they would not stop their struggles. In the meeting hall, participants seethed with excitement. They shouted, "Down with imperialism! Down with warlords! Long live the victory of the Chinese national liberation movement!" The convocation of this anti-imperialist rally brought the masses of Chinese in France closer to the CPC branch in Europe, and the revolutionary momentum was heightened. The rally also once again shocked the French government, which decided to immediately arrest its chairman and organizer. French police arrested Shi Yishan and expelled him because the KMT right-wingers informed against him. Although father did not speak at the meeting, he took part in leading and organizing it as a leading member of the CPC branch. The more militant the activities of the CPC branch in Europe and the CCYL became, the more nervous the French government became. The French police began to pay increasingly close attention to the movements of the Chinese and the Chinese communists and conducted secret surveillance. The police were informed of even some small-scale meetings. However, the CPC members in France were not scared. They continued to hold meetings and make speeches as members of the CPC or of the KMT. On October 25, 1925, the French intelligence agents reported, p.tom 20 to 21:30 yesterday, a meeting of Chinese communists was held in a café en rue Chariot in Issy, Les Moulins city with 25 participants. The meeting was presided over by Deng Xixian. VU read out the lesson on education in communism and pointed out the necessity to re-establish the Chinese Communist group and start some publications. On November 16, 1925, the P-10 intelligence agents reported that a mass meeting of the KMT was held in Paris chaired by Deng Xixian. The meeting commemorated Wang Jingqi, a leading member of the European branch of the KMT, and exposed the persecution of the progressives by the international imperialists and the French imperialists. The report said, IHC KMT convened a meeting from 15 to 17 on November 15 at 23 Rue Boyer in Belleville. The meeting was presided over by 9 Ng Xixian and 47 PAOPLE attended. The meeting commemorated Wang Jingqi, who had been expelled by France and died on the ship Hunt for China. Tavan representatives, including Chen Shiyi, spoke at the meeting, protesting against the arrest of Chinese by the PRENA police. Finally, Deng Xixian said in his closing speech, "We hope that all of us present will always remember Comrade Wang Jingqi and continue to wage struggles against imperialism." On November 20, 1925, the PNG Interior Minister also mentioned this meeting in his letter to the French Foreign Minister. The letter read, "A meeting was held on November 15 at 23 Rue Boyer in Belleville to commemorate tempering in the party 95 Wang Jingqi, who had been expelled by France and died on the ship bound for China. Besides, the KMT side has appointed Chen Shiyi the representative of the KMT. By then, Deng Xixian was just 21 years old. He had gone from an ordinary league member to a full member of the CPC and had been elected to a leading position in the party and league organizations in Europe. He had become a communist of even firmer faith, was more mature in handling matters, and now had some experience in waging struggles and exercising leadership. He had served 1.5 terms as the leader of the party branch. His activities had drawn the attention of the French police, and they began secretly keeping watch on him and following him. On July 30, 1925, father was registered in the residence book of the Boulogne police station in Billancourt. His registration number was 1250394. On November 6, 1925, father went to work in the Renault automobile factory and was assigned to work in the benchwork workshop. When I visited France in 1988, I went to the Renault automobile factory to look for father's data. The factory personnel received me warmly and led me to visit the benchwork workshop where father had once worked. They gave me some pictures of the factory and its workers in the 1920s. What was most valuable was that they found Father's work card. On the work card, Father was registered as Deng Xixian, Chinese, born on July 12, 1904, in Sichuan, residing at 27 Rue Traversier in Belancourt, a skilled bench worker, assigned to work in number 76 workshop. The wage for each grinding piece was 1 franc and 5 centimes. On the bottom left corner of the card was a small photo of Father with the printed number of 82409A. He looked very young. Those who did not know him might have mistaken him for a teenager. But they did not know that Father, then 21 years old, had been a leading member of the CPC branch in Europe under the surveillance of the French police. Father did not work long in the Renault automobile factory, but he was clever and mastered some bench work technique. When he worked under surveillance in a factory in Jiangxi province during the Cultural Revolution in the 1970s, this technique became very useful. After Father went to work in the Renault automobile factory, the French police still kept close watch on him. He once asked him, "Why did the French police pay so much attention to you?" He replied, "Because he was quite active." The French police were quite clear about our activities. On January 7, 1926, the French police received a detailed report. It said, according to the information received on January 5, the Action Committee of the Chinese group in France held a meeting in the afternoon of January 3 at 23 Rue Boyer in Belleville. At this meeting, several speakers raised the slogan of Oppose 96 in imperialism and demanded that the Chinese in France unite to support General Feng Yuxiang's pro-communist and anti-Beijing government policy. At the meeting, the Action Committee also decided to ask the Chinese minister in Paris to declare his stand on the South-North conflict in China and to oppose any international intervention. Although investigation has been made, since the Action Committee is well organized, the location and composition of the committee cannot be found. However, the several Chinese who spoke at the meeting on January 3 have been identified. One of them is named Deng Xixian, who was born on July 12, 1904, in the family of Deng Wenming and Deng Shi in Sichuan province of China. He has been living at Rue Casteja in Boulogne, Billancourt since August 20, 1925. He complies with the regulations of laws and decrees concerning foreigners. After arriving in France in 1920, he first went to work in Marseille and then in Bayeux, Paris, and Lyons. When he came back to Paris again in 1925, he became a worker in the Renault automobile factory in Billancourt and stayed there until January 3. He attended meetings as a representative of the activists of the Communist Party and seemed to have made speeches at various meetings organized by the Chinese Communists. He especially advocated close ties with the government of the Soviet Union. In addition, Deng Xixian also has a lot of booklets and newspapers of the Communist Party and has received many letters from China and the Soviet Union. 2 Chinese compatriots live with Deng Xixian. It seems that they are also in favor of Deng Xixian's political views. When they go out, they always accompany Deng Xixian. Fu Zhong was born in June 1903 in China. Ping Sun Yang, 20 years old, was born in Shanghai. They observe the French laws on foreigners. FHCY claim to be students and are not engaged in any work. Since the Chinese in Paris are quite exclusive, it is very difficult to find out their activities. To make everything clear, it seems necessary, with the permission of the Commissioner of the General Police Bureau, to make visits and investigations at their residences in Billancourt. We might get some information from the house owners, and by so doing, we could, through checking their ID cards, find out who among them are the wanted communists. I3 hotels should be kept under close watch, 3 Rue Castilla, 14 Rue Traversière, and 8 Rue Jules Ferry. After receiving this report, the French police immediately decided to search the residences of Deng Xixian and others. On January 8, 1926, the French police made a surprise search of the 3 hotels in Billancourt and reported. On the order of the Commissioner of the Police Bureau, searches were made of 3 hotels from 5:45 to 7 this morning in Boulogne, Billancourt. The addresses of the 3 hotels are 14 Rue Traversière, 3 Rue Castilla, 8 Rue Jules Ferry. The purpose of searching the 3 hotels was to find out those Chinese engaged in propaganda of communism, tempering in the party 97. All the rooms of these hotels were searched, and over 100 Chinese documents examined. In room 1 of the hotel at 3 Rue Castilla, we found a lot of French and Chinese booklets disseminating communism workers in China, Dr. Sun Yat, Sense Will, ABC of Communism, etc., Chinese newspapers, and especially the Chinese Communist newspaper Progress, published in Moscow, as well as essential accessories of 2 mimeographs together with printing metal plates, rolls, and several packs of printing paper. The 3 men named Deng Xixian, Fu Zhong, and Ping Sun Yang lived in that room until January 7. They left suddenly yesterday, and the 2 men named Meng Fifian and Chen Kai who lived at 8 Rue Jules Ferry also left in a hurry at the same time. These Chinese seem to be active communists. It appears that these men had found themselves to be suspected and so they hurriedly disappeared. Their compatriots have taken precautions and have abandoned all the documents that might cause them trouble. Yes, the tenants who lived in room S of the hotel at 3 Rue Castilla included Deng Xixian and Fu Zhong, leading members of the CPC Brina in Europe. The Free-Napoli were going to arrest them. They had obtained that information in advance and had resourcefully fled to distant places. They had flown far and wide. Where and in what direction did they die? The sacred place of the revolution at that time, the Soviet Union. Adieu, France. As early as May 1925, the CPC European Brain had decided to send some members, including Deng Xixian, to Moscow for further study. A letter, dated November 18, 1925, from Yuan Qingyun in Moscow to Fu Zhong and others mentioned again that as soon as you receive our letter in the near future, you should set off at once. Another letter, dated December 9 from Moscow and addressed to Fu Zhong and others, said that we presume you have received our letter dated November 18. We asked Deng Xixian, Lu Minjian, Fu Zhong, Zhong Zaijian, and Su Shuping to come here as quickly as possible. If Zhong Zaijian cannot come, Li Junjia can take his place. The reason you have to come here has been explained in the previous letter. For the CP and the interests of the revolution, you have to come here at once. From this we can see that Father and others had received instructions from the CPC Moscow branch and were prepared to hurry to Moscow. Simultaneously, they were carrying out revolutionary activities, working in the factory, and preparing to leave France. So when the French police came searching, they had left without delay, and the police closed in on nothing. On January 7, the Executive Committee of the European branch of the Chinese Communist Youth League issued a circular. 20 comrades who are leaving for Russia have decided to depart from Paris this evening. Probably they will return to China soon. Comrades, 反斜杠 hen one group of our fighters after another advance to the front. We should keep in mind the slogan "Go back home as early as possible." On January 28, 1926, Lu Minjian, a leading member of the Communist Youth League, wrote, 20 comrades left here for Russia on January 7. On his list were Fu Zhong, Deng Xixian, Li Zhans, Deng Xiaosheng, Yi 111 Lun, and others. On January 7, father and his comrades, in arms, boarded the train that went north to the Soviet Union, the native place of the October Revolution. When boarding the train, they received the order of expulsion issued by the French police. This order actually prohibited them from setting foot on the soil of France ever again. The truculent French police authorities did not anticipate that the person they expelled in the 1920s would pay a visit to France in the capacity of a state guest 50 years later and would be accorded the warmest of red carpet welcomes by the French government and the French people. On their way, father and his comrades, in arms, stopped in ceremony and stayed in the houses of German workers. They were given a warm reception by the German working class and communists. Father said their warm reception was genuine, proletarian and comradely. 98. Adieu, France 99. From October 19, 1920, to January 7, 1926, father lived in France for 5 years, 2 months, and 19 days. When he came to Freyny, he was a naive 16-year-old young man. After gaining extraordinary experience in his study, working, joining the party and league organizations, and participating in revolutionary struggles, he left Freyny at the age of 22, having grown into a career revolutionary who had a firm faith in communism and experience in revolutionary struggle. In addition to disseminating Marxism and the ideal of communism and waging proletarian revolutionary struggles, a very important part of the revolutionary activities carried out by father and his comrades in Freyny was resolute and uncompromising opposition to imperialism, especially the pirateries perpetrated by the imperialists against their motherland. China had suffered untold bullying by the Western powers, and its people had suffered oppression and plunder by international imperialism and the Chinese feudal forces. Since the very day they joined the communist organization, father and his comrades had resolved to link their own fates with the fate of their motherland and the people, and to give their youth and even their lives to the cause of saving the nation. They lived under the powerful thumb of the Western powers, but they held high the banner of opposition to imperialism. They were not afraid of being arrested, expelled, or imprisoned. They did indeed have the heroic spirit and lofty ideals of young revolutionaries. Some people have said that the Chinese are opposed to hegemonism, power politics, and external intervention because they have a strong national dignity. This national dignity stems from the brilliant 500-year history of their motherland and their splendid culture, and, at the same time, from the bitter history of the national humiliation of subjection to bullying, insult, and plunder. Beginning from the very moment the Chinese were first subjected to aggression, many Chinese people realized that only by striving constantly to become stronger would there be a future for the Chinese nation. one maintained on an equal footing with all the other nations of the world. However, in the last 100 years or so, only the Chinese communists have led the Chinese people in standing upright and advancing from humiliation to national dignity, from poverty to prosperity, and have enabled the Chinese people to stop their suffering at the hands of foreign powers and to become masters of their own country. This objective was reached by the group of young communists in France. The European branches of the CPC and the CCYL trained, tempered, and nurtured a large group of fine revolutionaries who had faith in communism and practical revolutionary experience. They were a group of young intellectuals who cherished their country and their people. They had strong revolutionary enthusiasm. They lived simple and honest lives, and they had noble character and pure morals. Father Oni told us. 100. WC lived a hard life then. After we became professional revolutionaries, our living expenses were provided by the organization. We could only eat some bread or cook some noodles. We did not institute the lifelong tenure system then, giving no consideration to position. For instance, while in France, Zhao Xiyan held a higher position than Zhou Enlai, and Zhou Enlai's position was higher than Chen Yannian's. But when they were back in China, Chen Yannian's position was the highest among them. Chen Yannian was very capable. He opposed his father and held better views than others did. His death was a deep regret. After coming back to China, Zhao Xiyan worked under their leadership, but he did not mind it. None of us minded the position and had no such ideas. We just carried out revolutionary activities. This was the characteristic of the communists in the early period. Father also said, with feeling, it was hard to join the Communist Party. What an important matter it was to join the Communist Party at that time. We really gave our all to the party, with nothing left over. Hearing these words of Father S., I was deeply moved and had many thoughts and feelings. As he compared with the people of his generation, some youths today seem to lack something. Their enthusiasm seems to be not that strong, their faith not that firm, their character and morals not that pure, and even the blood flowing in their blood vessels not that red and hot. As a Chinese saying goes, the times produce the heroes. In the torrent of the Chinese Revolution, each wave washed over the one ahead and each wave was higher than the last. In the early days of the Communist Party of China, men of talents gradually emerged. In France alone, a large number of pioneers who devoted themselves to the cause of revolution and to the liberation of the Chinese people arose from among the students who were studying on work-study programs and the party and league members residing there. Zhou Enlai, would-be Premier of the People's Republic of China Deng Xiaoping, would-be Vice Premier of the State Council of the People's Republic of China and Chairman of the Military Commission of the CPC Central Committee Chen I, would-he Marshal and ICC, Park Micro of the State Council of the People's Republic of China Nai Rongzhen, would-be Marshal and Vice Premier of the People's Republic of China Li Fukan, would-be ICC, Premier of the People's Republic of China Li Wuhan, would-be a Senior CPC Leader and Director of the United Front Org Department of the Party's Central Committee I Listen, would-be a Senior CPC Leader Cai Cheng, would-be Chairwoman of the All China Women's Federation Adu, France 101. There were also those martyrs who died a heroic death before the founding of New China. Wang Ruofei,
a senior CPC leader who was killed in an air disaster at the age of 50 in 1946. Zhao Xiyan, a senior CPC leader who was killed by the Kuomintang at the age of 26 in 1927. Chen Yanyan, a senior CPC leader who was killed by the Kuomintang in 1927, when he was less than 30. Chen Qiangnian, a senior CPC leader who was killed by the Kuomintang at the age of 26 in 1928. Cai Hazan, a senior CPC leader who was killed by the Kuomintang at the age of 36 in Guangzhou in 1931. Xiang Jingyu, a leader of the Chinese women's movement who died a hero, i.e. death in Wuhan in 1928. Lu Bojian, a high-ranking general of the Red Army who was killed by the Kuomintang at the age of 40 in 1935. There were many more names that have long been forgotten. These people were born and bred in China but adopted progressive ideas from the West and eventually found truth. They sought truth boldly and heroically, and they've shed their blood for their belief, determined as they were to save China and the Chinese people from peril. They could have continued to study in France, worked in factories, engaged in trade, or made peaceful marriages and careers for themselves in the West. But they all came back to their poor, backward, and devastated motherland, to the land where they were born and bred, to their brothers and sisters, to their people who were undergoing untold suffering. They shed their blood and sweat on the Chinese land. How many of them are still alive after several decades? Most of the Chinese students in France then either have been killed or have died of illness after working their hearts out for the revolution. They have gone to their eternal sleep on the land of their motherland and been integrated into the mountains, rivers, and plains of the Chinese nation. They were a generation who moved people to song and tears and were crowned with eternal glory. We, the later generations, will always hold them in great respect from the bottom of our hearts. Father had only 4 photos taken in France. One was a full-length picture, taken in March 1921, not long after his arrival in France, in which he is wearing 102 a cap and Western-style lilies. He sent this photo to his fellow student Lu Puqing in June 1925. Fortunately, the venerable Lu kept it and gave it back to father as a present nearly 40 years later. This is the earliest photo of those we have and was taken when he was 16 years old. The second photo includes his uncle Deng Xiaosheng and was taken a little later than the first one. The third is a group photo of all the delegates to the Third Congress of the European District of the Chinese Communist Youth League, taken in July 1924. The same photo on display at the memorial meeting for Zhou Enlai. In it, either is standing on the right of the last row. The fourth is the one, in a photo on his work card for the Renault Automobile Factory. Only these 4 photos are left. Some RDLs and reports have misidentified him in other photos. While in France, father contracted typhoid fever, probably between 1923 and 1925. He told me that he had contracted typhoid fever twice in his life, once in France and the other time during the Long Marry. He was on the verge of death on both occasions. Thanks to the fairly high level of medical treatment in France at that time, he was hospitalized for treatment and reoperated in a sanatorium for 1 month after being discharged, all free of charge. I think it was inevitable that father would get ill considering how harsh his living conditions were at that time. Fortunately, he narrowly escaped death. Otherwise, I would not have the special honor of writing this book today. Sine father lived in France for 5 years.
he has always been described in some contemporary works as having some outlandish ways. For example, he was fond of Western classical music. Some works have capitalized on his present hobby of playing bridge and illustrated his disposition bv showing him with playing cards in his hand, even when discussing important military and state affairs. Father lived in the West for more than 6 years. Truly, he got used to some foreign habits. For instance, he likes to eat potatoes, to drink French wine, to eat eggs and bread, and to drink coffee. Some old comrades who studied with Father in France had such predilections as well, lowering his visit to France in 1975 and his stop in Ukraine on his way to New York for the United Nations General Assembly in 1974. Father bought some bread to send as a present to his old comrades who had studied in France, such as Premier Zhou, Nai Rongzhen, and Cai Chang. Whenever he received a present of good French wine or cheese from others, he never forgot to share them with these old friends. Father acquired a lifelong hobby while in France watching football matches. He did not have very much money in France, but only he spent 5 francs to buy the cheapest ticket to watch an international football match. In recollection now, he says that his food cost him 5 francs a day, and so it was hard for him to see the match. Furthermore, his seat was in the top row, and he could not even see the ball very clearly. He still remembers that if Uruguay was France 103 the champion of that world tournament. Since liberation, he has been an enthusiastic spectator of football matches. He will go to any match, even one played by children's teams on the Xyiaoping sports ground. He also took us to watch the games. Although we did not know the rules, we had to go with him. When we were young, we spent most of the time in the lounge drinking soda water. But when we grew up, we all became enthusiastic lovers of football. I was extremely moved on one occasion. In 1973, when the Cultural Revolution was not yet over. Father had just been freed from house arrest and had still not resumed his work. A foreign football team came for a match, and Father took us to watch the game. He had intended to sit quietly in the last row. Unexpectedly, he was discovered, upon his entry, by the audience sitting on the next bleachers over, and then more than 1,000 spectators in the stadium all stood up and applauded enthusiastically. Father had to move to the front row and also clap his hands repeatedly to greet the audience. The scene was truly exciting and has remained in my memory for years. He forged an indissoluble bond with football while in France, but his desire to see it could not be met then. Today, conditions are much better. He can watch football games without leaving home. Whenever a world tournament is televised live, certainly he does not miss it. If he has no time, he has the match recorded for his later enjoyment. During the 1990 World Cup tournament, he had just retired and had time to watch the game. He watched a total of 50 of the 52 matches broadcast on television, watching football to his heart's content. As to Western classical music, Father is not interested in it, nor has he much knowledge of it. He likes Peking opera and knows a lot about it. He is an advocate of China's unique cultural features unadulterated by foreign flavors. What he likes most is the old male role of the Yan Zhupang school and the young female role of the Cheng Yan Kaiyu school. Our home was close to the Huiran Hall. Whenever there was a performance of Peking opera, Our whole family was always in the audience. My parents were the ones who really liked it, but we liked to join in the fun. It is indeed a wonderful artistic enjoyment to watch Peking opera. Listening to and watching it quite often, audiences can learn many historical stories and improve their cultural level. The words and phrases in the operas are really too beautiful. Father learned to play bridge in Chongqing only after he led his troops to march to southwestern China. It was impossible for him to have such a normal hobby in the years of war before liberation. In the hometown of the October Revolution. The land is boundless yet bare, covered with silvery snow. Here is Russia. The idea is Anyang but with a new look, surrounded by green forests. Here is Moscow. The square is so vast and so solemn, with red flags fluttering. Here is Red Square. This is the Kremlin, the site of Lenin's office and the people's regime of the first Soviet socialist country. The first proletarian regime in the world was established in 1917 and had just spent 8 years consolidating its political power and seeing to the recovery of its economy. Vladimir Ilyich Lenin, the leader of the October Revolution and teacher of the International Proletarian Revolution, had just passed away. While the newborn Soviet regime was going all out to heal the wounds of war and expand its economy, the Communist International under the leadership of Lenin was starting to fulfill its international obligations. By training cadres, it was helping the Oriental countries and regions where national and democratic revolution was cresting. In 1921, the Communist University of the Toilers of the East was founded in Moscow, the capital of the Soviet Union, to train cadres for both the ethnic groups of the eastern part of the Soviet Union and the Oriental countries. Those trained in the university included Indians, Vietnamese, Japanese, Turks, Arabs, Persians, and Algerians. The Chinese students there numbered 35 in 1921 and 42 in 1922. The following year, the CPC branch in Europe sent 12 comrades, including Zhao Xiyan, Chen Yanyan, Chen Qiannian, and Wang Ruofei. The revolutionary situation in China had developed rapidly since 1923. In June of that year, the CPC decided to form a united front with the Kuomintang. In the same year, Dr. Sun Yat-sen laid down the Three Creed Policies alliance with Russia, cooperation with the Communist Party, and assistance to the peasants and workers, and decided to reorganize the Kuomintang with the help of the Communist Party. In 1924 he founded the Whampoa Military Academy, which the CPC helped to lead, and the Revolutionary Army. As the first revolutionary civil war in China developed rapidly, both the CPC and the Kuomintang felt the need for more revolutionary cadres and asked the Soviet Union to train more people. In response to that request, the Soviet Union founded Sun Yat-sen University City for the toilers of China solely for Chinese students. Its purpose was to use Marxism to train cadres for the Chinese communist mass movements and Bolshevik cadres for the Chinese Revolution. At the end of 1925, with the help of Vasily Konstantin Borodin, the Soviet KMI in the hometown of the October Revolution 105 political advisor to the national government in Guangzhou, the Kuomintang and the GPG jointly selected 310 students to be sent to Sun Yat-sen University for training. The first group of 118 students arrived in Moscow in November 1925. At least 103 of them were members of the GPG or GGYL, accounting for over 87%. 10 KMT members who had been studying in Germany entered the university in January 1926. Not long after, the GPG and GGYL brand A Hayes in Europe sent 20 members who had been studying in Freyny and other countries to Moscow for further study. Deng Xixian, Fu Zhong, and Liz Warren were among them. They went to the Communist University of the Toilers of the East first and soon entered the newly founded Sun Yat-sen University. He visited the site of Sun Yat-sen University in 1990 when I led the group from the Guyanese International Association for Friendly Liaison on a visit to the Soviet Union. It was a three-story building that was said to be the residence of an aristocrat of the old Russia. It was the Institute of Philosophy of the Soviet Academy of Sciences at the time of my visit. The rooms were furnished in the modern way, but in some large rooms one could still see the beautiful relief carvings on the ceilings and the intricate chandeliers left from the old times. All the rooms were light and spacious with high ceilings. There was a hall that had been turned into an auditorium. One could tell that the building had been magnified and glamorous. A hall that used to be a ballroom in the times of aristocracy was said to have been used for the wedding of Pushkin, the great Russian poet. Most of the rooms had been used as office or meeting rooms, and Lenin's busts were placed in the auditorium and all the meeting rooms. When Father and other young GPG and GGYL members from Freyny and other European countries came there in early 1926, they must have felt that they were in another world. When they were in Freyny, they were foreign laborers and poor students living at the bottom of society. They were members of the secret communist organizations struck down by the Free-Napoli. Yet when they were in the Soviet Union, they became guests of honor overnight who were awarded the warmest of welcomes. They became dignified students of the advanced Communist University. It was among the Soviet comrades and in the big family headed by Soviet laborers that they led a bright life free of oppression and darkness for the first time. There they out discuss communist ideals freely and carry out party or league activities freely. They must have felt very happy and carefree. The Soviet Union at that time had not completely recovered from the wounds of the evil war and the imperialist military intervention. In spite of that, the young Soviet state did its best to give support to the Guyanese students in their lives and studies. The Promotion Association for Sun Yat-sen University was founded in the Soviet Union to raise funds for the university. The annual budget of the university then was around 10 million rubles. To provide the foreign students with some necessary foreign currency, the Soviet government had to use its extremely limited foreign currency. The Soviet government tried every means to provide a living to the foreign students, who were given more provisions than the Russian teachers and students. One Chinese student recalled, "We never ran out of eggs, poultry, fish, and meat, which were hard to get in 1926. Although the country was having economic difficulties, we had enough good food for 3 meals every day. We thought that we had better breakfast than the rich people." Moreover, the university even provided the students with suits, overcoats, leather shoes, raincoats, winter clothes, and all other daily necessities. There was also a clinic for the students. The university organized students to go to ballet, opera, and other artistic performances, to the sanatorium, limbs and summer camps for vacations, and to visit places of historical interest and scenic beauty in Moscow and Leningrad. Father said that he visited Leningrad in one of the trips organized by the university in 1926. Such a life formed a sharp contrast to the life father had had in France. Naturally, the main task of the Chinese students in the Soviet Union was to study. They had to learn Russian first. During the first semester, they had to spend 4 hours a day and 6 days a week on Russian. The compulsory courses of Sun Yat-sen University were economics, history, contemporary world outlook, the theory and practice of the Russian Revolution, the questions of nationality and colony, the question of social development in China, and linguistics. They had to take the following specific courses: History of the Chinese Revolutionary Movement and General History of China, History of the Development of Social Formation, Philosophy, Political Economy, Economic Geography, and Leninism. Another important course was military training. The professors followed the teaching method of giving lectures first, then answering students' questions. Discussions and free debates by students followed, and professors concluded by providing summaries. The basic unit of teaching was the group. I heard were over 300 students in early 1926, divided into 11 groups consisting of 30 to 40 students each. By early 1927 the number of students had exceeded 500. I.e. students of Sun Yat-sen University had reached different educational levels. Some had received secondary school education or higher education, while others had little prior education. There were also IDE differences between the students in their understanding of the doctrines of Marxism. He University therefore divided the students into groups according to their educational levels. Preparatory courses were offered to help those at a low level to receive elementary education. There was a crash course on translation for those who had mastered the Russian language. One group in the university attracted special attention. It was the seventh group, known as the group of theorists. In the hometown of the October Revolution 107 in this group gathered the important students from the CPC and the Kuomintang, among them, the CPC's Deng Xixian, Fu Zhong, and Liz Warren, and from the Kuomintang, Cu Zhenggang, Cu Zhengding, Deng Wenai, Wang Jinghui's nephew and secretary, and Yu Yuren's son, in Law Chuwu. Father said that the group had all top students from the two parties. It was quite well known. Father, Fu Zhong, and Liz Warren were all leading members of the executive committee of the Communist Youth League in Freni and members of the CPC who had adopted the ideology of Marxism and had some experience in leading revolutionary struggle. They were already mature both in ideology and in ideon, and their experience had been remarkable. They were in the same group with KMT members who were quite different in belief, viewpoint, and last stand, so they often had debates on various questions and the CPC students often even struggled against the Kuomintang students to some extent. A struggle found its expression especially in the trial of strength between them and the right-wingers of the Kuomintang. It was closely linked to the political struggle in China at that time. Fu Zhong was the secretary of the CPC brain of Sun Yat-sen University and father was the leader of the party group within the seventh group. To get to know Deng Xiaoping at that time, I quote the following from the part member criticism plan of the CPC brain of Sun Yat-sen University dated June 16, 1926. The party's appraisal of father tells us something about him. Name, Deng Xixian. Russian name, Dozorov. Student certificate number, 233. Party job, leader of the party group of the 7th group, are all his behaviors compatible with his status as a CPC member? Yes. He has no non-party tendency. Does he observe discipline? Yes. What about his knowledge of and interest in the party's practical problems and other general political issues? Is he active or passive in raising questions for discussion in group meetings? Can he encourage other comrades to discuss all questions? He pays great attention to the party's discipline. He has shown great interest in the general political issues, of which he has a quite clear understanding. He can actively participate in all discussions in the group meetings and can encourage other comrades to discuss all questions. Does he attend the party's conferences and group meetings? He was never absent. Does he accomplish the work assigned by the party? He can do so earnestly. What is his relationship with other comrades? Close. Is he interested in his lessons? Very much. Can he set an example for others? He studies hard, and that has influence on others.
108.
On his progress in the party, he has made good progress in his understanding of the party and has no non-party tendency. As a party member, he can set an example for the League members. Lias, he eliminated the characteristics of a party member within the Kuomintang. Note: is he suitable for putting the party's views into practice within the Kuomintang? Yes. What job is most suitable for him? Propaganda and organizational work. The above appraisal by the party grouping give us a general picture of the 22-year-old party member Deng Xixian. When father was in Freyny, he read some works by Karl Marx and the works of the Communist Party of Russia, such as those by Karl Kosky. He said that the Youth League group in France organized the study and discussion once every week. However, I do not think they could have studied systematically and in great depth in that way. The most important component of his study in the Soviet Union was learning the basic viewpoints of Marxism and related knowledge in a comprehensive and systematic way. If he had never had the chance to study in any institution of higher learning before, his study at Sun Yat-sen University was a good opportunity for him to receive higher education, especially education in an advanced school of the Communist Party. Since he and his comrades studied and lived together with the Kuomintang members, who had come directly from China, they learned a lot about all the factions of the Kuomintang and even had a test of strength with some KMT right-wingers. That laid a more solid foundation both in theory and practice for Deng Xixian's revolutionary activities and struggle after his return to China. In his autobiography written and handed over to the party in Moscow, father wrote, "When I worked in the party organization in Western Europe, I often felt that I was not competent enough. Vice was the cause for the mistakes I made from time to time. So I made up my mind long ago to come to Russia for study. I have felt even more strong of that my study of communism was much too superficial. I therefore will spend all my time in Russia on my study until the day I leave this country so that I could have a fair of good understanding of communism." In that unvaluable autobiography, this Vaun communist who was just over 20 years old wrote further, "When I came to Moscow, I had already made up my mind to join my whole life to our party and our class more resolutely. Henceforth, I am ready to absolutely receive the party's training, obey the party's command, and always fight for the interests of the proletariat. The head was the oath made by Deng Xixian, the young fighter for communism. In the decades of revolutionary struggle since then, he has kept his oath. Among father's schoolmates in Moscow, 2 people are worth mentioning. One is Chiang Ching-kuo, the son of Chiang Kai-shek. He was not in the same class with father and was younger. He was not well known in the university. In the hometown of the October Revolution 109. The other is a young woman communist named Zhang Ziwang who was sent to Moscow from China for training. Zhang Ziwang, born in 1907, was just 19 years old. Her hometown was Liangxiang Town, Fangshan County, Hebei Province. Her father, Zhang Jinghai, once served as the chief of the Liangxing railway station and participated in the Great Strike of February 7, 1923. Zhang Ziwang used to be a student of the No. Art Girl Normal School of Hilly Province. In 1924 she, as a KME member, participated in the student strike for the educational reform of that school. She joined the Communist Youth League there. She met Li Dazhao, Zhao Xiyan, and other party leaders after